So welcome to the CISSP. I'm delighted that you're here. Cybersecurity is an incredible profession. There are so many really interesting career paths and opportunities, and the prospect of landing your dream job has never been greater. So when you become a CISSP, you'll be joining an elite cadre of certified professionals who are passionate about cybersecurity and dedicated to our profession. Now, this course is designed to familiarize you with test-taking strategies, to review must-know and challenging concepts, to practice answering exam questions, and most importantly, give you the confidence to pass your exam with flying colors. Now, this course is not designed to be a comprehensive study guide. Instead, we're going to be focusing on components of the ISC² CBK, that's a common body of knowledge, that fall into one of four categories. First, areas that many candidates have found difficult, such as cryptography. Second, foundational concepts and models that are generally unfamiliar. For example, the star and simple properties, or the relationship between the OSI and TCP model, or the OECD privacy principles. Third, emerging topics such as federated identity management, IP convergence, or information security continuous monitoring, the ISCM process. And fourth, specialized areas of knowledge such as digital forensics, mitigating source code flaws such as cross-site scripting or SQL injection, or the software development process. Now, we'll be diving deep into a variety of topics that meet this criteria across the 8 CBK information security domains. At the end of each sub-lesson, we'll visit the mythical town of Anytown, and together we'll tackle a case study so that you can apply your knowledge. And at the end of each lesson, I'm going to guide you through exam practice questions with a focus on test-taking strategy. The CISSP certification is an internationally recognized vendor-neutral credential awarded by the nonprofit organization ISC². Now, the CISSP was the first credential in the field of information security to meet the stringent requirements of the ISO IEC standard 17024. The CISSP exam tests candidates' competency, understanding, and application of the 8 domains of information security referenced in the ISC² CBK. Those are security and risk management, asset security, security engineering, communications and network security, identity and access management, security assessment and testing, security operations, and software development security. The exam consists of 250 questions, and you have 6 hours to complete the exam, which is plenty of time. You need to achieve a minimum score of 700 out of 1,000 possible points to pass the exam. Now, there's no set formula for how many questions you'll get in each domain, so studying broadly is a must. That being said, popular topics include governance, risk management, business continuity, cryptography, security models, well-known attacks, and mitigation techniques. Now, the question formats include multiple choice, which will always be one of 4, drag and drop, and hotspot questions. The multiple choice questions may be standalone or may be scenario-based, which will have more than one multiple choice question associated with it. The drag and drop and the hotspot questions are relatively new. They were introduced in 2014, and ISC² refers to them as their advanced innovative questions. Now, be aware that the exam contains 25 questions which are included for research purposes only. Now, the research questions are not identified, so answer all questions to the best of your ability. And don't get rattled if you come to a question that doesn't appear to have the right answer or appears to have more than one answer. These could be research questions. Now, it's really, really important to remember that there's no penalty for guessing, so don't leave any question unanswered. In the next lesson, we're going to take a look at the types of questions that you can expect to see. Now, in the last lesson, I explained that there were going to be 3 types of questions that you can expect to see on your CISSP exam: multiple choice questions, drag and drop questions, and hotspot questions. What I'd like to do in this lesson is show you the different types of questions that you can expect. So the first question is a multiple choice question. And this is one where we'll just ask you a question. Hopefully you can formulate the answer in your head and then look for the correct answer. So what does the formula ALE1 minus ALE2 minus the annual cost of mitigation calculate? So they're giving you basically a statement of fact, and then they're going to give you 4 answers. Your multiple choice questions will always have 4 answers. We have annualized cost of mitigation, risk mitigation cost benefit, asset value, and residual risk. Our answer is going to be our risk mitigation cost benefit. So that's the simplest type of multiple choice. The next type of multiple choice you'll get will be asking you to respond or make a commentary on a statement. So our question is, which of the following is not true about IP version 6? Now be careful when you see these terms like not and true and false. You want to make sure what they're really asking. So you could restate the question in your mind to say, which of the following is false about IP version 6? Our choices are integrated IPsec capabilities, is expressed in octets, increased address space, or supports extensibility. In this case, our false answer would be is expressed in octets. The next type of multiple choice question that you might encounter is a fill in the blank. In this case, we have in a blank attack, data is encrypted and held hostage for payment. So you need to choose the best answer that would fill in the blank. Our options here are an APT, ransomware, man in the middle, MITH, or poisoning. Our correct answer is going to be ransomware, and the statement would now read, in a ransomware attack, data is encrypted and held hostage for payment. You also may encounter multiple fill in the blanks in your multiple choice questions. So in this question, we have blank and blank are key to the successful implementation of biometric authentication. Now, you're going to want to read these very carefully because you're going to want to make sure that both answers work for the statement. So we have encryption and available support, accuracy and user acceptance, cost and performance, and ease of use or board approval. And these answers are going to be presented to you in the same order that they would fill in the question. So our correct answer here is going to be accuracy and user acceptance. Our statement would now read, accuracy and user acceptance are key to the successful implementation of biometric authentication. The last type of multiple choice question you may encounter is scenario-based. Now, when you get a scenario-based question, you may have a very long scenario, it may appear to be pretty complex, and it may have information that's not even relevant to the questions that follow. So here we've got our scenario. Acme organization suspects that their entire customer database may have been copied by a disgruntled employee who left the company about a month ago. They're not quite sure how this could have happened as they have strict DLP and defense in-depth controls, including restricted USB ports, email filtering, firewall rules, and management oversight. They've tasked their internal IT team with conducting a forensic investigation. The employee workstation had been reassigned to another user. IT subsequently confiscated the workstation, removed the hard drives, and is searching the drive for evidence. They also examined the firewall logs and found there was ongoing activity on port 443. They've not contacted law enforcement as they're concerned about negative publicity and reputation risk. They have contacted their insurance company. The estimated asset value of the data is $2 million, and the exposure factor, the number of known good records, is 80%. Now, a lot of information. So don't get hung up on how much information is here. Don't let that rattle you at all. After you've read the scenario, then go to the questions. Now, you will probably have multiple choice questions connected with a single scenario. So what we're being asked here, if we scroll down, is, well, what protocol should the IT team have evoked when collecting evidence? It's a very simple question. It's a question that could have actually probably been answered even if we didn't have a scenario, probably restated. What's an important protocol for the IT team to invoke when collecting evidence? So let's look at our answers. Use of protected gloves, management oversight, a chain of custody, or law enforcement notification. Use of protected gloves might not be a bad idea, but it's not really a protocol that's invoked for collecting evidence. Management oversight, again, a good idea, but doesn't really answer the question. Chain of custody, that's going to be the important one here, that they maintain an evidentiary chain of custody, particularly because we think that this may end up being a criminal suit. The last one, law enforcement notification, again, that's not a requirement when collecting evidence. So a long scenario, but a relatively easy question. So let's move from multiple choice questions to our hotspot questions. When we have a hotspot question, we're going to be presented with a picture or graphics, and we're going to have to make a choice of the picture or graphics based on what we're being asked. So our question here is, which of the following symbols indicates the protection of intellectual property that must be novel, provide utility, and can be produced? Our instructions are to point at the correct area of the image, and we can drag the hotspot marker to change its position if we put it in the wrong place. I want you to think about this as just another multiple choice question. It's really saying here are a number of choices. In this case, we have 5 choices. Which one of these best answers the question? So we're looking for a symbol, and it's a symbol that indicates protection of intellectual property, and the definition they're giving us is that it must be novel, provide utility, and can be produced. Well, that's going to define for us a patent. It means we're going to look for a symbol that indicates something has been patented. The SM is a service mark. We do have a patent symbol, but we always want to read all of our answers: a copyright, a trademark, or a registered trademark. So we're just going to click on the patent symbol. If we didn't like our answer, we could take the hotspot and we could drag it somewhere else. But we do like our answer, so we're going to drag it back to our patent symbol. And that's really all a hotspot is all about, is just choosing the right picture or the right spot. So let's go to our next question. This is also a hotspot. In this case, we're being given just a very rough diagram of a building. Internally, we have offices and data center, then we've got building floors and office suite, and then the building entrance. And we're being asked, what is the most likely place for bollards to be installed? So we just have to determine what that likely place is. It's really just a multiple choice with 3 choices. The multiple choice would be building entrance, building floor and office suites, or the offices or data centers. In this case, the most likely place for a bollard to be installed is going to be at the building entrance. So we're just going to click on the building entrance. That's all we have to do when we're answering a hotspot question. And then the third type of question you're going to get are drag and drop. Now, drag and drop can have a couple of varieties. We could be dragging words and dropping them into the appropriate place, as we're going to do in this question. We could be asked to drag words from one column to another, or we could be asked to put a series of steps in the appropriate order. So in this one, we're being told to drag the words and drop them to the appropriate place. And our question is, in a planned exercise scenario, the blank attacks and the blank defends. This is really just a multiple choice with lots of different options, or if it's easier, you could divide it into 2 multiple choices. In a planned exercise, the blank attacks. In a planned exercise scenario, the blank defends. So think about these just as a multiple choice question as well. So we're going to look through our answers. We have outsiders and white hats, red team and blue team, insiders and good guys, gray hats, bad guys, black hats, lots of potential options. But really, the best answer we're going to come up with here is in a planned exercise scenario, it's going to be our red team that attacks and our blue team that defends. So we're just going to drag the answer. If it turns out you don't like an answer and you want to move a different one in, you can just drag it, then pull it back again. If you want to make another choice, let's put our blue team back in there. Again, in a planned exercise scenario, the red team attacks and the blue team defends. Now, question 9 is another version of a drag and drop. In this case, we're given a process and we're asked to just put the process in the correct order. Our instructions are arrange the incident response process in the correct order. So we've got to look at all of our options here and decide where do we start. Well, we'd start with preparation. So I'm going to drag preparation up to the top. The next piece will be detection, and it's already in the number 2 spot. We are then going to have to do an analysis. what's going on. Our next step would be containment. Let's contain whatever the issue is. We then have eradication. It's already in the correct place. And lastly, recovery. So the correct incident response process order: preparation, detection, analysis, containment, eradication, and recovery. Now, once again, if you don't like what you have, before you click next, go ahead and just move it around. And remember, you can always mark a question and come back to it later. And our last question is another drag and drop. But in this case, we're being asked to match the items. Down the left-hand side, we're being given a set of terms. In this case, risk avoidance, risk sharing, risk transference, risk acceptance, and risk mitigation. And on the right side, this is where we're going to have our descriptions. And we need to match the right side descriptions with the left side terms. So we're going to go through and look at each one. Accepting the consequences of a given activity or process. That's going to be risk acceptance. Shifting a portion of the liability or consequences. Since we're doing a portion, that's going to be our risk sharing. Shifting all of the liability or consequences, that's our risk transference. Now you can see how important it is to read the entire question and all the options, because look how close these two are. Shifting a portion of the liability or shifting all of the liability. Now we have another one still available to us: implementing additional controls or countermeasures. We're going to grab that one and match it with risk mitigation. And lastly, ceasing the activity associated with the risk, and I only have one option left, and that's going to match perfectly with risk avoidance. So we've taken a look at the different types of questions that you may encounter: multiple choice questions, drag and drop questions, and hotspot questions. CISSP candidates come from a variety of educational and professional backgrounds. It's entirely possible that you haven't taken an exam for years, and even if you have, probably not one quite as intense as the CISSP exam. This is a professional exam, akin to taking your law or your medical boards. Now, to pass the exam, you must have experience, knowledge, and test-taking strategies. These strategies include how to read the question, how to recognize what's being asked for, and then what to do if you're stuck. So remember, while there's no penalty for wrong answers, you must have enough right answers to pass. So there are some tried and true test-taking strategies that I want to share with you. Remember that in the CISSP exam, there's no penalty for wrong answers, so answer every single question. You know, the odds of choosing the correct answer are 1 in 4 versus 0 if you skip the question. Now, if you don't know the answer to a question, try to start eliminating the wrong answers. Keep increasing your odds. For a majority of the questions, you should be able to cross out at least 2 answers by eliminating the nonconformist, the one that doesn't look like the others, obviously wrong, or absolutely irrelevant answers. Now you've increased the odds from choosing the correct answer from 1 in 4 to 1 in 2. Remember, you have 6 hours to complete the exam. Take your time. Don't rush. I promise you'll have plenty of time. And there are definitely no awards given for finishing the exam quickly. Now, along with taking your time, be sure to read for comprehension. Read each question slowly and thoroughly. Don't hesitate to jot down an explanatory note on the board you'll be given. Now, in my experience, reading too quickly, all too often, results in choosing the wrong answer. Now, you may be presented with lengthy scenarios. Be sure to carefully read the entire scenario. You can make some notes, and don't be thrown off guard by irrelevant information. Now, you're going to want to pay close attention to adjectives, adverbs, and descriptive words. Words like best, most, least, worst, likely, true, false, physical, administrative. Take, for example, the question, which of the following is the most effective administrative control for reducing social engineering attacks? Well, you may be presented with 4 answers that are all valid social engineering mitigating controls. But in keeping with the question, you're looking for an administrative control, and if there's more than one administrative control, you need to determine which one is more effective. Be sure also to be on the lookout for double negatives. For example, not uncommon just means common. So restate the question, and if it helps, write it down. Now, whenever possible, trust your knowledge. When I'm taking a test, I carefully read the question, and then if it makes sense to, I'll attempt to answer the question before even looking at the choices. Then hopefully the right answer will lie right in front of me. Now, I have some rules when it comes to the answers. First of all, definitely do not choose the first answer you think is correct. Doing so is a losing strategy. You want to read every single answer. And then don't argue with the answers. You want to determine what the question wants and then give it the best answer of what's provided. You'll want to identify answer hierarchies. Hierarchies are related answers, but one will encompass the rest. For example, the possible answers to the question, what should you do if you want to make a configuration change to a domain controller, might be A, submit a change request form, B, test the change, C, design a rollback strategy, or D, follow change management procedures. Now, all of those answers appear to be correct, but if you look closely, A, B, and C all roll up to answer D, follow change management procedures. And more than likely, that's going to be your correct answer. If you're really stuck, look for some keyword repetition. For an example, a question on the OSI model might include the words data or network, which corresponds to the correct OSI layer. And if you're not confident in your answer, be patient. Mark it, go on, and come back to it later. You may find the answer in a subsequent question. Now, after your first pass, review the questions you've marked. I would suggest not changing your answer unless you're sure it's wrong. For most people, their first response is usually their best. You know, too many candidates fail because they are so anxiety-ridden that they just can't focus. So my advice to you is relax. Breathe deeply. Enjoy the experience. Remind yourself that you are prepared and approach the test with a positive, can-do attitude. Don't think of the exam as a chore. Envision it as an opportunity to validate your knowledge and your experience. And be sure to play to your strengths. Schedule the exam for your best time of day and wear comfortable clothing. And promise yourself a wonderful indulgence at the completion of the journey. Relax, breathe deeply, and enjoy the experience. That's the Zen of test taking. The Security and Risk Management domain, CBK, addresses a broad variety of topics, including fundamental information security principles of confidentiality, integrity, and availability, governance, legal systems, privacy, the regulatory environment, personnel and third-party security, and risk management. The topics we're going to focus on are quantitative risk assessments and business impact analysis. Both contain metrics and formulas that you must know for the exam. At the end of every sublesson, there'll be an Anytown mini case study, and at the end of the lesson, I'll guide you through 10 multiple choice and advanced innovative practice questions with a focus on test-taking strategies. Let's review the two main types of risk assessments. The first is a quantitative risk assessment, which assigns numeric and monetary values to all of the elements of the assessment, and that's the one we're going to focus on in this lesson. The second main type of risk assessment is a qualitative risk assessment. The qualitative risk assessments are scenario-based, and they use descriptive terminology such as high, medium, and low, or normal, elevated, and severe. Key elements of both types of risk assessments are the likelihood of occurrence and the impact. Now remember, we're measuring risk. Risk is uncertainty, and it could be the uncertainty that something good is going to happen or that something bad is going to happen. In both cases, we're measuring likelihood of occurrence and impact. So let's go over the quantitative risk assessment elements. The first is the asset value. The asset value really is the target of our risk assessment. Now, the asset value can be computed a number of different ways. It could be how much it costs to create the asset, how much it costs to replace the asset of the value in the normal course of business. And it's always going to be expressed in a dollar value, regardless of what the components went into determining what the asset value is. The second is the exposure factor. Now, you're going to see the exposure factor abbreviated as EF, just like asset value was AV. The exposure factor is expressed as a percent, and the exposure factor really is the impact. So, for example, if we said there was going to be a fire in your building, but only 40% of the building would be harmed or would be burnt up, the exposure factor would be 40%. So that's going to be expressed as a percentage. Then we come to our first true calculation, which is a single loss expectancy, and you're going to see that abbreviated as an SLE, which is expressed in dollars. The single loss expectancy is what would be the loss, again in terms of dollars, associated with the asset if the threat occurred one time. The next one is the annualized rate of occurrence. That's the ARO. Now, the ARO is expressed as a number. The ARO is how often could we expect this threat to actually happen. If the occurrence was going to be once a year, so this is annualized, if it was going to be once a year, we would say the annualized rate of occurrence is once. If the threat was going to happen twice a year, we would say twice. If it was going to happen once every 10 years, we'd say, well, 1 in 10, or 1/10, or 0.10. So the annualized rate of occurrence is going to be expressed as a number. The next is the annualized loss expectancy, which you'll see abbreviated as an ALE, and the ALE is expressed in dollars. And that says, on an annualized basis, what should we expect our loss to be? And then lastly, we're going to have a cost-benefit analysis, and that's going to be CBA, and that's expressed in dollars, which will say, we figured out what our annualized loss expectancy was, and perhaps it was more than we wanted. So we said, well, what mitigating controls could we put in place to reduce the potential loss? After we've determined what those mitigating controls are, we have to do a comparison of what would be our annualized expectancy in the first scenario, what would be our annualized expectancy in the second scenario after we put additional controls, and is it worth making that investment? So that'll be doing our cost-benefit analysis, again, expressed in dollars. So here are the calculations you absolutely must memorize. The first one is SLE equals AV times EF. That's our single loss expectancy equals asset value times the exposure factor. Reminder that the AV is expressed in dollars, the EF is expressed as a percentage, and the SLE is expressed also as a dollar. So SLE equals AV times EF. The second formula that you must memorize is ALE equals SLE times ARO. That's your annualized loss expectancy is your single loss expectancy times your annualized rate of occurrence. Now, the SLE is expressed in dollars, the ARO is expressed as a number, and the ALE is expressed as a dollar. And the last is our cost-benefit calculation. Our cost-benefit is ALE1, which is the first ALE that we're coming up with, minus ALE2, which is the second ALE we've calculated after we've put in the mitigating controls, minus the annualized cost of mitigation. So annualized loss expectancy 1 minus annualized loss expectancy 2 minus the annualized cost of mitigation. And we're going to be doing a case study, so you'll actually see how this works. And remember, the cost benefit is expressed as a dollar. So how are we going to actually use these? Well, let's look at the quantitative risk assessment process. We're going to start with determining the asset value. And as I mentioned earlier, there's a number of different factors that contribute to the asset value. We are then going to determine the exposure factor. Again, the exposure factor is the impact. We are then going to take the asset value times the exposure factor and calculate our single loss expectancy. So AV times EF equals SLE. Then we need to determine what the annual rate of occurrence is going to be. Again, on an annualized basis, how often can we expect this event? We will then calculate our annualized loss expectancy. Our annualized loss expectancy is going to be SLE times ARO, and sometimes you'll see that referred to as ALE1 because it's the ALE before we've looked at any additional mitigating controls. Now, we could stop there, but if that ALE is high, if we're saying, what can we do to reduce that ALE, we then might move over into looking at what additional mitigating controls could be to reduce the ALE. So we might identify mitigation controls at that point, and then recalculate the ALE, taking into account the new mitigating controls. Now, those mitigating controls may impact the exposure factor or may impact the annualized rate of occurrence, or perhaps even both. So we're going to recalculate the ALE, again, taking into account those mitigating controls. And at that point, we're going to do our cost-benefit analysis, because we're going to look at the first ALE, the second ALE, the cost of those mitigating controls to make a determination if that makes sense to go forward with. So let's do a case study here. Let's look at doing a quantitative risk assessment, and we're going to visit our very first company in Anytown. You'll be visiting lots of Anytown organizations through these lessons, but this is the Anytown Picture Company. We're going to call them APC. Takes 300,000 school and athletic team photos on a rotating 12-month basis. So we know at any time they should have about 300,000 school and athletic team photos. The pictures are equally distributed across APC's 4-server, geographically segmented cluster. Now, each photo generates $5 in revenue. Taking into account the nature of the threat and the current control environment, the IT team estimates that APC could be subject to a ransomware compromise once a year, and it could be contained to one server. So from this information, we want to determine the asset value, the exposure factor, a single loss expectancy, the annualized rate of occurrence, and the annualized loss expectancy, the first one, before we put additional mitigating controls in place. Well, the asset value is going to be $5 times 300,000, or 1.5 million. That's because we don't know about any other asset value. We don't know how much it costs to create the server or take the pictures or any of that. What they have told us, though, is that they have 300,000 pictures and they're worth $5 in revenue. So for our purposes, that's the asset, the pictures. So the asset value is $5 times 300,000 equals 1.5 million. The exposure factor is going to be one of 4 servers, because they said the 300 pictures were equally distributed across the 4 servers, and that they thought that they would lose one in this particular compromise. So the exposure factor is 1 of 4, or 25%. So our single loss expectancy is going to be the asset value times the exposure factor. So that's going to be 1.5 million times 25%, or 0.25, which is going to give us a single loss expectancy of $375,000. So there's our SLE. How often is this going to happen? Well, our IT team told us that it might happen once a year. So if it's going to happen once a year and our ARO is annualized, that means the occurrence is once a year. And lastly, what's our annualized loss expectancy going to be? Well, it's going to be 375, because that was our SLE, times 1, because that was our ARO. So our ALE is going to be $375,000. Well, that's a lot. And perhaps the people at APC say, wait a minute, what could we do to mitigate that so that we're not on the hook or exposed for potentially $375,000 in any given year? So the IT team came up with some mitigation. They suggested that APC purchase a second 4-server cluster and that they distribute the pictures over 8 servers. They still maintain they could contain an attack to 1 server. They also recommend purchasing an enhanced threat detection system that would reduce the annual likelihood of a successful attack to once every 3 years. So now, once again, let's look at the asset value, the exposure factor, the single loss expectancy, the annualized rate of occurrence, and the annualized loss expectancy, which we'll call ALL2, in this new configuration with these mitigating controls. Our asset value hasn't changed. We still have our 300,000 pictures across now 8 servers. They're still worth $5 each, so we still have 1.5 million for our asset value. That's unchanged. But our exposure factor has changed. Our exposure factor is 1 of 8 servers. It's now 12.5%. Our single loss expectancy has a new calculation. It's going to be the 1.5 million times 0.125 or 12.5%. So now our single loss expectancy has decreased to 187,500. Why did it decrease? Because we said that our exposure factor decreased. Our annualized rate of occurrence has also decreased. Before it was once a year, now they're saying once every 3 years. So we've gone from an ARO of 1 to an ARO of 0.33. So that means that our annualized loss expectancy is going to be 187,500, that was our new SLE, times 0.33, that was our new ARO. So now we're saying if we put these mitigating controls in place, we have reduced our annualized loss expectancy to 61,875. Well, that sounds great, but the question we still have to consider is the cost benefit, which is what is the cost of implementing these new controls in relation to the decrease in the annualized loss expectancy. So let's do our cost benefit analysis. We said that the cost of the second cluster was going to be $270,000, and let's say we're depreciating it over 4 years, so that makes the cost of the second cluster $67,500. The cost of a threat detection system is $12,000 a month, but we have to annualize, so 12,000 times 12 is going to be $144,000. So if we take the 67.5 and the 144, $211,500 is going to be the annual cost of mitigation. In other words, they're going to have to invest $211,500 to put in these new controls to decrease the annualized loss expectancy. So is it worth it, is our last question. Remember that our cost benefit is going to be ALE1 minus ALA2 minus the annual cost of mitigation. ALE1 was $375,000, ALA2 was $61,875, so $375 minus $61,875, the difference between the two ALEs is $313,125. If I take $313,125, I subtract the cost of having to put in that mitigation, I end up to the good of $101,625, meaning that if I make the investment, I have a positive variance of $101,625. Good chance at this point APC will make the investment. So here's what you need to know for your quantitative analysis. You need to know the difference between types of risk assessments, quantitative and qualitative. You need to know the quantitative risk assessment elements. That's going to be our asset value, our exposure factor, our annualized rate of occurrence, our single loss expectancy, and our annualized loss expectancy. And you need to know how to do the quantitative risk assessment calculations and the cost-benefit calculation. Know all those, and you'll do great in this section. Let's start with a review of what the business impact analysis is. You're going to see it abbreviated as BIA probably in your exam. And a BIA is really a process that's used by management to understand organizational continuity requirements. So you're going to use this information to make investment decisions and to guide the development of a whole spectrum of plans, including incident response plans, disaster recovery plans, and business continuity plans. So there are some metrics that are very important that you know. The first one is a maximum tolerable downtime. The maximum tolerable downtime, which you'll see abbreviated as an MTD, is the amount a business says that a particular process can be inoperable or unavailable. So this is very much a business decision, not a technology decision. How long can a particular process or system be unavailable before it starts to cause significant harm to the organization? Now, generally what we're talking about are essential services, the services that are really crucial to the mission of the particular business. So that's going to be our maximum tolerable downtime, and we're going to want business unit input into that. The second is the recovery time objective. Now, you will see the recovery time objective is RTO. The recovery time objective is how long it will take to recover a system, so to bring it back to an operatable status. Now, sometimes you'll see a subset of that, which is called work recovery time, or WRT. Work recovery time is what has to be done to a system after it's been recovered. So let's say a new system has to be stood up, maybe a new virtual server, data has to be recovered, and the data is recovered back to an hour ago. But then before it can be operable, there needs to be manual processes, maybe re-entering data before it actually gets to a point where it looks just like the system did before it went down. So that work recovery time is that final little delta after the system's been recovered, when maybe we have to do some manual adjustments to bring the system back to a point in time. Recovery point objective is how much data we want to be able to restore. So if I wanted to restore data up to an hour ago, maybe that's the delta I can accept, my recovery point objective would be 1 hour. If I was okay with recovering data from 24 hours ago, then my recovery point objective would be 24 hours. So recovery point always deals with data, where recovery time objective always deals with the time it will take to bring a system back online or to create a new system or recover the process. So the business impact analysis process looks like this. So we're going to start with identifying essential services. These are services that are essential to the operation of the business. Again, this is going to be a business decision. The next step is also a business decision. We're going to be determining the maximum tolerable downtime, the MTD. This is the amount of time that the service can be unavailable before it starts causing significant harm. So our maximum tolerable downtime. We're also going to determine what the recovery point objective. Remember, recovery point is data. So how much data can we afford to lose in this process? If we can say we can afford to lose 1 hour of data, our recovery point is an hour. If it's 24, it would be 24 hours. So these are all business decisions across the top line. Then we bring in technology decisions. We're identifying the infrastructure, services that others may provide, the dependencies. So here we're looking at more technological type of components. And then we're going to determine what is our current recovery point objective, our current recovery time objective, and our current work recovery time. In other words, as of right now, how long would it take us to recover the system? How much data could we recover? And is there any manual time that's required to bring the system back to the point in time that's desired? We're going to compare the two, so our desired state and our current state, and we'll have a gap analysis, and then generally that will then be reported to management. So let's do a case study here. This time we're dealing with Anytime Bank. The Anytime Bank's mission-critical priority is to be able to serve customers 7/24 by 365. So that's going to be an essential service. And to facilitate this, they have an online and mobile banking platform, and they participate in an ATM network. Now, they've determined that they can operate in an offline customer transaction mode for 60 minutes with minimal customer impact, and that they can manually recreate the last 30 minutes of transactions relatively easy, generally within about 10 minutes. Okay, so let's think about what they're telling us. They've got an essential service, which is to serve their customers. So they've got an online and mobile platform and their ATM network. They can operate for 60 minutes in this offline mode before there's significant impact. And they can recreate their last 30 minutes of transactions relatively easily. So let's look at our BI objectives. They're telling us that the maximum tolerable downtime is going to be 60 minutes, because after 60 minutes, it's going to really begin to impact their customers. They're telling us that the recovery point objective, RPO, is 30 minutes, because they're saying we can manually recreate the last 30 minutes of transactions relatively easily, but really more than that, we're going to be in trouble. So our RPO is 30 minutes. The recovery time objective, which is going to be including their work recovery time, needs to be less than 60 minutes. And we know that it's going to take them 10 minutes of work recovery time, which really is going to mean that their RTO needs to be less than 50 minutes. So let's do a gap analysis. Again, we're starting with all of the same constraints. But here's where we start down here. Currently, the customer account transaction database is replicated every 2 hours. And the estimated failover time to a standby transaction system is 90 minutes. This is the reality. They're saying, well, we actually replicate every 2 hours or every 60 minutes, so the current RPO is really 60 minutes, and it would take us 90 minutes to bring your new system on, which means our RTO is now 90 minutes. So here's our reality. Recovery point objective is really 120 minutes compared to the RPO of 30 minutes, which was the desired state. The recovery time reality is 100 minutes, the 90 minutes of failover for the system plus the 10 minutes of the work recovery time, compared to the desired state of less than 60 minutes. So you can see that we wanted to know what we really need for the business, plus what our current state is, and make a comparison. And then based on those comparisons, it will be up to management to make a decision of do they need to make additional investments to meet their expectations, or do they need to adjust their expectations. So your required knowledge in this area is you need to understand the objective of a business impact analysis, and you'll see that as a BIA, and you need to understand the BIA metrics: maximum tolerable downtime, recovery point objective, recovery time objective, and work recovery time. So that's what you need to know. So welcome to Domain 1 Security and Risk Management exam practice questions. Now we're going to be going through a series of questions, and I'm going to walk you through both the answers and how I would approach those questions. So question 1. The terminology associated with this type of risk assessment is scenario-based and descriptive. Now remember earlier on, I talked about the fact that when you're approaching the exam, one of the tricks is to just see if you can answer the question before you even read the answers, because it may tap directly into your knowledge. If that doesn't work, well, you always want to answer your questions, and you're not penalized for getting a wrong answer. So you don't want to skip any. At worst, you have a 1 in 4. And at best, you know it right off the bat, and otherwise, maybe we start eliminating. So again, the terminology associated with this type of risk assessment is scenario-based and descriptive. Well, maybe you thought, oh gosh, I can't remember what that is. Well, then let's start eliminating. If you look at your 4 choices, and you're always going to want to read your answers: subjective, qualitative, NIST compliant, and quantitative. Well, right off the bat, you can probably get rid of 2, because remember, we talked about the 2 primary types of risk assessments are qualitative and quantitative. So if we eliminate subjective and we eliminate NIST compliant, well, now you've got a 50-50 chance. And now it's a matter of going back and really thinking about this. Was it qualitative or quantitative? And perhaps you can remember what one of them was. Quantitative was the one that we worked through with all of our various calculations, so it must be qualitative. Now, the other way to do it, remember, was if you just said type of risk assessment is scenario-based and descriptive, if you just went, hey, that's qualitative, well, good, you can mark that. But remember, always read all of the answers before making your final choice. Okay, so which of the following formulas is correct? This would be the type of a question I would expect you to get. Remember, we talked about 3 formulas. We talked about ALE, SLE, and cost-benefit. So right off the bat, as you go through these, you should be able to eliminate what's not even a formula. Remember, ARO was going to be annualized rate of occurrence. That's just a static number. That's not a formula. AV, that's the asset value, and while there are a number of pieces that can make up that value, that wasn't a formula we looked at either. ALE, that was a formula. ALE, annualized loss expectancy, equals SLE, single loss expectancy, times ARO. Sounding good. Really like that answer, but let's make sure we read all 4 answers. Now we get SLE equals EF times ARO. Exposure factor times the annualized rate of occurrence, that doesn't make any sense. Matter of fact, the correct one would be SLE equals EF times asset value, if we were going to correct that particular calculation. So let's go back to the answer that we thought was correct, and it still is correct, which is ALE equals SLE times ARO. And we're off to our next question. Now you might run into some drag and drop questions, as I showed you earlier. Remember, drag and drop are really just a fancy way of having multiple choice. And really, we're almost getting 2 different multiple choices here. Our first multiple choice would be, in a quantitative risk assessment, which of the following describes likelihood, and which of the following describes impact. So don't get nervous about these. They're just another way of presenting a multiple choice. So in a quantitative risk assessment, something describes likelihood and something else describes impact. Well, if we go through cost doesn't make any sense. ARO, annualized rate of occurrence. Remember, that was how often something might happen, right? So that's going to be the likelihood, or how often it would happen. Probability, kind of a good answer, but probability describes likelihood. Probability wasn't a term we really used. Magnitude describes impact. Well, we sometimes talk about the magnitude of impact, but remember we're talking about a quantitative risk assessment here, so we want to look for the terms that has a lot to do with a quantitative risk assessment. So that's going to be our EF, or our exposure factor. So in a quantitative risk assessment, that's our key, ARO, annualized rate of occurrence, describes likelihood, and exposure factor describes impact. On to the next. Which of the following choices best describes a risk management activity? Now here's an interesting one, because as you read through your choices, you're saying, well, all of these are kind of risk management. Identifying associated vulnerabilities, calculating annualized rate of occurrence, authorizing risk assessment, reviewing previous risk assessments, and you might say, hey, those are all kind of part of my risk management program. But when we describe a top-level activity like risk management, what you want to do is you want to look for the more managerial activity. So who in the organization can really do something managerial, I guess we'll use that term again. So identifying associated vulnerabilities, calculating annualized rate of occurrence, well, those are really part of the risk assessment process, but not necessarily a management process. Authorizing risk acceptance, definitely going to be a management process. Or reviewing previous risk assessments could be, but better chance that authorizing risk acceptance is going to be the right answer. This one's a confusing one, and you may want to take out a piece of paper and a pencil and work on this, because we're going to get lots of numbers here and you're going to have to figure out a piece of the equation. The cost-benefit calculation for a new control is negative $9,000. That means when they did the cost-benefit, there was a loss of $9,000, which would have told us that we don't really have a benefit, that the cost is greater than the benefit. So assuming an ALE1 is $30,000 and ALA2 is $19,000, the question is, what's the cost of the new control? Well, if you're writing this down, remember that when we're doing our cost-benefit, it's ALE1 minus ALA2, so the difference between ALE1 and ALA2, minus the cost of the new control is going to give us our cost-benefit. So what are we missing? Well, we have ALE1 and ALA2, which would be $30,000 minus $19,000 is $11,000. And we know that in this case that $11,000 minus something, the cost of the new control, is negative $9,000. So the difference between a positive $11,000 and negative $9,000 is going to be $20,000. So you're going to have wanted to write this one down. Write it down. You've got a board that you can write it or a marker on. Write the equation, see what's missing, and then fill it in. On to our next. Another drag and drop. This time they're telling us to complete the equation. Well, if we have an equation, we know we're going to have our three factors. So this was SLE, single loss expectancy. It'd be really helpful if you say, I know what an SLE is. SLE is going to be AV times EF. But if you can't remember it that way, you might start looking at the others and start trying to just narrow it down. We know an SLE has nothing to do with replacement costs necessarily, so we're going to get rid of that. You really haven't seen impact factor as one of your calculations. ALE is after we've calculated our SLE. ARO is annualized rate of occurrence. So as we start thinking these through, let's start with, well, that single loss expectancy was going to be our asset value, and it's going to be our asset value times our exposure factor. So you want to eliminate the other ones, and also be on the lookout for when abbreviations are used and when they're not. AV might be written as asset value or AV. Exposure factor might be written as exposure factor or EF. So even in the acronyms, make sure you always know what the acronyms stand for. All right, on to our next. Anytime Booksellers has determined that they would lose customers if their e-commerce website was unavailable for more than 3 minutes. Loss or corruption of more than 2 minutes of data is unacceptable. Which of the following best describes the requirements? Now they're talking to us about RTOs, recovery time objectives, RPOs, recovery point objectives, and MTD, maximum tolerable downtime. Those are all the components in our answer. So if we go back through our question, what they're really telling us that we can't have this website unavailable for more than 3 minutes. That's telling us our maximum tolerable downtime is 3 minutes. And they're saying that they can only afford to lose no more than 2 minutes of data. So loss or corruption more than 2 minutes of data. So our recovery point objective, data is recovery point, right? So our recovery point objective is going to be 2 minutes. So I would write these down just to make it clear so I don't get confused, that my MTD, my maximum tolerable downtime, is 3, and my recovery point objective, or my RPO, is 2. So let's try to find an answer where our MTD is 3 and our RPO is 2. And it looks like right here, RPO equals 2, MTD equals 3. Now they're going to try to trip you up a little bit. Look, we have one that's just the opposite. MTD equals 2, RPO equals 3. So write down your answer and then read through your answers slowly to make sure that you are making the right choice. All right, off to our next one. Now, you may get some drag and drop that's going to require you to put items in the correct order. You'll also notice over on the right-hand side of my screen that I have a scroll bar. Want to be on the lookout for that because the scroll bar tells you that there's more than what you see on the screen, and you want to make sure that you don't miss those answers or those pieces there. So really what they're saying is we need to arrange the following in the correct order. But it's not even telling us what the process is. So I need to start looking through the question. Let's see, reporting to management, could be anything. Identifying essential services and MTD, maximum tolerable downtime. Maybe this is a BIA. Let me continue on. Recovery point objective, determining the current objectives. That should then trip off to me that, oh, this is definitely the process for a BIA. So let's put the BIA in the correct order. Well, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to identify our essential services. Now, if you remember back in our flow chart, we're going to identify essential services, and then the next step was identify the maximum tolerable downtime. Don't be surprised if you see steps combined, in this case, identify essential services and maximum tolerable downtime, and don't let that throw you off. So the next thing we said we needed to do, because these were business decisions, was determine the recovery point objective. So we've made our business decisions on essential services, maximum tolerable downtime, and our recovery point objective. We then needed to identify our infrastructure and dependencies, so I'm dragging that into number 3. Then we're going to say, well, okay, that's what we need. What do we really have, though? That's where we're going to determine the current RPO, the RTO, and WRT, right? The current recovery point objective, recovery time objective, and work recovery time. We'll conduct a gap analysis between our desired state and our current state and report to management. So identify essential services and MTD, determine the recovery point objective, identify the infrastructure and the dependencies, determine the current RPO, RTO, and WRT, conduct the gap analysis, and report to management. And there you go. So let's move on to the next. So question 9, which of the following is least relevant to a BIA discussion? Now we want to pick up on the word least, and that a BIA is a business impact analysis. So let's read our 4 answers. Current restore and recovery timeframes, non-essential business processes, infrastructure, and dependencies. Now our answer is going to be non-essential business processes. But you want to be careful, because if you had read that quickly, you might have read it as essential business processes and then been tempted to choose another answer, which would have been wrong. So we're going to choose our second answer here, non-essential business processes. And number 10 is going to be a hotspot question. Now, a hotspot question, as I discussed earlier, is one where you're going to be given a diagram or pictures, and you're going to have to point to the correct answer. And again, here we've got a scroll bar, so that tells us we're going to have to scroll down to see all our choices. Really important, because if you didn't scroll down, you might only see the 3. So Anytime Booksellers has determined that they can tolerate 0.01% downtime for their website. So they're telling us that they really have to be up almost all of the time. Matter of fact, 99.99%. And they're asking you which architecture would best suit the requirement. Now, this is a question I would expect to see in our disaster recovery area, or talking about business continuity or business impact analysis, and thinking about what are the various options. Now, these were things that we didn't cover in the lessons, but things that you need to know. So they're saying a hot site, which is another site that has all of my systems, and maybe I'm replicating some data to. A reciprocal site, a site that I say, well, you can use my site, company B, if I can use your site. Maybe having a virtualized environment, that's cool. That allows us to stand up servers quickly. A multi-site, high availability cluster, wow, that's telling us that we are geographically dispersed, we have high availability for quick failover, and it's in a cluster, so we're not dependent just on any one system. Or out in the cloud. All are fairly reasonable choices for having good options, but really what we wanted to say is probably the multi-site, high availability cluster. Now with a drag and drop, if you put your pointer in the wrong place, don't panic. You can always grab the pointer and move it to the choice that you want. So congratulations, you passed. We got 100% off and running. Good job. See you in the next lesson. The Asset Security Domain CBK includes classifying, managing, securing, and ensuring the privacy of information assets and the supporting infrastructure throughout the lifecycle. The topics we're going to focus on are privacy concepts and information lifecycle with an emphasis on archiving and end of life. Now at the end of every sublesson, there'll be an Anytown mini case study, and at the end of the lesson, I'm going to guide you through 10 multiple choice and advanced innovative exam practice questions with a focus on test-taking strategies. Now, privacy is kind of a foreign concept for many security professionals. We are so focused on safeguarding information that we don't pay a lot of attention to privacy. But it's important that you do, because as we move forward in cybersecurity, we're truly having a convergence between security and privacy. So I want to make sure that you're familiar with some very key privacy concepts as well as some privacy laws and regulations. So let's start with defining privacy. Privacy is the right of an individual to control the use of his or her personal information. I'm going to say that again. Privacy is the right of an individual to control the use of his or her personal information. So what is personal information? Well, personal information could be discrete sets of information, could be your social security number, could be your financial account number, a password, a PIN, a driver's license number, a passport number, a medical record, educational records, biometric data. These are things that are either identifying you or could be used in the course of identity theft or just some very personal things about you. Now, you might see personal information abbreviated sometimes as PI, PII, or NPPI. Personal information, personally identifiable information, or non-public personal information. But privacy extends beyond these things that are defined in law and in some cases legally protected to really include your shopping habits, your search engine queries, browsing history, email, pictures, location, even your GPS travel. And if you think about all the devices we have now that's gathering all of that information, you can see how as security professionals, we really have an obligation to both understand why something's being collected, if it even should be collected, and then if it is collected, is it being used correctly and it is being safeguarded appropriately. So there are some privacy principles that it's very important that you are aware of. The first is the OECD privacy principles. Now, the OECD is the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, and it is the most commonly used framework in terms of privacy principles, and it is the foundation of a number of legislative actions. Now, the principles include collection limitation, data quality, purpose specification, use limitation, security safeguards, openness, individual participation, and accountability. Well, what does that mean? Well, collection limitation means that a collection of data should be lawful and it should be transparent. Data quality means that the data that we are collecting is accurate and kept up to date. Purpose specification says you should know how you're going to use the data before you collect it, that you can't go and collect a whole bunch of data and say, now I know how I'm going to use it. Use limitation goes right along with that, which is once you've collected data, you should only use it for the stated purpose. Security safeguard means that we need to keep that data safe from unauthorized access and misuse. Openness means that we should be transparent about what our privacy principles are and our actions. Individual participation means that the individuals whose data has been collected should have the right to know that their data has been collected, to request what information has been collected, and to be able to change it, to make it up to date, or even delete it if it's not accurate. And then accountability, which means that any organization that does collect data should be accountable for all of these principles. You can see on your screen that there is a link to the OECD Privacy Framework PDF. If you just go out to the oecd.org site, you can just search for the Privacy Framework. Definitely worth reading. You might want to make a note to yourself. Start on page 14. It's got a pretty lengthy introduction. So there are some privacy laws that you absolutely must know about. You need to recognize what the laws are, what the jurisdiction is, as well as what information that it impacts. So starting with some U.S. regulations, we have GLBA, that's Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act. That's a U.S. regulation from 1999, and it affects financial records. So primarily applies to financial institutions or any other organization that might have records related to credit or finance. The second is another U.S. regulation, HIPAA, the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, and that pertains to medical or health records. Both GLBA and HIPAA have both privacy and security requirements. The next one is FERPA, and FERPA relates to the privacy of student educational records. Then we get to the Federal Privacy Act. That's another U.S. regulation that pertains to data collected by the U.S. government. COPPA, C-O-P-P-A, is another U.S. regulation, and that stands for the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act. And that pertains to online collection and use of data for minors under 13. And that recently went through an overhaul, so it extended the protections to screen names, to geolocations, and to avatars. Then we move over to Europe, and in Europe there are two regulations that you want to be aware of. One is the Data Protection Directive, and that is a directive that pertains to collection of data of EU citizens. And then the EU cookie law, and that's the requirement that a website inform about any cookie information it's collecting and get consent. So GLBA, HIPAA, FERPA, the Federal Privacy Act, COPPA, again all US, and then the Data Protection Directive and the cookie law. Those are both EU. So let's look at a case study on privacy compliance. Anytime Hospital has launched a new international patient education portal. Well, right away, we're seeing that it's international, so we've got to start thinking about more than U.S. regulations. And they're also a hospital, so we should start thinking, I wonder if there's going to be any HIPAA requirements. Now, the registration process requires patient name, date of birth, social security number, and driver's license numbers. So now we're getting into some NPPI, or non-public personal information, that may be restricted by law, and also will have some security breach notification requirements. Now, with the exception of the driver's license number, this information is matched to a patient record. The patient portal is hosted by a third party. So the hospital doesn't even have this information. It's hosted by a third party and then backed up to a cloud service provider. So now this same data is in 3 locations. Perhaps it's being used by the hospital, it's in the patient portal hosted by a third party, and backed up to a cloud service provider. And the site drops a cookie on the patient device, which health videos are watched, and it sells that information to potential advertisers. So they're doing these cookies, persistent cookies, and they're going to sell that information. So there's a lot going on here in terms of thinking about privacy. So what are some of the privacy compliance issues that you might take away from this case? Well, there are applicable privacy regulations, might include HIPAA because of the tie to a health or medical record. The EU Data Protection Directive, which is rules around what we can collect from citizens and the privacy, again, because this is an international portal. The EU cookie law, because we're collecting information, we're collecting cookie information without either asking for it or getting consent. And lastly, U.S. state laws. Now, there are a number of states across the country that have breach notification laws, and those breach notification laws are very specific to NPPI. So if you have a compromise or an exposure potentially of social security number or a passport number or financial information. So in this case, there hasn't been a breach, but they need to be thinking about all of the information they collect and what they might have to do if there was a breach or a compromise. Privacy principle violations could include collection limitation. Looks like we're collecting driver's license numbers, but for no particular reason. We don't know why we're doing that. data quality and purpose specification. We're collecting information, but we haven't specified the purpose, and we really haven't talked about how we're going to use this. And matter of fact, it looks like we're going to use maybe information for purposes unrelated to health records, for financial purposes. So that impacts use limitation as well as security safeguards, because the same data is maybe held at the hospital, but it's also at the third-party hosting site and at a cloud service provider. So just in this very small vignette, there's a lot of privacy issues to think about. And if you were given a case in your exam, if you were given sort of a scenario and then you have a number of questions, you're going to want to approach it by looking at what are all the potential issues here, what are all the pieces, and kind of looking at that case and trying to identify those pieces. So what do you need to know? You want to know the difference between privacy and security. You want to be able to recognize characteristics of PI, PII, or NPPI. You want to have an awareness of the OECD privacy principles, and then you want to know the privacy laws and regulations. So that's what you need to know. So the information lifecycle has some very distinct components, starting from when we collect data. Remember, we have to think about our privacy principles when we're collecting data, through its use. At the same time it's used, we may be doing archiving, or we have retention policies, and then towards the end of destruction and deletion. And somewhere in there, you may end up with a legal hold. So in this lesson, what we're going to talk about is retention, archiving, deletion, destruction, and legal hold. We talked about collection under privacy. We're not going to be discussing use. So let's start with retention. Retention is a protocol or a set of rules that say how long an organization must keep or retain types of unaltered data. Now, unaltered data, we're really referring to data in its original form that hasn't been modified. Archiving is different. Archiving is the process of securely storing unaltered data for the retention period. So retention is the rules, archiving is the process. Now, backup and replication is different than archiving. Backup and replication is the process of making copies of data to ensure recoverability. They are very distinct processes, because in backup and replication, the original document and the original data could be modified or it could be deleted. When we're archiving, we're dealing with unmodified data, and obviously it can't be deleted. A copy of it gets made and put away. A legal hold is the requirement for an organization to preserve all forms of relevant information when there is litigation or audit or government investigation is reasonably anticipated. Now, the objective is to avoid evidence spoliation by making modifications or actually deleting or destroying evidence. What's important about a legal hold is that it could supersede your retention policies in your archive process. So, for example, perhaps you don't have a retention policy for email. So you're not archiving it, but a legal hold is in place, and now you're asked to make sure that you keep copies of all correspondence and email between perhaps client A and client B. At that point, even though that's not in your normal retention policy and archiving process, you will be asked to maintain original, non-modified copies. E-discovery is a term sometimes you'll hear related to legal hold, and that refers to any process in which electronic data is sought, located, secured, and searched with the intent of using it as evidence in a criminal or civil case. Federal rules of civil procedure and federal rules of evidence do apply to this process of producing electronically stored information. So a legal hold says you must keep this information, and then generally the next step will be the e-discovery process, where that data is going to be searched and potentially used as evidence. So now we're at the deletion stage. You're done with the data. You want to get rid of it. So we have to think about data deletion and what it really means. Well, in its most simple form, when you delete a file, the corresponding entry in a master file table is removed, and the master file table entry is marked as ready to be reused. But that's separate from the data itself. When you just hit delete, that data still sits there. The original file remains intact until the space is used and the original file is overwritten. Now, potentially all or part of a deleted file or the master file entry can be recovered in a forensic process, and that's known as data remnants. So when we want to delete data that really needs to securely be deleted, sending it into the trash can or even hitting delete or shift delete where it says, do you want to permanently delete, is not enough. We need to be thinking about ways, how do we securely delete data at the end of its life cycle? So you need to know the 3 techniques for secure deletion. Our objective of secure deletion is to ensure that the deleted file or file fragments cannot be retrieved or reconstructed. So the three methods you need to know and be able to recognize: disk wiping, degaussing, and shredding. Disk wiping overwrites all addressable storage and indexing location multiple times, so both the master table and the storage location itself. I want you to recognize the U.S. DoD Department of Defense 5220.22-M as a standard that is a method that requires overriding all addressable storage and indexing locations on the drive 3 times, first with zeros, and then with a complement 0xFF, and then with random characters, and verifies all writing procedures. So when you see US DoD 5220.22-M, you should think, aha, disk wiping. That's a standard. Now, the only exception to that is going to be solid-state drives that may require a manufacturer-specific utility. Solid-state drives are just kind of a different animal than our platter-based drives.
Degaussing involves using a machine or a wand that produces this really strong electromagnetic field to destroy all the magnetically recorded data. Now, you will sometimes see that as a machine that you put a platter into. Sometimes you'll see it as a wand. Sometimes it's even just this huge machine that you just have to throw everything in. It does all the degaussing. So these are 3 pictures of different types of degaussing mechanisms. And then lastly, there's shredding. Shredding means that we actually take the platters and we put them through a shredding machine so that it breaks it up into very, very small pieces. The exception I want to point out to you on that is our solid-state drives, because solid-state drives employ memory chips instead of spinning platters to store the information. So a shred width of 1/2 inch or smaller is needed to break through the small memory chips and really get rid of all of that data. Wiping, degaussing, and shredding. Let's take a look at a case study, an information lifecycle management. We've got Anytime Hospital. Now, they're required by HIPAA regulations. Remember, we said the HIPAA was going to be security and privacy regulations to retain 7 years of policy documentation. So that's going to be a retention. We're retaining 7 years of policy documentation. Additionally, the hospital's internal policy is to maintain 10 years of patient medical records and 7 years of patient financial records. Okay, so that's retention policy: 7 years policy documentation, 10 years patient medical records, and 7 years of patient financial. Data is replicated every hour to an off-site data center. On June 1st, the hospital received a notice of potential litigation regarding patient John Doe, which applied to all the records and correspondence. Accordingly, all documentation pertaining to John Doe is archived to an external solid-state drive. Once the case is completed, the data on the drive needs to be securely erased. Again, lots going on here, but if you're given scenario-based questions, be aware that you're going to get a lot of extraneous information, things that really don't matter, and you want to sort of just read through all of that. So let's look at what some of our life cycle considerations should be. Well, first of all, they told us that replication is happening every hour to an off-site data center. Now, I want to just stress that replication is not the same as archiving. Archiving ensures that records are saved in their original state and cannot be altered or deleted. That a legal hold supersedes an internal policy. So they have internal retention policies, but this legal hold is going to supersede all of those policies. And lastly, they talk about the fact that they're going to put the data on an external solid-state drive, and once the case is completed, they need to securely erase it. You want to remember that securely wiping a solid-state drive may require a manufacturer-specific utility. Alternately, the drive can be shredded, and degaussing will not work on a solid state. So even in this small vignette, a lot to think about and recognize. Required knowledge: difference between retention, replication, and archiving. Have just a basic familiarity with legal hold, e-discovery, federal rules of civil procedure, and federal rules of evidence. Just know what they apply to. And then be sure that you know and can recognize the methods of secure destruction. That's wiping, degaussing, and shredding. So that's what you need to know.
We have 10 questions that we're going to go through. Some are going to be multiple choice, we'll have some drag and drop, and some hotspot. So Anytime Hospital gift shop POS system was the target of a successful cybercrime attack. The POS system stored product SKUs, zip codes, and transaction amounts. Is this information legally protected? And so going back to that, can I answer the question before I even see the answers? point of sale system, we've got SKUs, zip codes, and transactions. You need to be thinking about, is that legally protected? Is an MPPI? Well, the answer is going to be no. SKUs, zip codes, and transaction amounts are not NPPI. But let's read through our answers. Our first one was no. SKUs, zip codes, and transaction amounts are not legally protected. Cool, we like that one. But don't answer until you've read through all of your questions. Yes, zip codes and transactions are classified as MPPI. No, that's not going to be true. But zip code is public information. And transaction, we're just talking about transaction amounts here. We weren't told that there was any disclosure of any credit card information, just the transaction amounts. So that's not going to be MPPI. Maybe, depends on the number of records. Well, that one might seem tempting because those of you who know PCI DSS might say, well, depending on the number of records, it could be, it's a payment card system. But remember, focus just on the information you were given, transaction amounts, not details about the transaction. And yes, patient information is legally protected under HIPAA. Well, you could get tripped up on this because it's a hospital gift shop, but that has nothing to do with really the question. The fact it happens to be in a hospital, but there is no patient information. So back to the first answer we liked best, which is no, SKUs, zip codes, and transaction amounts are not legally protected. Off to our next question. Anytime Arcade offers online games, the games are targeted to children ages 7 to 14. The site collects geolocation information. Players are encouraged to upload their pictures to use as an avatar. And the question is, are there any privacy-related regulations with which they must comply? Let's read through our answers. Yes, COPA, because geolocation and photos. Now that sounds good, we like that. But let's keep going. Yes, COPA, because the target audience is under 21. Oh my gosh, now I've got two COPAs. I like COPA as my answer, so where do I go with that? Well, I'm going to keep reading. Yes, DMCA, because video games are considered IP. That's the Copyright Act, but this has nothing to do with intellectual property, so we're going to get rid of that. Yes, FERPA, as the players are students. Well, we don't care, there's no student records. So we're going to eliminate those last two. So now we're back to COPA because of geolocation and photos, which looks good, or COPA because the target audience is under 21. Well, hopefully what you've remembered is COPA is really for the target audience under the age of 13, so we can get rid of the under 21. And yes, it's actually true that the new update of COPA is very specific about geolocation and photos. So that's going to be our answer. You'll also notice that there was a scroll bar on the right-hand side, but in this case there wasn't any other data. Sometimes those scroll bars show up, and you always want to check to make sure there's nothing else. All right, on to the next question. Which of the following statements best define the concept of privacy? Now you're going to find that all the answers are somewhat related to privacy, so we're going to focus in on this word best defined. The right of an individual to opt out of use and data collection. Well, that's part of privacy, but perhaps doesn't best define it. The right of an individual to conduct their daily lives unnoticed. That would be nice, probably not realistic, kind of related to privacy, but doesn't really define it. The right of an individual to be compensated for use of their personal information. Now, going to be nice perhaps if you were compensated if someone used your information, but that's really not the basic concept. And lastly, we're going to find one we like here, the right of an individual to control the use of their personal information. The right of the individual to control the use. That's going to best define the concept of privacy. So you're going to want to read through these all slowly and remembering that you're being asked for which best defines, not which is related to the concept of privacy or could be used to explain why you care about privacy. It's best define the concept of privacy. We're at another drag and drop here. This is a fairly long one. It's kind of just a multiple choice in lots of pieces. And here we're being asked to select the terms to correctly complete the sentence. And if we look down at our answers, really what we're given is various contractual and regulatory obligations that relate to privacy and security. So what I would suggest when you get to one of these is you could read through all of it and start at the top, or you could read through it and say, well, let me do the ones I know best. So maybe you're used to going to the doctors and you get to this one that says blank applies to the privacy and security of medical records. Oh, look, there's HIPAA. So we're going to drag HIPAA right up here, applies to the privacy and security of medical records. Our goal is to kind of whittle down the answers to maybe if there's some you don't know, you can then make your best choice. So our next one that we have is applies to the privacy and security of financial records. Oh, maybe I remember getting those GLBA notices, privacy notices in the mail. Oh my goodness, applies to the privacy of educational records. Maybe I can't remember it, but something is based on the OECD principles. Well, that's going to be the Data Privacy Directive. Oh, but I put it in the wrong place. So now I want to not get flustered and say what happened. I just want to drag it to the right place. Something requires parental consent for data collection. Well, that's one that you would have learned maybe from a previous question where you said, oh yeah, COPA. So now we're going to move COPA there. Applies to the security of payment card data. Well, that's going to be PCI. And that just leaves my one choice, so I couldn't remember which one was applies to the privacy of educational records, but I've got FERPA. And there we go. So using this strategy allowed us to drag the answers we knew for sure, then use the ones that we were kind of sure of, and then really we had just one left over, so it fell into the right place for us. So off to the next question. Anytime law firm has requested that the court issue a legal hold for all correspondence between Anytime Bank and Joe Smith. Now, if the court agrees, which action is most appropriate for Anytime Bank? In this case, we have a legal hold. Delete all past correspondence? Probably not a good idea. Restore correspondence from tape? No, they haven't asked us to do any e-discovery. They haven't asked us to go back and do any search. They're just saying, hold, you can't delete anything that you currently have, and you need to start archiving anything going forward. So I like this one, archive current and future correspondence, but I'm going to read all the answers, ignore the order. Probably another bad idea. So we got rid of right away, delete all past correspondence, and ignore the order. Maybe you're looking between the two, but remember, you were only given a legal hold. It wasn't an e-discovery search yet. So we're going to go with archive current and future correspondence. Question 6, which of the following best describes the difference between archiving and backup? Hopefully you can think about this before you even look at the answers, but let's go through our options. Archiving is discretionary, backup is mandatory. That doesn't sound right. Archiving must comply with the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. We know that that's not going to be true. Federal Rules of Civil Procedure deal with evidence. Archiving has a retention period. Backups do not. Well, that sounds kind of true, right? We archive because we have a retention policy, but we may have a retention policy on our backups as well. So let's discard that answer. We get to the last one, and we really like this one. Archiving objective is retention. Backup objective is recovery. So we're going to choose that last answer. This is going to be a hotspot. So we're given 3 pictures, and we're told to choose the picture that best illustrates the process of degaussing. So you want to point at the correct area of the image, and you're going to drag a hotspot marker to change its position. Well, if we look through these 3, looks like we've got a magnetic wand going across the platter. Looks like here we're running a software program. And here, this is going to be a picture of what looks like a shredder. It says data destruction. Well, degaussing isn't going to be putting your dry platter into a shredder, and it's not software because it's a process of using a magnetic field. So we're going to click on our wand, and that's going to be our best answer. Question 8, when a file is deleted, which of the following is not true? Watch out for these double negatives, not true here. Not true just means which of the following is false. And sometimes when I get these, I'll just jot a little note to myself that says false. That way I don't get tripped up again with this word true. The MFT table documents the area as available. Well, that's true. The OS marks the drives 3 times with zeros. I don't think that's true, because remember, when we delete a file, all it's doing is getting rid of the pointer record, not the original data. So let's continue. The corresponding file pointer in the MFT is removed. Well, we know that that's true. And the original data remains intact until overwritten. That's true. So the first one was true, the third one was true, the fourth one was true. That's going to make our second choice false. And we'll move on from there. Question 9, remember I told you that you want to remember what the DoD 5220.22m specification is. So US DoD 5220.22m specification pertains to what destruction method? Shredding, wiping, deletion, or degaussing. Hopefully you've just committed this one to memory, and it's going to be disk wiping. And our last question. The European Union data protection legislation is closely tied to which principle? Now here it's going to be really helpful if you can recognize all of the principles in the list. Zachman, OECD privacy principles, the NIST Cybersecurity Framework, and the ISO 27000 Information Systems Management System. Well, Zachman is really a framework that has nothing to do with privacy. We know that the OEC privacy principles do. The NIST Cybersecurity Framework is all about controls and maturity. And then ISO 27000, again, is a management system and really has much more to do with certification. So we like the OECD privacy principles best. And we did it again. Congratulations, our practice exam results, 100%, and we are well on our way to acing that exam. See you in the next lesson. The Security Engineering Domain CBK includes conceptual information security models and frameworks, design principles, system architecture, assessing and mitigating architecture, cloud, web, mobile, and remote vulnerabilities, cryptography, database security, and physical security controls. The topics that we're going to focus on are security models, database security, and cryptography, including ciphers, algorithms, symmetric and asymmetric encryption, hashing, digital signatures, cryptographic protocols, and cryptographic attacks. Now, at the end of each sublesson, there'll be an Anytown case study, and at the end of the lesson, I'll guide you through 25 multiple choice and advanced innovative exam practice questions with a focus on test-taking strategies. So you must be able to recognize and define the star and the simple properties. Now, star and simple properties describe what a subject can do to an object. Remember, a subject is an active entity and an object is a passive entity. Star, which you'll also see written as an asterisk, implies write. Simple implies read. So whenever you see the star or the asterisk, think write. Whenever you see the word simple, it's read. Now we're going to apply those properties to two very important security models, Bell-LaPadula and BIBA. So the goal of the Bell-LaPadula model is confidentiality. You need to commit that to memory, but also when you see how we apply the star and simple properties, it's all going to fall into place and make sense. The Bell-LaPadula confidentiality simple rule says that a subject cannot read data at a higher security level, and that's referred to as no read up, which means that I can't read data at a level that I am not clear to. So data that is more confidential, I'm not allowed to read. So there's no read up. And the star, or the write confidentiality rule, says a subject cannot write information to a lower security level, which is no write down. I can't write down in this model because I might know something that if I wrote it to a lower security level, somebody who didn't have the clearance to know that information would learn it. So we have to make sure that we're not reading up, we're not learning more than we should know, and we're not writing down, we're not sharing information that perhaps we shouldn't share to a lower security level. Conversely, the goal of the BIBA model is integrity. The simple, or the read integrity rule, says that a subject can't read data at a lower security level. Now, why not? Why no read down? Well, because the theory is that somebody at a lower security level might not have all the facts. They might not know everything. So if we read at a lower security level, what we know might get contaminated, or we might even capture some false information. So we can't read down. And the write rule says we can't write up to a higher security level. No write up. Why? Well, because we might not have the complete picture. And if we write an incomplete or false or inaccurate information to a higher security level, we might contaminate their information. So no read down, so what we know doesn't get contaminated, and no write up, so that someone at a higher security level information doesn't get contaminated. So while Bell-LaPadula was confidentiality, BIBA is integrity. And these models can actually work together. So let's look at a matrix of our simple and star rules, or simple and write rules. Bell-LaPadula, confidentiality. Our read rule, a subject cannot read data at a higher security level, no read up. Our write rule, a subject cannot write information to a lower security level, no write down. BIBA is integrity, a subject cannot read data at a lower level, no read down. And a subject cannot write information at a higher security level, no write up. And if you can remember that Bell-LaPadula is confidentiality and BIBA is integrity, the rest of these rules will totally fall into place for you. So let's do a little case study to apply the star and simple properties. We have anytime security has two objects that they need to secure. Object A stores multiple levels of confidential information. Well, as soon as we have confidential, we should be thinking about Bella Padula, that must only be accessed on a need-to-know basis. And object B stores multiple levels of information that must be accurate. And accurate for us is going to relate to integrity. So let's look at the relationship in security models. The security objective of object A was confidentiality. That's Bella Padula. That means no read up, no write down. The security objective of object B is integrity. That's going to be BIBA. Simple. No read down, star, no write up. So, what do you need to know? You need to know what the star and the simple relate to. You need to understand the Bella Padula model, and you need to know the BIBA model. Know these things because I promise there'll be a question on your exam. So welcome to lesson deciphering ciphers and algorithms. So let's start with defining a cipher, because you're going to have lots of questions about ciphers and algorithms probably on your exam. A cipher is just a technique or set of rules that transforms clear text, also called plain text, into an unreadable form, called ciphertext or a cryptogram, and then back to clear text. So basically we're taking plain text and we're going to encrypt it, and our cipher is really just a technique or set of rules that transforms the clear text into the ciphertext. And ciphers have been around pre-Caesar. They've been around for a really long time. So how does that differ from an algorithm? Well, an algorithm is a set of steps to accomplish a task. And a cryptographic algorithm is really just a modern cipher. It's just a mathematically complex set of rules to allow us to take plain text and turn it into ciphertext and bring it back again to plain text. But our algorithm is generally pretty well known, so it has to have some mystery about it. And the mystery is a crypto variable, which is also called a key. The crypto variable is a value that's used with an algorithm, and the key, or the crypto variable, dictates what part of the algorithm will be used, in what order, and with what values. If we didn't have a key and the algorithm was just widely published, well, everybody would know how you encrypt and decrypt. So the key, that's our secret or our mysterious piece. So we've got to keep it protected because it is going to be secret. And we want it to be as long or as complex as we can really handle based on what we're doing or what's appropriate for the information we're storing. So key space is the number of possible key combinations. An 8-bit key would be 2 to the 8th or 256 possible combinations. If we used an 8-bit key, you could see just how quickly the encryption could be cracked. But a 256-bit key, well, that's 2 to the 256, which is an enormous number of possibilities. It's 1.1578 times 10 to the 77th possible keys. I mean, just an extraordinary, enormous universe of possibilities, which would make it very, very difficult and time-consuming and resource-intensive to ever break. So let's look at some cipher characteristics that you need to know. Now, these are for our cryptographic ciphers. They're really going to come in two varieties: a stream cipher, which is going to be linear and work on one bit at a time, or a block cipher that is going to work on multiple bits at a time, known as a block. And in block ciphers, we're going to have two concepts that are important that you recognize. One is called substitution, and the other is called transposition. In substitution, we are just substituting one bit for another. So maybe we're substituting in a very simple cipher like a Caesar cipher in the letter A for the letter C, or the letter X for the letter Y. In a transposition cipher, we are moving the bits around. So substitution is replacement one for one. Transposition is inside that block, we're moving the bits around. So going a little more deeper into this, a stream cipher encodes bits to one at a time. They're using an XOR keystream generator, which is very resource intensive. The visualization I always have in my mind is just a faucet, and it's doing a drip, a drip, a drip, and each one of those bits, each one of those drips are being encoded one at a time. RC4 is probably the most well-known stream cipher, so you should recognize RC4 as a stream cipher. So block ciphers break plain text messages into several blocks. Now, a block cipher algorithm puts the bits within these blocks through several rounds of substitution and transposition. Remember, substitution is we're substituting one bit for another. Transposition is when we're moving the bits around inside the block. The goal is confusion, which is changing values, and diffusion, which is changing order. Now, there are two modes that you need to be familiar with. The first is electronic code book mode, and you'll see that as ECB. And in ECB, each block is independent. And the problem there is it doesn't hide the patterns, so it's not suitable for long messaging. But ECB does do some padding, so if you don't have enough bits to fill a block, it will pad so that there's an equal number of bits in every block. Now, the second mode is cipher block chaining mode. You're going to see that as CBC. Now, that'll include an initialization vector at the beginning of the first block, and then in subsequent blocks, a component of the previous ciphertext is put in the first part of the block in order to leverage randomization. So in this case, we can be using CBC for when we're doing a longer message. So you're going to want to memorize some block ciphers. The ones you're going to want to memorize are DES, which is Data Encryption Standard, Triple DES, part of the Data Encryption Standard family also, and AES, which is Advanced Encryption Standard. Now, you should have studied this previously, that DES uses the DEA algorithm. Its block sizes are 64, its key sizes are 56. It goes through 16 rounds of substitution and diffusion, and it's been broken, so it's easy to crack. Triple DES uses DEA also. It's got a block size of 64. Its key sizes can vary, and you don't need to memorize all the different key sizes, but you have options whether you want to use 2 keys or 3 keys, and it goes through 48 rounds of substitution and diffusion. You do want to remember it goes through 48 rounds of substitution and diffusion. AES, Advanced Encryption Standard, is based on the Rigendel algorithm. It's a block size of 128. It does have variable key sizes, could be 128, 192, or 256. It goes through either 10, 12, or 14 rounds of substitution and diffusion. And the key thing you want to remember about AES is that it is the current U.S. government standard, and it does rely on the Rigendel algorithm. So you want to know that DES, Triple DES, and AES are block ciphers. You should know a little bit about their block size and about rounds, particularly that Triple DES is 48 rounds. And you want to recognize the other block ciphers: IDEA, Blowfish, RC5, RC6, Skipjack, Twofish, and Cast. You want to commit those to memory, that those are block ciphers. So let's work with ciphers and algorithms in our case study. We've got Anytime Revenue Service, and they want to encrypt taxpayer data at rest. And they're looking to use a strong stream cipher with significant key space. So they're telling us that they're going to use a stream cipher. And it's important that they adhere to government standards, so they're considering either RC4 or Triple DES using key 1 equals key 3, the same key for key 1 and key 3. And they want to make sure that internal employees have easy access to the data, so they plan to publish the key on the intranet. All right, so there's a lot going on here in this vignette, and there's some definite errors. So let's see if we can pick out what their errors in planning are. Well, stream ciphers are resource intensive, and they are not suitable for this application. Matter of fact, stream ciphers are generally used for data in transit. They're not used for data at rest because they're so resource intensive. We've really just got to think about them being linear and working on smaller pieces of data, where data at rest is going to be large blocks is the best way to think of it. So stream ciphers are resource intensive, not suitable for the application. Additionally, RC4 is no longer viable, and it is not a government standard. AES has replaced Triple DES as a U.S. government standard. So the other thought was that they wanted to use Triple DES, which doesn't make a lot of sense because in their planning, because Triple DES is on a block cipher, but we do want them to use a block in this case. But AES has replaced Triple DES as a government standard, and AES does support key sizes up to 256-bit. But the security of the cipher depends upon the secrecy of the crypto variable or the key. Their last error is that they want to publish the key on the intranet. So some real errors in planning. And when you're reading through a vignette like this, you want to kind of be able to see how much of that you can pick out. All right, so what do you have to remember? The function of ciphers, algorithms, and keys, stream and block cipher characteristics, and current ciphers and algorithms. And it would be really helpful to recognize block size, key size, and rounds. So that's what you need to know. Symmetric means that we use the same key to encrypt and decrypt. So think about the S in symmetric and the S in same. Symmetric encryption, same key. Now you'll also see symmetric key referred to as a single key, a shared key, or a session key if we're using the key for a single session and it's shared between both sides. So single key, shared key, session key. But the key is that we're using the same key to encrypt and decrypt. So let's just do an illustration of symmetric encryption. We've got some clear text. We're going to apply a cipher, and we're going to use our key. Remember, our key is that mysterious part, the crypto variable. So let's say we're using a key that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is the key value. Turns our clear text into ciphertext. Now it's encrypted. We want to decrypt it, so we're going to use the same cipher. We are going to have to use the same exact key. That's key 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then we end up in clear text. So symmetric, same key to encrypt and decrypt. So how's that different from asymmetric? Well, asymmetric is that we use two keys. It means we have two different but related keys are used. Now that's going to be known as a key pair. One key is used to encrypt and the other is used to decrypt. Now we're going to be talking about different types of key pair, but for our purposes right now, either key can do either. It's really one locks, the other unlocks. The other locks, the first one unlocks. So they are different, but they are mathematically related keys. The key pairs are referred to as a private key and a public key. So private key and public key. And in a subsequent lesson, we're going to look at how do we actually use those keys and where do we even get those keys from. So the asymmetric algorithms that you want to remember include Diffie-Hellman-Merck, Rivest-Shamir-Aldman, RSA, Al-Gamel, and elliptic curve cryptography, ECC. And what you want to remember most about the asymmetric algorithms is that ECC is the current U.S. government standard. So let's look at an asymmetric illustration. In this case, we're starting with clear text. We're going to use a cipher, maybe ECC, and the public key, and we're going to end up with the ciphertext. And on the other side, we want to take that ciphertext and turn it back into plain text. So we're going to use the same cipher, perhaps ECC, and we're going to use the other part of that key pair, in this case it would be the private key, to unlock or decipher, and we'll end up with clear text. Now we could have switched those keys around. It doesn't matter right now. It's just that one locks, the other unlocks. So let's compare the two. Symmetric. Know these. Memorize these. Symmetric is a single shared key. It is computationally efficient. It is difficult to break. We can use very large keys. But key sharing is insecure because I have to share the key. I have to deliver the key in some out-of-band fashion. And it's not scalable. If I'm only sending messages to one person, well, sharing a key is pretty easy. If I'm sending messages to 5 people, well, perhaps that's still manageable. But if I'm sending encrypted messages to thousands of people, think about the issues involved in having to have an out-of-band delivery for each of those keys that have to be unique. So it's not scalable. Asymmetric, on the other hand, uses two related keys, a key pair, but it is computationally intensive because it's not the same key. It's a mathematically related key. It does have smaller key sizes, or key space, if you will, but it's a very effective distribution system for distributing public and private keys, and it is scalable. So be sure that you can compare and contrast symmetric and asymmetric. So let's try to apply it. We've got Anytown Credit Union is configuring a site-to-site VPN. So they're going to control probably both ends. They tell us that, matter of fact, the same administrator will be managing both ends of the connection and the data flow. The criteria for the algorithm and for the key selection is that it is computationally efficient. So both the algorithm and the key selection is that it's computationally efficient. So they're doing that, but then they're doing something else. Anytime Credit Union is also configuring a remote user VPN authentication. And the criteria for the algorithm there and key selection is that it is scalable and that keys can be securely distributed. So two different situations going on at Anytime Credit Union. Well, let's look at our considerations. Symmetric encryption would be appropriate for the site-to-site VPN. It's computationally efficient, and shared key distribution works on both ends because they're controlled by the same administrator. So having to get that key out of band, not a problem, the same administrator on both ends. And it's very computationally efficient, so it meets our criteria. But asymmetric encryption makes sense for the VPN client authentication process because those data packets are small, that the keys can be securely distributed, and the solution is scalable. So a good example here of when we might want to use symmetric and when we might want to use asymmetric. So what do you need to know? You need to know the attributes of symmetric and asymmetric encryption, be able to recognize both, and you need to know what the symmetric algorithms were that we talked about in the last lesson and the asymmetric algorithms that I just introduced you to. That's what you need to know. So welcome to lesson applying asymmetric encryption. We're going to put asymmetric encryption to work. So as a reminder, asymmetric encryption uses two keys. We call that a key pair. One side locks, the other unlocks for encryption and decryption. Those are two different but mathematically related keys, and we're going to refer to them as the public key and the private key. Now the public key is widely distributed. So every user or every system has two keys that are going to use asymmetric. The public key, we want it out in the public. We want everybody to have the copy of the public key. But the corresponding private key must be protected. So in talking about key pair security, public key widely distributed, corresponding key has to be secured. So let's look at our key pairs in action for encryption. Alice has a public and private key pair. Now she freely distributes her public key and she securely stores her private key. So she's the only one that has her private key. Bob wants to send Alice an encrypted message. Bob wants to make sure that whatever he sends, that only Alice can decrypt it. So Bob obtains a copy of Alice's public key, and Bob encrypts the message with Alice's public key. Why does he do that? Because the only key that can be used to decrypt the message will be Alice's private key, and only Alice has a copy of her private key. So let's look at that in a message flow. We've got Bob and Alice. Bob has a plain text message that he wants to send to Alice. He's going to take an asymmetric cipher plus Alice's public key, because it's a key that freely gets distributed, and from that, he's going to end up with an encrypted message. Then Alice is going to use the same asymmetric cipher and her private key, because her private key is the corresponding and mathematically related key to the key that Bob used when he used her public key to encrypt the message. So she's going to use her private key and end up with the plain text message. Simple enough. The key to always remember is that you are going to encrypt using the public key corresponding to the private key of whoever owns that key. In this case, that was Alice. But in reality, the message isn't going to flow like that. We're going to use a hybrid method. And that's because asymmetric cryptography is pretty resource intensive. So in most message flows, we're going to use some combination of both symmetric and asymmetric. So let's look at a hybrid. Bob's got a message he wants to send to Alice. It's a plain text message. What Bob's going to do is he's going to use a symmetric cipher and a shared key. But that key is only going to be used for that session, so it's going to be referred to as a session key. He will then use the symmetric cipher and the session key, perhaps AES, and end up with an encrypted message. Only way that Alice is going to be able to decrypt that message is to use that same session key and that same symmetric cipher. And if she does that, well, she'll have the plain text. But the problem there is that we had to find a way to get her the session key. But because it's a message and it's a block, we really want to use symmetric encryption because it's going to be much more efficient. So now our challenge is, how do we get the session key over to Alice? And asymmetric encryption is what we're going to do with the session key. So Bob's going to take that session key, he's going to use an asymmetric cipher, and he's going to use Alice's public key, because he only wants Alice to be able to get that session key. He's going to have an encrypted session key that'll get sent to Alice. Alice will take an asymmetric cipher and her private key, and now she's going to have the session key. And if you pop back up to the top line, she can now take that decrypted session key, she can use it with a symmetric cipher, and she can decrypt the message that Bob sent her. So in reality, we're tending to use both symmetric and asymmetric together in a message flow. So let's look at a case study for encrypting messages. Bob is our procurement officer at Anytime Medical Supply, and he wants to make sure that all the messages between him and Mary, his Anytime Hospital counterpart, are encrypted. Because the messages are large, they're going to be encrypting the messages using a symmetric algorithm and a shared session key. But Bob's really confused as to how to get the session key to Mary, and he's asked you for instructions. Well, I suppose one option would be that he goes and sees Mary and she actually shares the session key. But assuming that they're not in the same place, she's at Anytime Hospital, he's at Anytime Medical Supply, he needs a good way to get that key to Mary. So let's see what he's going to do. Well, Bob needs to obtain Mary's public key. Mary's public key will be used to encrypt the session key, and the corresponding key, Mary's private key, will be used to decrypt the session key. And then the session key will be used to decrypt the original message. So Bob is going to use our hybrid methodology. So let's see what you have to know. Required knowledge. You need to understand the function of a key pair, that they are mathematically related, and what a private key and public key does. And then you need to recognize public key distribution, the fact that the public key can be widely distributed, and private key security, that we have to keep our private key secure, because that's the way we ensure that only the holder of the private key could be able to decrypt that particular message. That's what you need to know. A hash is a one-way representation or a fingerprint of a string of text. Now, we say one way because this fingerprint or this representation represents whatever the original string of text is, but it doesn't take the place of it. It's not that we're encrypting it. The original stays intact. And we say one way because from the fingerprint or the output, you can't reconstruct the original string of text. Now, a hash function, and we'll be looking more carefully at these, takes input of any length and it creates a fixed length output. Hash values are used to prove integrity. If I take the same string of text and I put it through the same hash function, the output or the fingerprint, or sometimes called a message digest, should be exactly the same. If they're different, we know that the integrity has been disturbed. So one of the issues that we need to address in hashing is the idea of a collision. Now, if an algorithm produces the same value for two different inputs, the result is known as a collision. Now, we use hashing to prove integrity so that every unique input should have a unique output. If we have a collision, we've now disrupted integrity. Now, attackers can attempt to force a collision, and the type of attack that you will hear that's related to collisions is known as a birthday attack. So the birthday paradox tells us that in a random group of 23 people, there's greater than a 50% chance that two people will have the same birthday. So by using brute force techniques, the attacker can attempt to exploit the birthday paradox. So here are some hash algorithms that you must memorize. Message digest, you'll see that referred to as MDX, or MD, a number. Secure hash algorithm, you'll see that as SHA, Havel, and Tiger. Now the top two are the ones you really need to know more about. Message digest, MD something, was created by Ron Rivest back in 1991. The more recent version, MD5, has been shown to be subject to collision attacks and is considered broken. Secure hash algorithm, or SHA, was created by the NSA, the National Security Agency, and published by NIST to be used with the digital signature standard, DSS. The original version, SHA-1, has been shown to be subject to collision attacks as well. Now, the SHA-2 family includes SHA-256, SHA-384, and SHA-512. The other two you don't need to know about the creators, but you want to remember that Havel is a hash algorithm, and it's also been shown to be subject to collision attacks. And then lastly, Tiger, for which there are no known effective attacks on a full 24-round Tiger hash. So what are some effective hash characteristics? Well, hashes should be computationally hard to reverse. Remember, this is supposed to be a one-way representation. It should be repeatable, meaning every time we put the same input through the hash process, the output should be exactly the same. And it should be collision resistant, meaning that different inputs should never result in the same output. So let's look at a hash calculation. What you're looking at is a hash generator for text. This particular hash generator can generate a hash from MD5 or SHA-1 or SHA-256. You can see those are my checksum types. And all we put in here is the Gettysburg address. And so we're going to put in a variable length input. We're going to get a fixed length output. So you can see the output here on the bottom. The hash is E15284C, and it goes on from there. So you can see it down towards the bottom where it says string hash. So remember, we're starting with E152. Now, I'm going to make one simple change. And my one simple change is that I capitalized the first word. So I took 4 from being uppercase F, lowercase O-U-R, to being all uppercase. Still use the same checksum. I'm still using an MD5, but look at my string. My string has now changed to 43CFA. It is a unique fingerprint. I have this variable length input. I'm getting a fixed length output, and it is unique. And even a small change, like changing the capitalization, changed the output. So what does this process look like if we're sending a message and we want to ensure integrity? The sender is going to put the message through a hashing algorithm and will generate a value, and that value is known as a message digest. The sender sends the message digest and the original message. Now, this has nothing to do with encryption, so we've got a plain text message and the message digest to the receiver. The receiver takes that same message, puts it through the same hashing algorithm, and generates another message digest. The receiver then compares both message digests. If the message digests are the same, then the messages were not modified in transmission. But if it turns out that the message digests are different, then the receiver knows that the message was modified in transmission and integrity has been disrupted. Now we've got a special version of a hash called a hash MAC, and you're going to see it as an HMAC. And a hash MAC includes a symmetric key. So we're taking an input plus a symmetric key to end up with a hash MAC. Now the hash MAC cannot be reproduced without knowing the key. So you can't just throw it through another hashing algorithm. You've got to have the key as well. So a HMAC doesn't just provide for integrity, but it also provides for data origin authentication because you have a shared key environment. HMAC is used in cryptographic protocols such as TLS and IPsec to verify the integrity of transmitted data during secure communications. Let's take a look at the HMAC process if we were sending a message. The sender concatenates the message and the secret key and puts the results through a hashing algorithm and generates an HMAC value. The sender appends the HMAC value to the message and sends both to the receiver. The receiver concatenates the message and the secret key, because they have to know what the same key is, and puts the results through a hashing algorithm and generates an HMAC value. And just like we saw previously, the receiver is going to compare both values. If the values are the same, then it's known that the message was not modified during transmission and that the origin is known because each side had to know the secret key. And if we assume that the secret or shared key wasn't available to anybody else, then we have origin authentication as well. Now, hashes are often used in place of passwords. A password is hashed, and then it's the hash that's actually transmitted. Salting takes those hash passwords and makes them more complex. Now, what happens in salting is that a salt or an additional value is added to, in this case, the password before the input is hashed. So if you look at our example here, Bob has a password 99. We have a salt, again, just a random salt, a value, and now the hash input is going to be password 99 plus the salt, and that will result in a unique output. But it happens to turn out that Mary has the exact same password 99. Now her salt is different because every salt is going to be unique as well. So when we combine this unique salt with the password, the hash input is different, which means the hash output is going to be different. And this is really important in password repositories where it's not unusual to have the same password used multiple times. This is a way to kind of foil our attackers and make it difficult and ensure that each hash output is truly unique. So the salt, which is that non-secret value, is appended to the password, to make the hash value more difficult to crack. So let's do a case study on message integrity. We have Anytown Bank, and they're very concerned about message integrity, and they are looking for a solution that will allow them to verify that a message has not been changed in transmission. They didn't tell us they were concerned about confidentiality. It's all about integrity. They want to make sure that the message hasn't changed. And so they wondered if they should use encryption or hashing with MD5. So we're going to give them our analysis. Remember, they're saying, should they use encryption or hashing with MD5? Before I give you the answer, think about that for a sec. What would you suggest to them? Let's look at our analysis. Encryption is designed to protect confidentiality, not ensure integrity. So let's throw encryption right out the window. MD5 is known to be vulnerable to collision attacks. So while MD5 and hashing will work for integrity, probably don't want to use MD5 because it is known to be vulnerable to collision attacks. Hashing the message with something in the SHA-2 family and then comparing the message digest at both endpoints would accomplish their objective. So what do you need to know? The purpose of a hash, effective hash characteristics, what the hash algorithms are, what an HMAC is, and what we mean when we say we're salting. That's what you need to know. Just as a reminder, a digital signature is a hash value or a message digest that's been encrypted with the sender's private key. Remember, we're encrypting the message digest. This isn't for encrypting the original message. The purpose of a digital signature is to provide integrity. We have a message digest so we can test to see if the message has changed, and non-repudiation because in order to decrypt the message digest, we're going to have the corresponding key to the sender's private key, which obviously is going to be the sender's public key. So digital signatures require two algorithms, a hashing algorithm, maybe the MD family or the SHA family, and then a digital signature function such as RSA or DSA. DSA stands for Digital Signature Algorithm. So let's look at the flow of a digitally signed message. Bob creates a message digest, a hash value of the message that he's sending to Alice. The message digest is going to be encrypted with Bob's private key. Now remember, he's encrypting the digest, not the message. Then the encrypted message digest and perhaps the plain text message are then sent over to Alice. Alice gets this, and she's going to want to create her own message digest and compare the two. But first she has to decrypt the message digest, and she does that using Bob's public key, which proves non-repudiation. Remember, he encrypted the message digest with his private key, and the corresponding piece to that private key is his public key. So she's going to have his public key, she's going to decrypt the message digest with his public key, proving that the message came from Bob. She'll hash the plain text message using the same hash algorithm, and then she's going to compare the two hash values or message digests. And if they match, it proves integrity, then in fact the message has not been changed in transmission. So let's recap what all of these pieces do. A message can be hashed, which provides for integrity. We know that the message hasn't changed because we put the input in at both ends, bring it to the hash algorithm, and the output should match exactly. A message can be digitally signed, which provides for non-repudiation and integrity. Digitally signed mean that we encrypt the message digest with the sender's private key. And because it can only be unlocked by their public key, the corresponding key, it shows that it did come from them. A message can be encrypted, which provides for confidentiality. And if we want it all, a message can be encrypted and can be digitally signed. And that will provide for confidentiality, non-repudiation, and integrity. So let's look at a little case study here. We've got the Anytime Police Department, and they communicate regularly with the Department of Homeland Security about national security issues. Now you can imagine what they care about, right? Confidentiality, integrity, and sender authenticity are equally important, right? They want to make sure that they know who it's coming from, that the message hasn't been changed, and that the message is securely sent or encrypted. So the question to you is, well, what cryptographic processes would you recommend? So think about this for a sec. They need confidentiality, integrity, and sender authenticity. So let's look at our recommendations. Encryption for confidentiality, hashing for message integrity, and digital signatures for non-repudiation. And remember, the hashing process is built right into the digital signatures, so what we're really doing is we're encrypting the message and we're digitally signing the message, and we'll end up with confidentiality, message integrity, and non-repudiation. So what do you need to know? You have to be thinking about the difference between integrity and confidentiality. Again, message integrity, ensuring that the message has not been changed in transmission. Confidentiality is making sure that only authorized personnel can see the message. Non-repudiation, which means that I can't deny it came from me. The digital signature algorithms and the digital signature construction process. And that's what you need to know. So welcome to lesson Deconstructing the Digital Certificate Lifecycle. So here we're going to look at all of the components of the digital certificate, how you get it, how you use it, and where's that public and private key actually come from. So a digital certificate is, think of it as an electronic passport. It identifies either a person or a device or a domain or an organization or even a publisher or the code that they publish. It is a piece of identification. Now, the certificate is going to be issued either by a trusted certification authority, and we'll talk more about those in a second, or by a web of trust, meaning other people in your network that trust you or trust each other, or a certificate can actually be self-signed from an organization that says, I am who I say I am. Now, this digital certificate that's currently in use is based on the X.509 standard. You want to remember that. It is version 3, not as important, but remember X.509 is your digital certificate construction or your standards. There are a number of fields. You're going to see the version number of the certificate. There'll be a serial number for a certificate. There'll be the signature, which is the algorithm used to sign the certificate. You'll see who issued it, what the dates that it's valid for, who owns it. You'll have the public key of the named owner will be part of the certificate. You'll get the identification of the certificate authority, and you'll get the ID of the subject. The subject will have a unique ID. Probably the most important thing that we're seeing in there is the public key is going to be embedded in the certificate. Now, certificates have to be issued, so that, again, they're either issued in a web of trust or self-signed, but if they're issued in the PKI environment, you're going to have two authorities. You're going to have the certificate authority and the registration authority, and you want to distinguish between the two. The role of the certificate authority is to issue the certificate and revoke the certificate. That's exactly what they do. The role of the registration authority is administrative. So they'll go through the process of you'll apply to the registration authority. If there's background checks or other things that have to be looked at, the registration authority kind of handles the paperwork, handles the investigation, sends it all off to the certificate authority and says it's okay to issue this certificate. So let's look at the process of obtaining a digital certificate. You want to be familiar with this process flow for the exam. The applicant requests a certificate from a registration authority, so they're actually making the application to a registration authority. You'll see that referred to as an RA. The RA processes the request and then validates the applicant. And there are different levels of validation depending upon the type of certificate you're getting. The RA will then forward the request to the certification authority. That's also referred to as a CA. The CA will request a public key from the applicant, so that as part of the process, you'll actually create your public key by entering all kinds of random characters. Then the key pair is locally generated, and the public key is sent to the certificate authority. The certificate authority creates and signs a digital certificate. The certificate includes the public key, and the certificate authority issues a digital certificate back to the applicant. So what you want to remember all this is that RA is doing the administrative work and the investigative and validation of the applicant, where the certificate authority is actually the one that is signing the certificate, which includes the public key, and issuing the certificate to the applicant. And if there's a problem later on, they'll be the ones that actually revoke the certificate as well. So how does digital certificate revocation work? Well, there's really two processes right now. There's what's called the Certificate Revocation List, the CRL. That's a list that's updated around every 5 to 14 days that lists all of the certificates that have been recalled for whatever reason. There's also a protocol out there called the Online Certificate Status Protocol, OCSP. And with the OCSP, what will happen is that when you get a certificate, your system will actually go out and check at that point if their certificate is valid, assuming that it is an extended validation certificate. So in the CRL, The CA maintains a list of certificates that have been revoked and reissues this list on a periodic basis. If you're using OCSP, when a client receives a certificate, the client sends the OCSP request to an OCSP responder. The OCSP responder replies with the certificate status. But both, and this is important to remember because I could see this as an easy exception question, both are only enforced for extended validation certificates. So let's look at a case study about obtaining a certificate. We've got Anytime software publishers choose to include a digital certificate with their online games so that the users know the site is trustworthy. Now, they use an internal certificate authority server to self-sign the certificates. Remember, they're using an internal server. And they don't understand why users are getting this final message. And the message says, there's a problem with this website security certificate. It goes on to say the security certificate presented by the website was not issued by a trusted certificate authority. Security certificate problems may indicate an attempt to fool you or intercept any data that you send to the server. And you're prompted to close the web page or continue, but it's told it's not recommended. So why is this happening? Well, let's look at our big issue. A self-signed certificate is not issued by a trusted certificate authority. The registration authority has not validated the applicant's identity, so we haven't had any external validation, and we're not using a trusted certificate authority. So the browser says, I don't know who that is. I have no idea who this internal certificate authority server is, and it's coming back saying, hold on, there's a problem. So what would we tell Anytime software publishers? We'd say go to a valid registration authority, apply for a digital certificate, and have a digital certificate issued by a legitimate, trusted certification authority. So what do you need to know? Well, required knowledge. You want to know the purpose and types of digital certificates. You want to know the role of a registration and certification authorities, and you want to know the difference between a CRL, a certificate revocation list, and the OCSP protocol. That's what you need to know. These are protocols that you need to recognize and understand their purpose. So cryptographic communication protocols, remember protocols are just rules, are designed to secure information flow. Because information flow can be vulnerable to eavesdropping and packet capture, which is a violation of confidentiality, tampering, which is a violation of integrity, and spoofing or misrepresentation, which can be a violation of authentication, integrity, and availability. So we want to address all of those issues, and we're going to by using different cryptographic communication protocols. Here are the cryptographic concepts, architecture, and protocols that you need to know. You need to understand the difference between link and end-to-end encryption, and we'll look at those in just a moment. You need to know the common cryptographic protocols. You need to understand what the IPsec suite of services is. So let's look at these transmission modes, sort of architecture, if you will, of end-to-end and link encryption. In link encryption, all the control information, the headers, the trailers, the routing information, is encrypted in the packet along with the payload. So everything is encrypted. You're going to use link encryption when you're controlling the entire transmission channel. So if you have a private line and you have both ends, plus perhaps you own all the intermediate pieces, that's when you might use link encryption. In end-to-end encryption, only the payload is encrypted. Now, the reason only the payload is encrypted and not the headers, the trailers, or routing information is that most packets are going to travel on a public circuit, like the internet, and not on a private channel. And so that means that there's going to be a number of intermediary steps, and that routing information has to be examined. And if you try to use link encryption, well, then the entire packet, including the payload, would have to be decrypted at each stop and re-encrypted. So in end-to-end, only the payload is encrypted, right, the actual data, and the rest of it, the headers, the trailers, the routing information, are in plain text so that the packet can travel through all these public channels, and intermediary devices do not have to have any kind of encryption-related functions. So let's take a look at the common cryptographic protocols that you absolutely need to know for the exam. First, we have SSL and TLS. That's used for securing web-based protocols and transmissions. Its purpose, confidentiality, authentication, and integrity. How does it make it happen? Well, encryption and HMACs. Then we have HTTPS, which is layering SSL or TLS on top of HTTP. Again, we're going to get confidentiality, authentication, and integrity. How are we going to do it? Encryption and HMAC. FTPS, one you might not be as familiar with, is when we layer SSL and TLS on top of FTP. Our goal is confidentiality. Our cryptographic component is encryption. SSH is what allows us to have a secure channel between a local and a remote device, and it is a replacement for Telnex, which is a clear text protocol. It's designed to give us both confidentiality and integrity via encryption and using an HMAC. SFTP, which is SSH, we're going to layer SSH on top of FTP. That's going to give us confidentiality. Encryption is how we're doing it. And lastly, SMIME for secure email communications, and our purpose is confidentiality, integrity, and non-repudiation. Our cryptographic components are encryption and an HMAC. So SSL, TLS, HTTPS, FTPS, SSH, SFTP, and SMIME. You also need to make sure that you understand IPsec. Now, IPsec, Internet Protocol Security, is a suite of protocols that use a variety of cryptographic security services to protect communication over an IP network. It is native to IP version 6, and it is a bolt-on for IP version 4. It supports authentication, message integrity, encryption, and non-repudiation. IPsec can operate in transport mode, which is just really IPsec's way of saying end-to-end. Remember that only the payload is encrypted, or tunnel mode, which is IPsec's nomenclature for link. So the IPsec components, and this should be a review, you should have studied IPsec, but the components that you want to make sure that you understand and can identify. First is the authentication header, and you'll see that abbreviated as AH. Its function is integrity, origin authentication, and replay attack protection, and it uses an HMAC. The ESP, the encapsulating security payload, and its function, integrity, origin authentication, replay attack protection, so same as the AH, but adds on confidentiality. It uses an HMAC plus symmetric encryption. Then we have what's called IKE, the Internet Key Exchange, and that's device authentication, to how the devices authenticate to each other, and how do they establish a security association. Now, the Security Association, SA, is really just the negotiation that the two devices, each end device will go through, that includes what algorithms they're going to use, which algorithms for hashing and for encryption, the key length, and any other information about the key itself that has to be exchanged. And then all of that will wrap into the SPI, or the Security Parameter Index, which is really just an identifier that's given to the Security Association. So no AH, ESP, IKE, SA, and SPI. So let's do a case study about implementing cryptographic protocols. We're back to Anytime Hospital, and they had a recent audit. And the audit had a number of findings related to their transmission security. Now, the audit noted the use of outdated protocols, including Telnet, FTP, HTTP, and PPTP, point-to-point tunneling protocol. And they want to update their technologies, and they're looking to you for recommendations. Now, they plan to use the internet to facilitate remote connectivity and would be more comfortable, they think, with link encryption. So think about this for a minute. They're using Telnet, FTP, HTTP, and PTPP. And what are you going to tell them that they should exchange those for? And they're saying they really like the idea of link encryption. We should evaluate that for them. So let's look at recommendations. 1, they should replace Telnet with SSH. They should replace FTP with SFTP. We're going to have them replace HTTP with HTTPS. And they should replace PPTP, point-to-point tunneling protocol, with either an IPsec VPN or perhaps an SSL VPN. And lastly, we need to explain to them that link encryption is not feasible over the internet, as the heading information is encrypted, and that they would have to encrypt and decrypt that packet every intermediary step it had, that we only use link encryption when we control the entire channel end to end. So that's what you're going to tell them. So let's see what you absolutely need to know. Your required knowledge: know the transmission mode, be able to identify between link encryption and end to end. Recognize the common cryptographic protocols, what they are comprised of. Maybe you want to know the port numbers and know what their purpose is. And then know the IPsec characteristics. And that's what you need to know. Let's start with what cryptanalysis is. Cryptanalysis is the science of cracking codes, decoding secrets, finding weaknesses in algorithms or protocols, or exploiting computing power. So cryptanalysis might be done by the good guys when they're trying to find weaknesses. It's often done by the bad guys when they're trying to break in and learn code. The other term I want you to be very familiar with is work factor. And work factor is a product of time and effort. Generally, the greater the work factor, the more secure an environment's going to be. Time and effort. So let's take a look at crypto attack categories. These are 4 categories that describe how much information and access the attacker has, or if it's a good guy, the cryptanalyst has. The 4 are ciphertext only, known plaintext, chosen plaintext, and chosen ciphertext. In a ciphertext only, the only thing you have to work with to begin with is a sample of the ciphertext. So you just have the encrypted text. That's all you got. And you have to try to figure out from there what the code is or what the key is. In a known plaintext attack, the attacker has both a sample of the plaintext and a sample of the corresponding ciphertext. So the plaintext and the ciphertext. And from there, they need to decipher the code. In a chosen plaintext, what can happen is the attacker can take some plaintext and have it encrypted. So here's what I have, and I'm going to send it through the process and see what the ciphertext is. So they choose the plaintext and then get to see what the corresponding ciphertext might be. And a chosen ciphertext goes the other way. They have ciphertext, they then can send it back through the process to be deciphered, and they end up with the plaintext. Now, having the ciphertext only is going to be really the least useful. Chosen ciphertext is really on the other end of it, where it is the most useful. What are we trying to find out? We're trying to crack the code. We're trying to really get the key. So let's look at the 4 key attacks that I really want you to make sure you know. Brute force, dictionary, frequency, and differential. Now, in a brute force, every possible key is tested. So you could imagine that the workforce is really significant. And the success factor is high, with the caveat high eventually, because that assumes that you have the time and resources to actually test every possible key. In a dictionary attack, a list of common keys are tested. Work factor is moderate, success factor correspondingly moderate. In frequency, you're looking for patterns to reveal the key. The work factor is variable, and really the success factor is variable. And a differential measures execution time and processing power in order to determine what the key is. Work factor is significant, and again, the success factor is variable. So brute force, dictionary, frequency, and differential. Know those as key attacks. You also want to remember 2 types of hash attacks, and we've already discussed one, collision and rainbow. Now, in a collision attack, we've got brute force creation of identical hashes. The work factor is variable. The success factor really depends on the algorithm and the size of the digest. In a rainbow hash attack, it's comparing hashes with pre-computed hashes. Work factor is generally thought to be moderate, success factor also moderate. So let's do a case study on crypto attack defenses. We've got our Anytime Police Department, and their messaging priority is confidentiality and integrity. They must ensure that all messages sent and received have not been changed in transmission, are not subject to man-in-the-middle attacks, and cannot be read by unauthorized parties. So not been changed, not be subject to a man-in-the-middle, and not be read by unauthorized parties. So they've chosen DES for their encryption standard and MD4 for their hashing algorithm. And they're wondering what the likelihood of compromise is if an attacker has access only to the ciphertext. They're also wondering, is there any corresponding training we should be doing? So remember, their goals were confidentiality and integrity. They want to make sure nothing's been changed, no man in the middle. They have confidentiality, that message can't be read by unauthorized parties. They're using DES and MD4. So think about this for a moment. Do you see any problems in their approach, and what would you recommend? Well, here's what we might recommend to them. Encryption will ensure confidentiality, but the choice of DES is a bad choice. DES has a very low work factor, and it can really be cracked in less than a day. A much better choice would be AES, and remember, that's currently the US government standard. Hashing, having a message digest, can be used to verify integrity. But remember that MD4 is known to be vulnerable to collision attacks. Something in the SHA-2 family would be a much better choice. They asked about access to ciphertext. Access to ciphertext only puts the bad guy in the weakest position. Remember, they've only got the ciphertext, they don't have any corresponding plain text, and they can't make anything happen to find out what the output would be. And lastly, they're wondering what type of training they should be doing. We're probably going to suggest to them that they do some social engineering training, because social engineering is the easiest way to get a key. Rather than have to go through all of the gyrations of cryptanalysis, wouldn't it just be easier to say to someone, what's the key? What's your password? Can you share it with me? So social engineering, understanding what it is and how to respond, would be an excellent training topic. All right, so let's review what you have to know. You want to be able to define work factor, the crypto attack categories, know the 4 key attacks, and know the 2 hash attacks. And that's what you need to know. So there are 4 key database security objectives that you need to be familiar with: integrity, availability, confidentiality, those sound very familiar, plus privacy. So we're going to go and look at some of the various techniques that are specific to each of these objectives. So let's first address integrity, and specifically the issue of concurrency. Now, concurrency issues arise when a database is simultaneously accessed by subjects and/or other objects. There are 2 rules: semantic integrity and commit operation. In a semantic integrity, we have structural and semantic rules that are enforced, which include deadlocking. Now, deadlocking is when a record is open and a change is being made, so no other subject or object can either make a change or access that record. And a commit operation is how we protect a transaction. So it is a process that says a change has been made and we have to commit that change before anything else can happen. Now, online transaction processing, you'll see that as OLTP, is used when databases are clustered, they're trying to perform fault tolerance and real-time performance, so stuff's got to happen very, very fast. So what you want to remember is the ACID characteristics: atomicity, consistency, isolation, and durability. So in atomicity, we have transactions have to be implemented in their entirety, or they must be completely rolled back. Consistency says transactions must be correct across all instances. Isolation is that transactions must not interact with other transactions until completed. And durability is that transactions cannot be rolled back once committed. These are the ACID characteristics, and you want to be able to recognize these. Now, in availability, we've got transaction recovery. What happens if there's a problem with a transaction and it's got to be fixed? Well, we have 3 options. We have rollback, checkpoint, and save points. You want to be able to distinguish between those 3 for your exam. Rollback is an operation that's going to end a corrupt or invalid transaction, cancels the changes to the database, and logs the error. So rolls it all the way back and logs it. A checkpoint is a known good point from which the database can recover using the transaction log. So it has a problem, it says, let me go to the transaction log, let me go back to the last known good point. A save point is just a temporary backup file that can be used by the user or by the application. Now, we've got confidentiality issues also in databases, and those are really addressed by access controls. And some of these access controls are no different than access controls that we use in a file system, but a couple are specific to database. We have need to know. Again, we see that in the file system as well, where subject has a demonstrated and approved reason for being granted access. We have least privilege, where we assign subjects only the rights and permissions needed to complete their assigned tasks. We have content access control, which is access based on the sensitivity or type of data. And we have context access control, which is access based on what the subject is doing. Those first 4 we see across the spectrum. But the next 2 are specific to the database. We have cell suppression, which is a technique used to hide specific cells in a database. And we have database views, which is a technique used to control the viewing of specific fields or records. There's going to be privacy concerns when we come to databases because there could be so much data, critical mass of data. So 4 characteristics that you need to be able to identify. The first is data warehousing. Now, data warehousing is when we're combining data from multiple sources into a large database, and the purpose is either extensive retrieval or, more often than not, trend analysis. Now, for trend analysis, what we're going to do is be data mining. So data mining is the process of analyzing data with tools that look for trends or look for correlations or look for anomalies, and then that information results in metadata. Metadata is data about data. Now we have an issue because of aggregation. Aggregation is when individual pieces of data are combined to create a bigger picture that may have a greater sensitivity than the individual parts. And we have to think very carefully about who has access to that aggregated data. Inference is the ability to derive information that's not explicitly available, meaning that when we put these different pieces together, we may be able to make assumptions or sort of extract information that otherwise wouldn't be available to us. So data warehousing, mining, aggregation, inference. Know those four and know that they relate very much to privacy concerns. And if you go back to thinking about the OECD privacy principles, these are really addressed there as well. Now we do have a very specific type of attack that we worry about in the database world called an injection attack. Injection is when there is a failure to properly validate input from the client or environment, and conversely, to properly validate the output or what information is being returned. Injection flaws are prevalent particularly in legacy codes like database, and you probably, I'm sure, have heard or studied SQL injection. A successful attack can result in data loss, corruption, compromise, denial of service, even a complete hostile takeover. Now, injection flaws occur when an application, maybe a front-end web server, sends untrusted data or malicious commands to the interpreter or the processor, and in the case of a database injection attack, then those commands are issued against the database. The fix? Simple. Input and output validation. Let me illustrate a SQL injection attack to you. The application presents a form to the attacker. So maybe there's a front-end web server or a front-end application and it's got a form. They're asking you for some information to fill in, and that information is going to end up in a back-end database. So the application presents a form. So the attacker sends an attack in the form data. Instead of filling in the field where it says, what is your name? And the attacker said, my name is Sari. What they're going to do is issue a command. So a command goes in that field instead. Well, the application forwards the attack or the command to the database. In this case, perhaps it's a SQL query. The database runs the query and then sends the results back to the application. And the application sends the results back to the attacker. Now, this can happen in a form. This could also happen up in the URL bar. What's happening is that the input, the form data, or the output, which is the query results, is not being validated before it's either accepted or sent back. So let's do a case study on database security objectives. We've got anytime data miners are in the process of writing a protocol designed to protect the data in their possession from unintentional errors, malicious exposure, and unavailability. Now, they're instituting access control policies that are based on need to know and incorporate least privilege. They plan to encrypt their data at rest and in transit, and in accordance with OECD principles, data collection and mining are limited to specific purposes. Direct access to the database will be restricted to a front-end application, so there's no direct access to the back-end database. And they wonder what other objectives they should evaluate. Remember, their goals were unintentional errors, malicious exposure, and unavailability. So they do have need to know and incorporate least privilege, so they're dealing with access controls and confidentiality. They're encrypting their data at rest and in transit, again, confidentiality. They are doing privacy within the OECD principles, and they do have a restricted front-end application. So what else should they evaluate? Well, they've addressed confidentiality and privacy, but they haven't addressed integrity, availability, and malicious unauthorized access. So what else could they do? Well, they should consider concurrency issues, so integrity requirements. They should think about what are they going to do for availability. Are they going to institute rollbacks or checkpoints, save points, maybe backup or replication requirements? And then, because they have that front-end application, we want them to have injection protection, so we want to make sure that they have input and output validation. What is it that you need to know? Well, your required knowledge, you want to understand database security objectives and mechanisms, database privacy objectives and mechanism, and be very familiar with injection vulnerabilities. And that's what you need to know. Now, we covered a ton of topics in this domain, so this is going to be a longer practice exam than the others. The first two only had 10 questions. In this one, we're going to go through 25 questions, so hang in there with me. Question number 1. What is the origin of no read down, no write up model? So, right off the bat, you should be thinking about what my models are. We've got Bella Padula and we've got Biba. Hopefully you remembered which one is confidentiality, which is Bella Padula, and which one's integrity, which is Biba. But let's also see what it's asking us. No read down, no write up. Well, if I can't read down, that's not going to be for confidentiality reasons. That's going to be integrity. And if I can't write up, that's also going to be integrity. So this is going to be an integrity model. So we can cross off the two that have confidentiality in it. Our two remaining choices are Bella Padula model used to maintain integrity or Biba model used to maintain integrity. And our correct answer is going to be Biba because Biba is our integrity. Bella Padula is a confidentiality model. So question number 2, star and simple properties describe what a subject can do to an object. Choose the correct definition. Well, if we're going to try to whittle down our choices so that we have a better chance of getting it right, we know that star and simple is read and write. So right off the bat, we can get rid of option 2, which has delete in it, and option 1, which has modify in it. So now we've got star equals write, simple equals read, or star equals read, simple equals write. This is something you just have to memorize. Star equals write, simple equals read, and that's going to be our choice. Which of the following statements is incorrect, which means which one is not true or false? The objective of Brewer-Nash is to reduce conflict of interest. The objective of Bella Padula is confidentiality. The objective of Biba is integrity. And the objective of Clark-Wilson is availability. Now, we discussed Bella Padula and Biba, but you should also know Brewer-Nash and Clark-Wilson. The objective of Brewer-Nash is to reduce conflict of interest. That's true. You'll read about that as a Chinese wall. We know that the objective of Bella Padula is confidentiality, and the objective of Biba is integrity. The objective of Clark-Wilson is also integrity. And if it helps as a way to remember, these models deal with confidentiality, integrity. The security models that you've been studying do not deal with availability. So that's going to be our choice. That one is not true. Number 4, what is the size of the key space if the length of the crypto variable is 256-bit? Well, quick answer here, it's going to be 2 to the 256. It's not minus 2. It's not variable depending upon the cipher, and it's not variable depending upon the block size. Remember, key space is how many keys do I have? What's my option, my whole universe of keys if it's 256-bit, and that's going to be 2 to the 256. Question number 5. Which of the following is not a true statement? So you're going to want to read through these very carefully. The strength of a crypto system is a combination of the algorithm, the length of the key, and public knowledge of the key. Or, work factor is the time and effort it takes to break a crypto system. Or, longer keys are harder to break. Or, key space is the number of possible crypto variable combinations. If you read those quickly, you might say, wait a minute, they're all true, but they're not. Let's go to the second one. Work factor is time and effort it takes to break a crypto system. True. Longer keys are harder to break. True. Key space is the number of possible crypto variable combinations. True. So it must lie in this one. And the problem is just one word right here, public. The strength of a crypto system is a combination of the algorithm, the length of the key, and private knowledge of the key, not public. But if you read it too quickly, you might have missed that word public. So that's going to be our false statement. Question number 6. Which statement best describes the cryptographic objectives of substitution and transposition? Remember, we use substitution and transposition in our block ciphers, and it's really one that'd be just perfect if you had memorized, right? If one of those you said, I know the answer before I even read the answer. But we're going to read all our choices: secrecy and blockchaining, confusion and diffusion, initialization and work factor, padding and randomization. Substitution and transposition are going to be confusion and diffusion. Those are the objectives. Question 7. Which statement about an RC4 stream cipher is false? So, important here, recognizing what the cipher is, RC4, and that is a stream cipher. So which is not true about an RC4 stream cipher? A stream cipher encodes the bits in parallel. Stream ciphers are linear. The process is resource intensive, and an exclusive OR, which is an XOR operation, is used. Well, it's true. Stream ciphers are linear. I always think them as drips at a time coming out of a faucet. The process is resource intensive, which is why we tend to use it for transmission opposed to data at rest. It does use an exclusive XOR operation. So it's right here. A key stream generator encodes the bits in parallel. It's not true. A key stream generator encodes the bits in serial, one at a time. So that's going to be our false statement. Off to our next question. This is one where you're getting a choose all that apply. You want to identify the block encryption ciphers. So sometimes these are a challenge. So the easiest way is to kind of eliminate some of the answers. You should know that MD4 and SHA-256 were both hashing algorithms, so it's going to get rid of those. And RC4 is a stream cipher. And matter of fact, a couple of questions ago, it asked us about an RC4 stream cipher. So you can use information that you've learned in other questions, or even go back to other questions if you need that information. So, which ones are block? Regindle, which is AES, Skipjack, and IDEA. And we should scroll down just to make sure there's nothing else there. Sometimes these show up, and you always want to, even if there's nothing else, because the way the question's been formatted, so always check. Off to the next. Another all that apply. Which of the following statements relate to symmetric encryption process? First thing you want to think is symmetric. Okay, yep, that is shared key, single key. So make sure that you know what we're looking for here. So choose all that apply. Secured key distribution is a challenge. That is true. When we only have one key, that's going to be a challenge. But remember, it said choose all that apply, so we have to keep going. It is computationally intensive. That's not a true statement because we're only using one key. It is not computationally intensive. Algorithms include LGML and ECC. Again, not true. Those are going to be asymmetric. And it's difficult to break? Absolutely. It is difficult to break. So those are our two answers. Off to question 10. Which of the following terms least describes symmetric encryption keys? Now, remember, least, right? So which one least or worst describes symmetric encryption? Well, a shared key, a session key, a single key, or a key pair. Well, shared key very well describes symmetric encryption. So does a single key. And session keys are going to be symmetric keys. So it's going to be our key pair. Question 11. Which of the following statements is true about a cryptographic key pair? Let's read all four statements. The public key must be at least 256-bit. No, there's nothing that tells us how long a key has to be, other than we know the longer the key, the greater the key space. Keys are mathematically related. Now, this is about a cryptographic key pair, meaning we've got two keys, and we do know that the keys are mathematically related. So we like that statement, but let's just read the others. The use of two keys is referred to as symmetric key cryptography. Not true. It's going to be asymmetric. And the private key can only be used to encrypt data. Again, not true. Remember, a private key or a public key can be used to encrypt data. It's just a matter of either key can be used to lock or unlock. So we're going to go back to the answer we liked a lot, which is that the keys are mathematically related. Number 12. Which of the following algorithms is not a current U.S. government standard? Remember, I said you needed to memorize these. Well, SHA is going to be our standard for hashing. ECC is going to be our standard for asymmetric. Triple DES used to be a standard for our symmetric, but that was replaced with AES for fear that triple DES was weak. So we're going to choose triple DES. All right, here we are, and we have a hotspot question. So we're going to scroll down to see the image. But let's look at first the question. It says, identify the component of this message flow that uses a symmetric cipher. Point at the correct area on the image, drag a hotspot marker to change its position. So if you click, you don't like where it is, you can change. So we're saying, where are we using a symmetric cipher? We've got a plain text message. It's got a session key and a cipher of some kind, and then we end up with an encrypted message. We also have a second flow here of a session key that has a recipient's public key in a cipher and an encrypted session key. So our choices are we going to use our symmetric key up here with the session key, or are we going to use it down here with the recipient's public key? Well, the recipient's public key right off the bat tells us that has to be asymmetric, and we know that session keys are generally a shared key. So our answer is going to be right there. We're going to use a symmetric cipher with our session key. Now, which key should Bob use to send Alice a confidential encrypted message? Once again, if you can do this answer before you see the answers, but read them anyway, that's awesome. So Bob is going to send Alice a confidential encrypted message. He wants Alice to be the only one who can decrypt that message. So the thing that Alice has that nobody else has is her private key. So the corresponding key to Alice's private key is going to be Alice's public key. Don't let this Bob and Alice, all these different ones, confuse you. Run through the scenario, make your decision in this case, and then look for the answer. We have the birthday paradox. Now, the birthday paradox is the probability that 2 or more people in a group of 23 share the same birthday is greater than 50%. So the question for you is, what type of attack is this based on? Is it a collision, a brute force, a man in the middle, or a dictionary? Remember, a collision is having different inputs end up in the same output, so that's going to be a collision attack. Now we come to another drag and drop, and we want to drag the words and drop them in the appropriate places. And as we talked about earlier, this is really just a fancy multiple choice. So we're going to read through the whole question, and then we're going to look at our answers, and we're going to make our best decisions. A message can be blank, which provides for integrity. A message can be blank, which provides for non-repudiation. A message can be blank, which provides for confidentiality. Our choices: decrypted, encrypted, certificate-enabled, digitally signed, hash, or coded. Now, once in a while, you're going to have terminology in here. You're saying, I've never seen that. And that's okay, because it's probably just thrown in there. And that would be an example of the word coded. And you probably won't see the word certificate-enabled to describe a process either. So, what can we use to get integrity? Well, digital signatures help us with integrity, but really the basis of integrity is hashing. So a message can be hashed, which provides for integrity. A message can be digitally signed, which provides for non-repudiation. Remember, a digitally signed message is when we take the message digest, the hash of the original message, the message digest, and we digitally sign it with the sender's private key. And lastly, a message can be encrypted, which provides for confidentiality. So a message can be hashed, proves for integrity, can be digitally signed for non-repudiation, and encrypted for confidentiality. Let's move on to our next question. Which statement is not true, remember, not true, about a hash message authentication code, an HMAC? Well, an HMAC provides integrity and origin authentication. We like that. That's one of the reasons we have it. An HMAC cannot be reproduced without knowing the key. I think that's the answer, but let me continue on reading. The input for an HMAC is a concatenated message and an asymmetric key. Wait a minute, that's not true. And key distribution and knowledge of concatenation is a challenge. All right, let's make sure I've read this. I want to find the false statement. The first one is true. The HMAC cannot be reproduced without knowing the key, which is true. An HMAC is a concatenated message and an asymmetric key. Wait, that's not true. It is a symmetric key. And then key distribution and knowledge of concatenation is a challenge, which is true because it's a symmetric key. So there's our answer. All right, moving on to our next question. The reason for salting a password hash is to, and we've got to choose all that apply. Remember, salting a password hash is when we put additional input. So we take the password, we add the salt, we put all of that in together into our hash algorithm, and then we end up with our output. So why do we do that? Well, we don't do it to encrypt the hash because salting doesn't encrypt anything. Oh, but we would foil the hackers, particularly if we had multiple people with the same password. That might make it easier for them to figure it out. Doesn't make the output any longer because remember, a hash is a variable length input and a fixed length output, and it will allow us to avoid hash duplication if we assume that users might have the same passwords. Moving on to question 19. This is going to be another hotspot question. It says, identify where in the following process Bob's public key is used. Make sure that you pick up on the word public here. We're going to point at the correct area on the image, and we can drag a hotspot marker to change its position. So let's go through this flow. Bob creates a message digest of his message. So what did he just do? He hashed his message. The message digest is encrypted. He's really creating a digital signature. The encrypted message digest and the plain text message is sent to Alice. The message digest, this is on Alice's side, is now decrypted, proving authenticity. Then Alice hashes the plain text message using the same hash algorithm and compares the two hash values for a match, proving integrity. So where is Bob's public key going to be used? Well, if it's a digital signature, he's going to encrypt the message digest with his private key. That means that Alice has to use the corresponding key to his private key, which is the public key. So right here in step 4, the message is decrypted using Bob's public key, proving authenticity. Question 20. Which authority issues and revokes digital certificates? Now this is a good example of where there's going to be things in here that aren't even true. An issuing authority, an IA, no such thing. A certification authority, a CA, a validation authority, a VA, or a registration authority. Well, the only two authorities we discussed were a certification authority, also sometimes called a certificate authority, and a registration authority. And we said the role of the registration authority was administrative. It is the certification authority that actually issues and revokes the digital certificates. 21. Which protocol verifies the status of an extended validation certificate? A CRC, a CRL, an OCSP, or an OSPF. Now, OSPF is a routing protocol, and when we looked at validating the status, we only looked at two, a CRL, Certificate Revocation List, and OCSP. And this OCSP is the protocol. So hopefully you've just remembered that, but if not, you can start eliminating some of your options. Question 22. Which statement best describes end-to-end encryption? In end-to-end encryption, only the payload is encrypted, only the control information is encrypted, the routing information is in plain text, the control information and the payload is encrypted. So which statement is going to best describe end-to-end encryption? Well, in end-to-end encryption, only the payload is going to be encrypted. Remember, we want to be able to travel all the way through the internet and never have our payload. Now, only the control information is encrypted wouldn't be true because it's not encrypted. The routing information is plain text. That's true, but there's also other pieces that are going to be plain text. And all control information and payload is encrypted. That's not going to be true. That's link. So only the payload is encrypted. Couple more to go. 23. An IPsec Security Association negotiation includes all but which of the following? Well, when we have the Security Association, we are going to figure out what hashing algorithm we're going to be using. We are going to figure out what key length, and we are going to negotiate the encryption algorithm. The one here that is not part of the negotiation is going to be the expiration time of session. Another drag and drop here, and we're going to have to scroll down to get to it. So what are we asking here? Well, we've really got a couple of different questions. The first question is FTP is a combination of what two protocols? It's really question 1. And the second question is the objective of SFTP is. So SFTP is going to be a combination of two protocols. So we've got our choices of SSH, TLS, or FTP. So SFTP is really a combination of FTP and SSH. And the objective of SFTP, Secure File Transfer Protocol, is going to be confidentiality. One last question to go here. A chosen plain text attack is more useful to an attacker than a known plain text. A chosen plain text is more useful to an attacker than a known plain text attack. Well, we have to know what both of those types of attacks are. A known plain text attack is when we have a sample of the ciphertext and a sample of the plain text. That sounds pretty good. But what about a chosen plain text attack? In a chosen plain text, we get to choose the text that we want to have get encrypted. So we have more control over that as an attacker. So yes, a chosen plain text attack is definitely more useful to an attacker than a known plain text attack. So that's going to be true. Does not depend on the sample size, does not depend on the characteristics of the text. It is just a more useful type of attack. And voila, 25 questions, we got right through them. We passed 100%. You're doing awesome on this. So let's keep going. The Communication and Network Security Domain, CBK, includes the OSI and TCP/IP models, IP convergence and extensibility, network access security, and network communication security. Now, the topics that we're going to focus on are the OSI and TCP/IP model relevance, decision engine states, non-IP networks, VoIP, 802.11 wireless networks, and network attacks. And at the end of every sublesson, there'll be an Anytown mini case study, and at the end of the lesson, I'll guide you through 15 multiple choice and advanced innovative practice questions with a focus on test-taking strategies. So what do we have network models? Because they describe layers of communication. So from a security perspective, it's really important that we understand what happens at each layer, the dependencies, and the weaknesses. So there are two models that you need to be familiar with. The first is the Open Systems Interconnection, often called the OSI model, which is structured into 7 layers. Now, the OSI model was defined back in 1984, and it was published as an ISO standard. And so there are a number of network architectures that no longer sort of mirror the OSI model, but that doesn't mean that you don't have to know it. The second model is the TCP/IP model, which is also known as the Department of Defense DoD model, which is structured into 4 layers. You have to know the 7 layers and the 4 layers, and it would be good to know the relationship between the two. So, in our OSI model, starting at the very beginning, the bottom of the page here, we have our physical layer. In our physical layer, that's where we're connecting to the media, signals, and binary transmission. And at that point, we're really just dealing with bits. As we move up the stack or up the model, our packets are going to start getting bigger as well. So the next one we have frames, and that's our data link. That's where we have MAC, which is the media identification, and LLC, the physical addressing, so the MAC address of perhaps the network card. Then we move up into packets, and now we're at the network layer. And the network layer is where we have logical addressing. So we've got our IP addresses, perhaps. We go up a layer. We're in segments now. This is in transport. This is where we have end-to-end connection and reliability. We go up a layer, and we're now into data packets, and we've got sessions, which is setting sessions up between hosts, so inter-host communication. We go up another layer, and now we're at the presentation layer. This is our data representation and encryption, and then all the way up to the top of the stack, where we have our application layer, and this is where applications communicate with each other. So physical, data link, network, transport, session, presentation, and application. Know what each one of those do. In our TCP/IP model, we really have 4 layers. We have our link layer, which is where we're interacting with sort of the network cards, the physical, the Ethernet, the token ring, the frame relay, the ATM. We have the internet layer, which is where we're really doing our network addressing and routing. So it's where IP lives, where the address resolution protocol, or ARP, is, where ICMP is, where IGMP is. We go up a layer, now we're at the transport layer. This is where TCP and UDP are. TCP, Transmission Control Protocol. UDP, which is User Datagram Protocol. We know that TCP is a Guaranteed Connection-Oriented Protocol, where UDP is a connectionless, non-guaranteed protocol. And then we're at the application layer, and we have a number of TCP/IP protocols that we've been already discussing that live at the application layer, like HTTP or FTP or SMTP or DNS or RIP or SNMP. What's the relationship between the OSI model and the TCP/IP model? Well, in the OSI model, the first 2 layers, physical and data link, really relate to the data link layer in the TCP/IP model. We've got the network layer of OSI relates to the internet layer of TCP/IP. The transport layer of OSI relates to the transport layer of TCP/IP. And then the top 3 layers, session, presentation, and application, relate to the application layer of TCP/IP. So know these layers, the 7 layers and the 4 layers, and know where they intersect. So let's apply that knowledge. We've got Anytime Computers has provided Anytime Credit Union with a proposal to replace end-of-life networking equipment. They've quoted both a Layer 2 and a Layer 3 switch. Now, the Layer 2 switch is much less expensive, and the COO wonders why she should spend the extra money. So let's go back to that model. Right? We said it was going to be a Layer 2 or a Layer 3 switch. Well, if we think about what happens at the Layer 2, right, that's going to be in the OSI model, the data link layer, which corresponds with the link layer in TCP/IP, and this is where we're dealing with Ethernet, token ring, frame relay, etc. Layer 3 is up at the network or internet layer. This is where we're really dealing with more network and routing protocols. So, why should you do it? Well, again, it's much less expensive, and she wonders why. So here's our analysis, that a layer 2 switch works at the data link layer, and it uses MAC addresses to forward packets on the same network. Layer 2 devices can't prioritize packets by application. But a layer 3 switch works at the network layer, and it does have some intelligent packet forwarding or routing capabilities, because at layer 3 we have routing. At layer 2 we're just working with the devices. So a layer 3 switch supports things like inter-VLAN architecture without having to install a router, can prioritize different types of traffic, and requires extra processing power and memory. Now, you might not know all of those pieces, but what you would know is what can happen at a layer 2, a lot less smarts, that's why it's less expensive, a lot less options, and then once we get into a layer 3, we now start getting some of those routing and traffic management options. So that's how you would look at it, and one of the reasons why you really need to know, what those 7 layers are and what those 4 layers are, because there are devices that describe themselves based on the layer as well as other interactions. So what do you need to know? You need to know the OSI model layers, you need to know the TCP/IP model layers, you should know the TCP/IP protocol suite, and you should know the relationship between OSI and TCP/IP. That's what you need to know. So welcome to Lessons Understanding Decision Engines. Now we're going to be looking at decision engines really in terms of IDSs and IPSs, but what you're going to learn here in decision engines can apply to any type of engine. So decision engines can be purely rule-based, is one option. Alternately, decision engines can incorporate behavior, pattern matching, anomaly detection, predicted analysis, or even artificial intelligence. So I want to look at each, starting with pattern matching and behavior decisions. Pattern matching decisions are based on established known signatures, and as you know, signatures must be updated frequently. Behavior-based anomaly decisions rely on predicted norms and deviations. Now those can be learned over time, or you can start with a set of assumptions and adapt to local conditions. Now here are the decision states that you need to memorize, and these confuse everybody. There are 4 possible decision states. A true positive occurs when normal activity is correctly identified as normal. A true negative occurs when abnormal activity is correctly identified as abnormal. So a positive always talks about normal, and a negative is abnormal. A false positive is when normal activity is incorrectly identified as abnormal. And lastly, a false negative occurs when abnormal activity is incorrectly identified as normal. Now these can be really confusing, so I want you to think about positive always relates to normal, not the identification, but the type of activity. So positive relates to the type of activity, which would be normal, and negative relates to the type of activity, which would be abnormal. So a true positive is when normal activity is correctly identified as normal. A false positive is when normal activity is incorrectly identified as abnormal. A true negative occurs when abnormal activity is correctly identified as abnormal, and a false negative when abnormal activity is incorrectly identified as normal. You might want to write these down just to make sure you got them. So let's do a case study and apply those decision states. We've got some decision difficulties. Anytime school system recently implemented defense-in-depth perimeter controls, including a stateful firewall, an IPS, and a gateway anti-malware decision. There's been a significant spike in the amount of time the IT team is spending to manage border security. When questioned by the CIO, the IT manager attributes the problem to having to open ports, updating signatures, as well as chasing down false positives. Well, the CIO wonders what could be done to make this situation better. So again, they've got a stateful firewall, an IPS, and a gateway anti-malware solution. They're busy opening ports or updating signatures, and they're chasing down false positives. So think about, what could the CIO do? What would you tell them they could do to make this situation better? Well, here might be your recommendations. We should document operational requirements and update the rules accordingly. If they're continually opening ports, then they must not have good documentation or understanding of what needs to be open and what needs to be closed. And of course, whenever you open a port, there should always be a good business case for doing so. The second is that they should configure signatures to be downloading automatically. If they're always updating signatures, wouldn't it be much better if that was an automatic process? And the third is that they're chasing down false positives. Now, a false positive, remember, is when normal activity is identified as abnormal. So they really want to fine-tune that behavior-based engine to reduce false positives. And lastly, they should recognize that there is a learning curve for any behavior-based device. It takes a while for a behavior-based device to understand what is normal in your organization. So, what do you need to know? You want to know the types of decision engines, and you definitely want to be able to recognize the 4 decision states. That's what you need to know. So what are the non-IP networking protocols that you need to know? Well, you need to know MPLS, DNP3, and FCOE. So we're going to go through what each one of those are. MPLS is multi-protocol label switching. MPLS is a scalable, protocol-independent network transport architecture. Now that's a mouthful, but all of those terms are really important. It's scalable, meaning it can grow. It's protocol independent, so it doesn't matter whether it's talking to an IP network or an old token ring network perhaps. It's protocol independent, and it is a transport architecture, so it's how we're moving data around. Now, in an MPLS environment, you need to know that data packets are assigned labels, and those labels are known as tags. Now, an MPLS label edge router, which is called a LUR, makes all its packet forwarding decisions based on the label content. So it's not looking at the IP addressing, it's looking at the label. End-to-end circuits can use any transport medium, it can use any protocol, it doesn't matter, but it can interact with an IP network. The LUR at the outbound point of the MPLS cloud removes the label and then forwards the packet using standard IP routing information. Again, so it is a scalable, protocol-independent network transport architecture. If we relate it back to the OSI model, MPLS operates kind of right in between layer 2 and layer 3. It's protocol independent, it puts its own labels on for its routing, but it can interact with layer 3 with the network layer because it can then put the IP addressing back on. So it's operating right between layer 2 and layer 3. DNP3 stands for Distributed Network Protocol. DNP3 is a layer 2 open standards communications protocol, and it is used between components in process automation systems. So you probably, unless you've worked with a SCADA system, you've probably never interacted with DNP3. It's primarily used in electric, water, wastewater, transportation, oil and gas industries, and it was designed to meet the need for a standard protocol that would allow SCADA or industrial control systems developed by different vendors to talk to each other. Important to remember, though, that DNP3 was designed to ensure reliability of communications within the environment. So it does a lot of error checking to make sure it's communication, but DNP3 does not embed any security components. It was not designed for security, it was designed for communication and availability. And the third one you need to know is FCOE. FCOE stands for Fiber Channel over Ethernet. It is a layer 2 standards-based protocol that allows fiber channel frames to be carried over an Ethernet link. FCOE, network, meaning IP, and storage, so iSCSI, data traffic, can be consolidated using a single network. FCOE is not routable, however, at the IP layer. So let's do a case study about implementing non-IP connectivity based on what we just discussed. Anytown law firm has multiple locations across the state. They store and they transmit terabytes of sensitive information. They currently have an Ethernet IP infrastructure, and they are looking to invest in architectures that are scalable, so that's their first consideration, will enhance performance, and can carry both voice and data. So, what are our recommendations going to be for them? An MPLS network is probably the answer. It's private, it's scalable, it can handle multiple protocols, it supports multiple pathways, and it is compatible with an IP network. They also might want to put FCOE in because that's going to support their high-speed storage device connectivity. No need for DNP3. Again, that's going to be used in industrial control or SCADA systems, and it has no security components, really designed for error checking and connectivity. So what do you absolutely need to know? You need to know what MPLS is and basic functionality. You need to know the reason why DMP3 is used, and you need to know the reason why FCOE is used. That's what you need to know. Voice over IP, or VoIP, is a transmission of voice traffic over IP-based networks instead of using the traditional analog circuits. Now, VoIP is also the foundation of more advanced communication technologies such as web and video conferencing, and is really emerging. You need to be aware of some voice-related terminology. I want you to be able to recognize these pieces. The terminology, starting on the left-hand side, IP convergence. When you see that term IP convergence, we're really talking about the IP protocol as the standard transport for transmitting all information. VoIP itself, which is a transmission of voice traffic over an IP-based network. IP telephony, which is when you have a full suite of VoIP-enabled services previously provided by a PBX system. Then there's united communications, and that's when we unify all forms of communication independent of the location, the time, or the device. The last two terms, while not directly related to VoIP, are often used when discussing VoIP. One is open standards, and that's a standard that's publicly available and can be freely adopted and extended. And then there's extensibility, which is when we add additional functionality or modification of existing functionality without significantly altering the original structure or the data flow. So be able to recognize and distinguish between IP convergence, VoIP, IP telephony, united communications, open standards, and extensibility. Now, looking specifically at VoIP, there are a variety of proprietary and open VoIP protocols. You should recognize H.323 as the first widely adopted protocol, and SIP, or Session Initiation Protocol, as a leading multimedia open protocol. So because it is a leading open multimedia protocol, there are functions that it provides that you should understand the mechanisms. The first function of SIP is integrity. And to do integrity, it uses an MD5 hash function. The second function is encryption. SIP over TLS is the mechanism. The third function, privacy. For example, caller ID suppression is one of the available mechanisms. The fourth is guaranteed transport, and for that it uses a protocol known as Real-Time Transport Protocol, or RTP. And the fifth is packet loss. To address packet loss or drop packets, there is the Packet Loss Concealment Protocol, or PLC. You should also be aware of the SIP architecture. So in a SIP environment, if it is going to be a centralized environment, we're going to have three devices: proxy, registrar server, and redirect server. Could be the same physical device, but different services. A proxy server is responsible for name mapping and packet relay. A registrar server maintains a record of the user location, so where are the users in the environment, in the system. And then the redirect server is what allows SIP devices to retain their identity regardless of location. So if I move the SIP phone from one place to another, regardless of their location, they still get to maintain their identity. The SIP can also work in a distributed environment, and in a distributed environment, distributed member nodes will maintain the records in that peer-to-peer relationship. So let's do a case study about VoIP. Any town department store is considering replacing their POTS, that's their old telephone system, with a VoIP network using the SIP protocol. And they want to make sure that they understand the security functions that are associated with the VoIP system. So again, they're going away from the old analog circuit-based public telephone system to a VoIP network, and they're going to be using SIP, and they're really focused on security. So the question is, what are you going to tell them? Well, the first security functionality is we would share with them that the SIP protocol supports integrity, encryption, privacy, and guaranteed transport. Integrity with MD5 hashing, encryption for confidentiality with TLS, guaranteed transport, which is availability, RTP, and packet loss, also availability with PLC. And you'd caution them that if availability is really important, that they have to always remember that a VoIP network does require power and network connectivity. So very different than the old telephone system where you didn't have to have power or network connectivity, your phone always worked. As soon as you go to a voice network, you have to start thinking about availability in terms of power and connectivity. So let's look at what you need to know, your required knowledge, basic VoIP terminology, SIP protocol functions, and the SIP architecture. And that's what you need to know. So let's review the wireless modes. We have an ad hoc mode, which is a wireless peer-to-peer relationship. And we have infrastructure mode topology, which includes wireless devices and access points and wired routers connected to the internet. And in infrastructure mode, we have a number of different architectures. Wireless network configurations that you need to be able to recognize: a WPAN, a WLAN, a WMAN, and a WWAN. WPANs are wireless personal area networks. It uses the 802.15 standard, and internet connects devices within a very limited range. For example, your keyboard. A WLAN is the wireless local area network, probably the one you're most familiar with. It uses the 802.11 standard. The WMAN is a wireless metropolitan area network. It uses an 802.16 standard. And a WWAN, which is a wireless wide area network, that's point-to-point microwave links. We are going to focus on the 802.11 standard. 802.11, which is an IEEE standard and specification, has a number of sub-specifications, if you will. The original 802.11 had a data rate of 2 megabits per second. Its frequency was on 2.4 gigahertz, and its distance was really limited to 100 meters. Then we have 802.11b. Now, truly, B did come before A, and B said we have a data rate of 11. We have a 2.4 gigahertz as our frequency, and it extended the distance to 140 meters. 802.11a then came out and said, oh, wait a minute, I got faster. I can go 54 megabits per second on the 5 gigahertz frequency at a distance of 120 meters. Now, you don't need to remember those exactly what the frequencies are or the distance, but getting a sense of what each of these specifications do is important. Then we moved to 802.11g, which was 54 megabits, also on data rate, but went back to the 2.4 gigahertz frequency, but extended the distance out 140 meters. And then 802.11n, which said, wait a minute, I can go a lot faster at 150 megabits per second. I can go on either frequency, 2.4 or 5 gigahertz, and I can really extend the distance at 250 meters. And while this was all being developed, the 802.11i specification came out, which was security specific for 802.11 technologies, regardless of whether you're using A or B or G or N. And 802.11e also came out, but that was very specific to quality of service for priority and time-sensitive data. So think of I and E as really amendments to these other specifications. The 802.11 security, so the 802.11i, really started in 3 components. It started with WEP, and that was our wired equivalent privacy. Next generation, which was really a stopgap, was WPA for Wi-Fi protected access, and then our current standard is WPA2, which is Wi-Fi protected access version 2. So let's look at how these are different. Starting with authentication. In WEP, it was a pre-shared key, PS key, or it was just open. There wasn't. Once we got to WPA, we could have a radius server, we could have a certificate, or a personal pre-shared key. Same thing in WPA, enterprise, radius, certificate, or personal PSK. When we got to the keys, well, the problem with WEP is we used a 64 or 128-bit key, and all users and all services use the same key. You know, it's pretty bad. WPA, we got separate keys, and the key was 256. Now in WPA2, we've got separate keys, and we've got 256-bit keys and 256-bit block sizes. Encryption, you can see how it matured. In encryption, in WEP, we had a RC4 stream cipher. We used an RC4 stream cipher also in WPA, but in WPA2, we're using the AES block cipher. Integrity moved along in maturity as well. We had a 32-bit CRC hash with WEP. We had a 64-bit MIC with WPA, and now we use CCMP. And as far as its status, should we be using it? What's it like? Well, WEP insecure. Can be broken, not what you want to be using. WPA was really just a temporary fix. When it became so well known and so obvious that WEP wasn't really going to do what it was supposed to do, we had this stopgap measure of WPA. It has been superseded by WPA2, and it is the current standard, and it is known to be secure with an important caveat. It is vulnerable if the device is using, or the network is using, what's called Wi-Fi protected setup, WPS. And that's where you've got to push those buttons to have the devices start talking to each other. So in that case, a vulnerability is introduced to the WPA security environment. What are some of the wireless vector attacks that you need to know? Well, one is discovery. So discovery would be war driving or war chalking. War driving is driving around or walking around even trying to find vulnerable wireless networks. War chalking is when you actually identify by writing on the sidewalk or on the wall or the building that there's a wireless network here. We have RF spectrum devices, so we're really attacking the wireless signals, and those could be sniffing or packet capture or interference. And then we have access point vector attacks. Might be putting up a rogue access point. That's referred to as an evil twin attack. So we put up a rogue access point, and so now connections are happening to that rogue access point, or there's impersonation using the MAC address. And then lastly, denial of service attacks, which could be signal jamming or even a packet injection. So let's look at a case study using wireless connectivity. We've got Anytime Coffee Shop, and it's offering free Wi-Fi to their customers. They also like the convenience of using Wi-Fi for their mobile payment card reader. That's how they're taking credit cards. Now, their current configuration is a single WPS-N network using WEP with PSK. So what are all those acronyms? Well, free Wi-Fi to their customers, and it looks like on that same network is where they're processing credit cards. That should make us worry. They're saying it's a single WPS 802.11, so the protected setup and network, so they've got a big range, so they're probably going, they may even be going way outside their physical boundaries of their brick and mortar environment. They're using WEP, and they're using a personal key, which is a shared key, so it's one key for everybody for all services. You should have lots of issues that you're thinking in your head right now. Oh my God, let me tell them all the things they should do. First thing we want to tell them to do is a corporate and customer wireless network should be segregated. And if they're accepting credit cards, in which case they have to be PCI compliant, they are way out of compliance on this. The corporate wireless network should be configured for enterprise WPA2. We know that WPS should be disabled because that introduces a vulnerability, and controls should be implemented to detect rogue access points. And then we want to have the customer wireless network configured for personal WPA2. WPS again should be disabled. Customers should be made aware that they're on a PSK network, and implementing 802.11a might be a good idea because it would reduce the maximum distance while still providing adequate speed. So they could still get the speed they want, but now they don't have the same range, so that you have to really be inside or closer to be inside, not be way out in the parking lot somewhere. So those might be some of the issues. So as you're looking at these vignettes, or you want to think about, well, what would you do in that situation, and what are the problems, and what type of issues can we identify, and what kind of solutions can we bring to bear? So what do you need to know for sure? Well, your required knowledge: know wireless configurations and standards, understand the 802.11 security, which is really understand 802.11 modes, and know the wireless attack vectors. And that's what you need to know. Before we start talking about the attacks themselves, let's address the impact. Network attacks can result in unauthorized access to or theft of data, which is a violation of confidentiality. Network attacks can result in modification of data, which is a violation of integrity. Network attacks can result in inaccessibility of data or disruption of service, which is a violation of availability. So these network attacks were really tagging right back to confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So there are attack techniques that you're going to need to memorize, and we're going to go through them. The first one is a scanning attack. Its purpose is just to probe for information. A sniffing attack, where we'll be capturing packets. A poisoning attack, where we're manipulating trusted data. A spoofing attack, where we're doing impersonation of a device or a person or a network. And a session hijacking attack, where there may be unauthorized insertion of either data or a person. So let's look at sniffing. In a sniffing attack, which can occur at all layers of the OSI model, we're really looking at packets and what's inside those packets. At the physical layer, it might be just surveillance. At the data link layer, it might be MAC addresses or ARP. At the network layer, it might be IP address or port sniffing. At the transport layer, it might be TCP/IP session or UDP sniffing. Once we get to the session layer, we might be sniffing telnet or FTP. We get up to presentation, and now we're looking at SSL and TLS. And up at the application, maybe it's something based with the application like a user ID or password. So sniffing can happen at every layer in the OSI model. A poisoning attack is when a trusted source of data is manipulated. Now that can happen in a variety of places. For example, the ARP cache, a routing table, DNS server, or even poisoning a website. ARP is our address resolution protocol, and in the ARP cache, it's where we're matching MAC addresses of devices with the IP address. If we manipulate that, we can be doing some impersonation. If we poison a routing table, we might be introducing routes that are going to send data out to an attacker. If we poison DNS files, we could be introducing new records that are not true. And if we poison a website, well, we could be maybe doing a reflected cross-site scripting or other attacks. Our session hijacking attack intercepts communications between two systems. For example, would be a man in the middle, which also might use spoofing and or poisoning. It might be a replay attack where packets are captured and then used later on. A spoofing attack is when the attacker impersonates an address, a system, or a person. They might be impersonating a MAC address, an IP address, a domain, a hyperlink, an email sender, or other trusted source. So let's look at a case study and try to use some of those and see where these various attacks come into play. So the source of a credit card compromise appears to be Anytime Coffee Shop, and it appears that employees have been redirected to a fake portal for card entry. Now what's weird is that actual card charges are going through. The Secret Service undercover operation identified an on-presence, unauthorized soft AP, so a software access point, with a very strong signal. So what's our analysis of the situation? Well, before we even address what the attacks were, we can probably assume that there was some sniffing going on, that the attackers wanted to find out what type of network, if it was wireless, what type of security they were using. Perhaps there was also looking at what some of the vulnerabilities might be in the systems. And then what happened? Well, this is a classic man-in-the-middle attack, where the employees were redirected to a fake portal, and then the packets were then sent to the actual payment processor because the actual card charges are going through. We've got an unauthorized access point, so that's indicative of an evil twin attack, and we talked about that back in the wireless lesson. DNS spoofing or DNS poisoning is used to resolve to the fake credit card entry site. So a lot going on here. So what do you need to know? You need to recognize and be able to describe all of the network attack techniques that we just discussed. That's what you need to know. So welcome to Lessons, which is our exam practice questions. We're going to be looking at 15 questions, both multiple choice, drag and drop, and hotspot. So our first question is going to be a drag and drop, and it's matching the OSI layer to its functional description. Now this one's going to be a little tricky because on the left-hand side we have functional descriptions. On the right-hand side we do have the OSI layer, but it's not how it normally is presented in order from top to bottom. These are kind of mixed up. So if you haven't memorized this, you may want to just start with the ones that you know really well. And this is a good place to look for kind of repeat words. So let me show you what I mean. We have one that says, access to physical media. Good chance maybe that's actually the physical layer. So I'm going to drag that down, access to physical media, and the physical layer. Let's see if we can find another one like that. We've got one that says data transfer between machines, and we have a data link layer. Maybe those are going to be a match. Now what do we have to look at? Well, the next one I see here is network, and network would be routing to my destination, so I'm going to match those two. Now I've got defining how, let me go back up to the top here. We've got our presentation, which is really how does it look. So let's match that with encryption and formatting. We have delivery and sequencing. So that's how we're actually getting the packets across. Let's match that with our transport. Maintaining logical and persistent connections. That's really going to be our session. And lastly, we're going to define how applications interact with network-based services. Now, I might have done that one at the very beginning when I was looking for some matching words, like application and application, data transfer and data link, routing, which is always, to me, synonymous with networking. So that's going to put these together. It's nice if you've memorized them all, but if not, again, just start looking for some of those matching terms. Question 2, which protocol has guaranteed connection delivery? Well, we've got IP, which is really just sort of our overall IP protocol there at the network layer. UDP, which is user datagram protocol, which is small packets and no guarantee of delivery. We have TCP, transmission control protocol, which is a guaranteed connection delivery and does have that three-way handshake. And then DHCP for assigning IP addresses. So you'll have to know what each of those are. In this case, our choice is going to be TCP. Question 3. Why would an organization choose to implement a layer 2 instead of a layer 3 switch? This is similar to the case study we did. They require VLAN support, they require packet prioritization, they require VPN support, or they don't need forwarding capability. Remember, we're saying a layer 2 switch, not a layer 3. So we have to think about what happens at a layer 2 versus a layer 3. And in a layer 3, we have more routing and more prioritization available. So really what our choice is going to be is they just don't need forwarding. They don't need that routing capability. Going on to question 4. At which OSI and TCP layer does an ARP poisoning attack occur? Remember, that's going to be an address resolution protocol. And it tells us, in this case, to point at 2 areas on the image. It means they want us to say where in the OSI layer and where in the TCP IP layer. Probably a good chance that you know that better in the TCP IP layer, and that you know in the internet layer, that's where IP and ARP and ICMP all occur. And then if we're just kind of looking across the spectrum here, our internet layer relates to our network layer. So those are going to be the 2 areas on the image that the ARP poisoning attack might occur. Question 15. Which engine best, that's an important word, best describes IDS decision-making that relies on predicted norms and deviations? So norms and deviations. Role-based is not an IDS decision-making engine. So that's going to have signature-based, behavior-based, or pattern-based. Well, signatures would not rely on predicted norms and deviations. And pattern matching is really very similar to signature-based. So relying on predicted norms, so normal and abnormal activity, would be behavior-based. And so this is another case where you can start ruling out, if you don't know the answer, start ruling out your answers and increasing your odds of having the correct answer. Question 6 says that a particular strain of malware was not identified as problematic by the sensors. And we need to create a statement that describes this situation. So let's look carefully. We've got malware, which is really abnormal activity, and it was not identified as problematic. So we have a situation where abnormal activity was not identified as being abnormal. So we have to describe what it would be called, but we can really start with the second part of this. It might be easier. That's because we have abnormal activity was identified as normal because the malware was not identified as problematic. So it's always going to be a negative when we're talking about abnormal activity, and this is going to be a false negative. It's a false negative because abnormal activity was identified as normal. Again, you might want to write those down, false negatives, false positives, true negatives, and true positives, till you've got those down cold. Question 7, which statement best describes MPLS? Well, let's read through the 4 statements. MPLS uses labels for both internal and IP routing. MPLS is a protocol-independent transport protocol. MPLS is an IP-based protocol. And MPLS was designed specifically for small networks. Well, there's a couple that we can get rid of right away. We know that MPLS is not an IP-based protocol, so we could get rid of that answer. And we know that you can't use labels for IP routing, so we can get rid of that. Now we're left with 2. The correct answer is going to be MPLS is a protocol-independent transport protocol. But you could have gotten hung up on this one, designed specifically for small networks. Now, it wasn't designed specifically for small networks. Can it be used on a small network? Sure, if you wanted. So it's not totally not true, but the best answer that describes MPLS is that it's a protocol-independent transport protocol. Question 8. In which environment would you be most likely to encounter DNP3? Doesn't say you have to, but you would be most likely. A high-volume web retailer, a content delivery system, an Ethernet-based storage network, or a wastewater treatment plant. And we said DNP3. It's mostly going to be used in industrial control or SCADA systems, so that's going to lead us to a wastewater treatment plant. Question 9. Blank best describes the use of the IP protocol to transmit a variety of formats, including voice, data, multimedia, television, and music. So let's look through our answers. Unified communication really allows us to unify regardless of location or device. An open standard, we said, was a standard that it's open, it's publicly available, and that you can write to. Convergence is when we start taking all of these different formats and we use the same protocol. We mesh them together, and extensibility is when we take functionality and we extend it. So it's saying which one best describes. When we're talking about all these formats using the same protocol or coming together, the word you're looking for, the description you're looking for is convergence. Question 10. The blank multimedia protocol supports integrity, encryption, privacy, and guaranteed transport. Our choices are CDN, a content delivery network, SIP, VoIP, or MPLS. Now, VoIP is not a protocol, so you might want to feel like that's the multimedia protocol, but VoIP is just really a descriptor. MPLS was going to be our transport protocol, so the answer we should come to is SIP, which is the multimedia protocol, which does support integrity, encryption, privacy, and guaranteed transport. Question 11. Blank is an amendment to the original standard for the purpose of including security mechanisms. We've got 802.15, WPA2, 802.11e, and 802.11i. Remember, this was an extension or an amendment to the standard. 802.15, not an amendment, that is a standard. WPA2, that's going to be our security mechanisms themselves, but it's not the standard. 802.11e was for quality of service, and you want to recognize this as 802.11i. That's the amendment to the original 802.11 standard, specifically for the purpose of including security mechanisms. Now, this might be an easy one to get wrong because you might have gone right to WPA2, so make sure that you read through all your answers and think carefully what you want to choose. Question 12. WPA2 is considered secure unless blank is in use. Recognize this is WPA2, and our choices are Wi-Fi protected setup, WPS, a personal PSK, a Bluetooth, or radius. So personal shared key, Bluetooth, or radius. Well, this is one you're just going to have to know. And we talked about this earlier, that Wi-Fi protected setup does introduce vulnerabilities, so even though WPA2 is considered secure, it's not if you're using Wi-Fi protected setup. Question 13 is going to be a hotspot question. It's telling us in a farming attack, which server is being manipulated. So generally, a farming attack is going to relate to DNS records. So you have a choice of a DNS server, a web server, a SQL server, or a Kerberos server. We need to point to the correct areas on the image. There's only going to be one in this case, so we want to drag the hotspot to its position. A farming attack is going to be against a DNS server. It's really a form of poisoning. Question 14. Which one of these attacks is most likely, that's the key word, to result in data compromise? So most likely to result in data compromise. We have an evil twin. Remember, that's when we set up a rogue access point. We have signal jamming, RF interference, or war chalking. All of these are legitimate wireless attacks. But let's think about what they do. Signal jamming isn't really going to result as much in data compromise, but maybe in denial of service. And radio frequency interference, the same thing. It's going to result in denial of service. And war chalking, which ultimately might result in data compromise, is really just a way of marking where there's a wireless network, particularly in secure wireless network. So our best choice here is going to be Evil Twin. And let's go to question 15, our last question. Which one of these attack techniques can best be mitigated by a combination of technical controls and employee training? This is kind of a challenging one. Now, all of these could probably be mitigated by technical controls: session hijacking, spoofing, sniffing, and scanning. So the key here will be the second part, employee training. So what can we do? What can we train our employees as a way so that this attack doesn't work? Now, session hijacking, we might think, don't click on something that would lead to session hijacking. But what are they clicking on? Well, they might be clicking on a link. They might be clicking on opening an email because they think it came from someone. They might be answering a call from someone who is impersonating a trusted source. So spoofing looks like a good answer to understand impersonation. Sniffing, probably not much we can do for employee training, and scanning, probably not much. Now, if it had said perhaps IT employee training, maybe our answer would be different. We'd ask them to look for different things. But since we're talking about general employees, probably the best guess is going to be spoofing. And that brings us to the end of our questions. Once again, congratulations, we passed. We scored 100%. We're doing awesome, and we are on our way to becoming CISSPs. So keep with me. We're going to go right on to our next lesson. The Identity and Access Management Domain CBK includes identification, authentication, authorization, accountability, and access controls. Now, the topics we're going to focus on are mutual authentication, including Kerberos, federated identity management, and access control models. At the end of every sub-lesson, there will be an Anytown mini case study, and at the end of the lesson, I'll guide you through 10 multiple choice and advanced innovative exam practice questions with a focus on test-taking strategies. Authentication is the verification of identity. Let's take a moment and contrast that with authorization. Authorization is permission to perform a specific action. We are first going to authenticate a subject, and then permissions will be granted. Now, here's a couple things you need to know about authentication. The first is the concept of zero-knowledge proof. Zero-knowledge proof is authentication without openly revealing a password. And we're going to take a look at the CHAP standard. The second is mutual authentication, which is when both the subject and the object or the resource identify themselves to each other. And we're going to take a look at Kerberos and Sesame. But let's start with looking at CHAP. CHAP is the Challenge Handshake Authentication Protocol. It is zero knowledge. It relies on a randomly generated string of characters called a challenge text and a hashing algorithm. Remember, a hash is when we take a variable length input, we get a fixed length output, and that output is a fingerprint or a representation of the original input. So in the CHAP process, a user enters their login name and password at a login screen. The workstation will then send the username, but not the password, to the authentication server. The authentication server verifies that the user exists in its database and then generates a unique string of challenge text and sends it back to the user. The workstation login process receives the challenge text. The workstation hashes the user's password, appends it to the challenge text, and then hashes the entire string. The workstation then sends the hash value to the authentication server. The authentication server looks up the user account, extracts the stored hash value of the user's password, appends it to the challenge text, and then hashes the entire string. The authentication server then compares the calculated hash value with the hash value received from the user. If the hash values are identical, the user is successfully authenticated. If the hash values are different, then authentication fails. That's the CHAP process. So let's take a look at Kerberos, which is a mutual authentication system. Kerberos is single sign-on. It is embedded in most network operating systems and directory services, and it provides mutual authentication and uses symmetric key cryptography. Remember, that's the same key, and tickets to convey authentication details to the party securely. Now, there are three primary components. We're going to have the user at their workstation. We're going to have the Kerberos server, and then there's going to be 3 different processes running: a key distribution center, an authentication server, and a ticket granting service. And then we're going to have our resource. That's the object that the user or the subject wants to access. And we're going to also refer to that resource as a trust principal. Now, we have to be very concerned about the security of the Kerberos server, because the Kerberos server is doing all of that work, so it should be a hardened, single-purpose server. The Kerberos server is also a single point of failure, and it should be implemented in a high availability mode or have multiple Kerberos servers available. So we have to make sure that it's secure, because it's really the central point of doing all of the authentication. One or more Kerberos key distribution centers and its collection of trusted and trusting principals is known as a realm or a domain. So sometimes you'll hear this referred to as a Kerberos domain or a Kerberos realm. Again, it's just going to be the trusting and trusted principals. Now, trust does not imply privilege, which is access. Access requires explicit or inherited permissions, and that takes us back to the idea of authorization. Kerberos is doing authentication. It is not doing authorization. So let's take a look at the Kerberos process. It initially starts with a chat-based authentication between the user and the Kerberos server. Then the Kerberos ticket granting service, the TSG, generates a ticket granting ticket, a TGT, which is also known as an access token. The TGT access token is provided to the user, and then the ticket granting ticket is protected using symmetric key cryptography. When the user attempts to access a trusted resource, the user sends a copy of the ticket or the access token back to the KDC, the Key Distribution Center, with details of the request. The KDC validates the ticket and generates a limited lifetime session ticket. Now, the KDC sends the session ticket back to the user. The session ticket has 2 encrypted halves, one half for the user and one half for the resource. The ticket itself contains authentication details and a symmetric session key. The user will decrypt his half of the session ticket, write again the details of the resource request, and then encrypt it with the session key, and send the session ticket over to the resource server. The resource server will then decrypt its half of the ticket, verifies the details of the request that are in its half of the ticket, uses a decrypted session key to decrypt the user request, and then matches it with the initial request. And if it's matching, then the user is authenticated to the resource server. But that's only one half of the process. Using that session key, the resource server encrypts a portion of the user's authentication data and sends the encrypted data back to the user. If the user can successfully decrypt the message, then mutual authentication has occurred and we have a successful connection. That's the Kerberos process. The other process you want to be familiar with is Sesame. That stands for Secure European System for Applications in a Multi-Vendor Environment. It's a single sign-on authentication system. It's very similar to Kerberos, but it is primarily used with applications and not operating systems. Depends on the same initial user authentication, so the same chat process, and it uses both symmetric and asymmetric key-based technologies to authenticate subjects. You don't need to know the whole process flow of Sesame as you do with Kerberos. Now, Sesame will use privileged attribute certificates, or called PACs, instead of tickets generated by a privileged attribute server. So really just remember that Sesame, very similar, but it's using asymmetric and symmetric. It uses certificates called PACs instead of the tickets, and it's generated by a privileged attribute server, a PAS. So let's do a case study about authentication server. We have the chief financial officer of Anytown Bike Manufacturing doesn't understand why IT needs so many servers and defense in-depth expenditures. And in particular, he is questioning the need for multiple Active Directory domain controllers. Remember, domain controllers are my authentication server, and Active Directory depends on Kerberos. And he also hates it when you tell him that he can't keep his password on a yellow sticky note attached to his monitor. And he wants an explanation. So your job is to give the CFO an explanation why they need multiple Active Directory servers and why they need defense in-depth expenditures and why he can't keep that yellow sticky note with his password attached to his monitor. So what are we going to explain to the Chief Financial Officer? Well, we're going to start with telling them that the AD domain controller is a single point of failure. It's our authentication server, and without it, users can't log in, which is why redundancy is absolutely necessary. And we may want to explain to them that the active domain controller relies on Kerberos, and if the domain controller is compromised, so are all the associated Kerberos trust services, the KDC, the authentication server, the ticket granting service. A compromise could result in unauthorized and definitely unwanted access. And lastly, we need to tell them that if an attacker could get the user's legitimate password, well, Kerberos will never know and will trust the attacker. And that's why password security is so important. So what do you need to know? You need to understand the objective of mutual authentication. You need to know the purpose of CHAP and the process. You need to know the purpose of Kerberos and the process. You need to recognize Kerberos security requirements in terms of redundancy and hardening, and then understand a little bit about what Sesame is, what the components are, enough just to recognize. That's what you need to know. Federated Identity Management, that you'll see abbreviated as FIM, is just an arrangement among multiple enterprises that allows users, and even sometimes objects, to use the same identification data to obtain access to disparate resources. The technologies that are used for federated identity include Security Assertion Markup Language, known as SAML, OAuth, OpenID, OpenID Connect, Web Service Specifications, Microsoft Azure Cloud Services, and Windows Identity Foundation. We're going to focus on SAML, OAuth, and OpenID Connect. So starting with SAML. SAML is Security Assertion Markup Language. Now it's an open standard that provides authentication and authorization services. Remember, authentication is proving your identity. Authorization is when you are granted permission. It's known as a one-to-many model. So if we look at this diagram here, our end user is also referred to as our principal. Our second component is going to be the identity provider. That's going to be a SAML-compliant authentication service. You'll see the identity provider abbreviated as an IDP. And the third component is the service provider, and that's a service provider who's providing a SAML-compliant web application. So the user, the authentication server, and the application. Those are going to be our three primary pieces. So let's walk through the process. The user, which was the principal, uses a web browser to access a web application and attempts to authenticate. Well, the web application, the service provider, requests an assertion from the identity provider about the user. The identity provider then prompts the users for credentials, could be single-factor or multi-factor. The user provides the credentials to the identity provider, and if the user credentials are accepted, the identity provider submits an assertion to the service provider. Says, yep, I've logged this person in. I have identified them properly. The service provider will then identify the authorization level of the user and provide the appropriate level of access. The SAML transport options include an HTTP redirect, or a GET command, an HTTP post, or a SOAP binding. SOAP stands for Simple Object Access Protocol, and it's a lightweight protocol for exchanging messages in a decentralized, distributed environment. Now let's look at OAuth 2.0. OAuth is an authorization framework. Remember, get that word. It's not an authentication framework. It's an authorization framework that enables applications to obtain limited access to user accounts on an HTTP service such as Facebook or Twitter. So in this case, we're going to have an application that's going to try to get access. So what are our components here? Well, we're going to have a resource owner. So if I have a Facebook account, I'm the resource owner of my Facebook account. I'm going to have the requesting client application. Perhaps it's a taxi service, and it says, I want to interact with your Facebook account. And then I'm going to have the resource and authorization server API. So it's the actual resource that I'm going to give permission to, and it's going to be running an API, an application interface, which is going to provide permissions back to the requesting client application. Let's look at the process here. The application requests authorization to access the service resource from the user. The application will be saying, hey, can I use your Facebook account, or can I access your Facebook or Twitter account? If the user authorizes a request, the application receives an authorization grant. The application will then request an access token from the authorization server, from the API, by presenting its credentials and the user authorization grant. If the application identity is accepted and the authorization grant is valid, then the authorization server issues an access token to the application, and the application presents the access token to the resource, it's on the resource server, and requests access. And if it's valid, the resource server serves the resource to the application. Now, OpenID Connect actually is a new identity layer on top of the OAuth 2.0 protocol, which facilitates authentication. Remember that we said OAuth 2.0 is only authorization. OpenID Connect is also authentication. So OpenID Connect allows users to be authenticated by cooperating sites, known as relaying parties, or RP, using third-party service. Now, if that sounds a lot like SAML, that's because it is. OpenID Connect is really considered a replacement for SAML, and users can log into multiple unrelated websites without having to have a separate identity or a password for each. There's an ID token which includes information about the user, and it can be used by both mobile and static applications. So when you're comparing and contrasting the two, remember that we have SAML, which allows us to have authentication and authorization. We have OAuth 2.0, which is only going to be authorization, and OpenID Connect builds on OAuth 2.0 to allow for both authentication and authorization as a potential replacement for SAML. So let's do a case study about federated identity. Anytown University students and their faculty need to be able to access on-campus and online resources. Now, the university would like to implement a system that would allow users to only have to remember one password, so really only one identity, regardless of the resource owner. So SAML has been recommended. Now, in the initial design phase, they need to determine who is going to be the identity provider, who is the service provider, and who are the principals. And they've asked you for assistance. So as you imagine this in your mind, remember we're going to have our students, our faculty, and then we have a number of on-campus and online resources. So let's look at our analysis. An IDP is an identity provider. In this case, it's going to be a trusted party that would provide the authentication services. The SP is a service provider. Now, in this case, it could be a website, could be the online community, could be a research tool, or it could be a resource, such as a library. Remember that in SAML, we have a one-to-many model, so we can have one identity provider that can interconnect or service multiple service providers. And lastly, who are the principals? Well, the principals will be the persons who are accessing the service, and in that case, the principals are the students and the faculty. So what do you need to know? What's your required knowledge? Understand what the objective is of federated identity, understand what SAML is and the process, and recognize that SOAP is a lightweight protocol for messaging in a distributed environment. Understand the services and the purpose of OAuth 2.0 and the process, and then understand the objective as well for OpenID Connect. And that's what you need to know. So an access control model is just a framework that dictates how subjects access objects or how objects access objects. Now, you're very familiar with many of these, I'm sure, but we're going to go through them because there's so many of them that I want to make sure that you can truly distinguish between each type of access control model. The access control models are generally built into an operating system. They also might be built into some of the applications that you're running. So access control models and techniques include mandatory, discretionary, role-based, rule-based, content-based, context-based, and constrained interfaces. And we're going to take a deeper look at each one of these. So let's look first at our subject-based access controls. We have mandatory access controls that you'll see as MAC, discretionary access controls, DAC, and role-based access controls, RBAC. What's the difference? Our mandatory access controls is based on the relationship between the subject's clearance and need to know and the object's classification, and the enforcement is done with security labels. In discretionary access control, our owners decide the level of subject access, and our enforcement is going to be our access control list and our capabilities table. Our role-based access control is that access is based on the subject's assigned roles. So we are going to give permission to the roles and we'll assign subjects to that roles. Again, we're going to be using either access control list or capabilities table combined with a security policy. Then we have situational-based access. That's going to be rule-based, content-dependent, context-dependent, and constrained interfaces, which include menus and shells and database views. Our rule-based access is based on situational if-then statements. If this happens, then we're going to do that. Now, those can be very simple, a one if-then statement, or they can be a complex if-then statement. But the enforcement is rules. Content-dependent access control is just a filter, and it's filtering the access based on the data that's being acted on. And our enforcement is going to be keywords or categories. Context-dependent is access based on a collection or a sequence of actions, what the user is actually doing at the time. Our enforcement may be a combination of rules and a security policy. And lastly, our constrained interface, which could be menus and shells or database views, is access is restricted by functionality. It's restricted by what the user actually sees and can interact with. And the enforcement will either be the design or the configuration. So let's do a case study for access control. We have Anytown Hospital, and they're bound by HIPAA requirements. Remember, they're a medical facility, so they're going to have HIPAA, privacy, and security requirements. And they want to ensure that only specific types of clinicians, so specific types of clinicians, can view certain patient records. So they have some access controls that they need to put in place. Furthermore, they want to completely hide any option to access VIP patient records. They've chosen to implement MAC and context-based controls. And they're wondering, will this work? Is this really the best choice? So think about this for a minute. Does this model, MAC and context-based controls, make sense for a hospital environment? Well, here's our analysis. We're probably going to explain to them that MAC isn't the right choice. That MAC, mandatory access control, is designed for environments that use classification and clearance, which is generally going to be military or secure facilities, rarely commercial entities. Probably don't want to use context-based controls because it doesn't make sense in this case because there's no flexibility. They want a lot of flexibility about what type of clinicians can access what type of records. So we would probably recommend to them that they use role-based access controls, or RBAC. That could be used to limit patient access by clinician. We would create roles, we would assign permission to those roles, and then we would assign various clinicians to the roles. And lastly, we may want to recommend that they use constrained interfaces to hide menu options. So those would be our analysis and recommendations to Anytown Hospital. So what's the required knowledge? Well, you need to know the subject-based access control techniques, and you need to know situational-based access control techniques. You need to be able to recognize those and speak to the purpose and the enforcement. We're going to do 10 questions, and starting with question 1, which explanation best describes authorization? Now, here's a good reason for reading these questions slowly. If you read this quickly, you might have picked up authorization as authentication. So make sure that you're reading slowly and recognize we've also got the word best. So our 4 choices, and we're always going to read all of our choices. Authorization is granting permission to perform a specific action. Authorization is when accountability is maintained. Authorization is when activity is accounted for. Authorization is when both subjects and objects identify themselves. Well, we should be choosing our first one. Authorization is granting permission to perform a specific action. The other 2 ones deal with accountability. Again, accountability. And this last one, authorization, is when both subject and object identify themselves. You should have recognized that as authentication. So the first choice was our right answer. In question 2, which one of the following is not part of the chat process? And make sure you're looking for those words like not. The workstation salts the password. The workstation concatenates and hashes the challenge text and password. The workstation receives a challenge text from the authentication server, and the authentication server compares the two hash values. Remember, this is what's not part of the chat process. Well, if you think about the chat process, we know that the workstation receives a challenge text from the authentication server. We know the workstation does concatenate and hash the challenge text and password. And we know that the authentication server is going to compare two hash values, the one on their end and the one that was sent from the workstation. The workstation salting the password doesn't have anything to do with the chat process. So that's going to be our choice. Now we're going to have a hotspot question. In a Kerberos environment, which device validates a ticket granting ticket, a TGT? And we're told to point at the correct area on the image and drag a hotspot marker to change its position in case we put it in the wrong place. Remember, we've got our user over here, we have the Kerberos server, and we have the trust principal. The trust principal is the resource we're trying to access. So the question is, which device validates the ticket? We're going to click on our Kerberos server because that's going to be our correct answer. Going to question 4. Which statement about SOAP is not true? Remember, SOAP is going to be that lightweight protocol, so we know, yes, it's true, it's lightweight. SOAP is used for messaging, so that is true. SOAP does rely on XML and HTTP, so that is true. And it's only available for the Windows operating system platform. That doesn't sound right. Now, what you might have found when you got to this is you recognized that it was lightweight and it was used for messaging. Well, that's great. Now you've been able to eliminate 2 answers. Now you've got to go between these two, that SOAP relies on XML and HTTP, or that it's only available for the Windows operating system platform. Well, you might not know that it relies on it, but when you're looking at the two, this is the one that is obviously more not true when you think about that SOAP is used in a web environment and there's going to be all kinds of different platforms. So our statement that's not true is going to be that it's available only for the Windows operating system platform. Question 5. Which authentication system does Active Directory incorporate? So what is it built on? And our 4 choices are Kerberos, Enterprise Single Sign-On, a federated identity, or shared credentials. Best if you just know that it's Kerberos, which is the correct answer. But if not, you can kind of think through. Is it an enterprise single sign-on? Can you use the same credentials for everything in your enterprise, including applications? Not really. Is it a federated environment? No, it's a trust environment. Are you sharing credentials? That's just one that's thrown in there. It doesn't even really mean anything for us. So it is going to be Kerberos. Question 6. This one is asking us to identify the technologies that support federated identity management, and we get to choose all that apply. So hopefully you know which ones are, but you can also start eliminating. Active Directory, we know that that's not going to be a federated identity management. OpenID Connect, it is. SAML, it is. OAuth 2, for sure. MPLS, remember, that's just going to be a protocol-independent network transport technology, so that's not going to be one. And Kerberos, again, is going to match up with Active Directory. Again, this is a trust environment, not a federated identity management environment. So OpenID Connect, SAML, and OAuth are going to be our 3 answers. Let's go on to our next question. Blank access controls are based on situational if-then statements. Role-based, DAC, which is discretionary access control, a constrained interface, or rule-based. We always want to read all of our questions, even if you know the answer right away. Role-based isn't based on situational, right? It is based on subject and roles and permissions we've assigned to the role. DAC, discretionary access control, again, is also subject-based with permissions granted by the owner. A constrained interface just means that you can't see the menu or the choices. That's not situational. It's going to be rule-based. Rule-based access controls are based on situational if-then. If this happens, then this is the rule that we're going to put in place. Going to question 8. Here we have a drag and drop. The blank access control model relies on clearance, classification, and something else. So right away we're being told clearance, classification, and something else. So our choices are RBAC, DAC, and MAC for access control models, group membership, need to know, and least privilege for our third descriptor here. Remember, these are really just fancy multiple choice questions. So when you think about the access control model that relies on clearance and classification, I'm hoping that you'll have chose MAC, which is mandatory access control, relies on clearance, classification, and then what else? Well, remember, it's clearance of the user, classification of the data, but just because you have the clearance and the classification doesn't mean you have access. The third piece is going to be need to know. So we're going to drag that over, and that will complete our sentence. Off to question 9. Which of the following authentication factors can be considered emerging? If you remember, authentication factors, and we didn't discuss this in our lessons, but you should know this from your studying, really the three factors, the three standard factors, are something you know, something you have, and something you are. So something you know is going to be knowledge, something that you have is possession, something that you are is biometric. So what would be new? What's emerging, and that's really a key word? Location, where you are. That would be considered an emerging authentication factor. And lastly, question 10, we have a web application authenticates and connects to an e-commerce backend database and updates the order entry table. They want us to identify the relationship. We've got a web application that's going to authenticate and connect to an e-commerce backend database, asking us which is the object and which is the subject. Our first choice is that the web application is the object and the e-commerce database is the subject. Remember that an object is passive and a subject is active, and our web application is doing something. It's authenticating and connecting. That makes it active. So it's not going to be an object, it's going to be a subject. So let's see what our next choice is. The web application and the e-commerce database are both objects. That's not going to be true in this case. The web application and the e-commerce database are both subjects. Again, not true because we have an active element and a passive element. And lastly, and we had to scroll down, because if we didn't scroll down, we'd miss that final choice that tells us that the web application is the subject, again, the active entity, and the e-commerce database is the object, which would be the passive or the entity that's being acted upon. That would be our correct choice. A tip when you're doing these types of questions, one, always make sure you scroll down, and if you need to, take some notes. Say, whoa, that's an active entity, that's going to be a subject, this is passive, that's going to be an object. Feel free to jot down notes as you're going through your questions. So that takes us through all 10 questions. How did we do? Awesome. Congratulations. We passed again. Practice exam score results 100% and on your way. So let's go on to our next lesson. The Security Assessment and Testing Domain CBK is all about assurance and includes assessment planning, examination, testing, and continuous monitoring. The topics we're going to focus on are penetration testing rules of engagement, SSAE 16 reports, and the Information Security Continuous Monitoring Process, the ISCM. At the end of every sub-lesson, there'll be an Anytown mini case study, and at the end of the lesson, I'll guide you through 10 multiple choice and advanced innovative exam practice questions with a focus on test-taking strategies. Rules or engagement is just a document that's going to detail the parameters and the expected testing team conduct of either a test or an assessment or an audit. Now, included in a rules of engagement document should be the target environment and the objective of the testing, scenario and the approach, the level of knowledge, so how much will the testers know, any constraints, what shouldn't be tested, notification, so if there's an issue during the testing, who should be notified, data handling requirements in case any sensitive or confidential data is accessed or exposed, and then finally reporting expectations. So all of these components should be in a rules of engagement document. So one of the fundamental components of the rules of engagement is going to be defining the scenario and the approach. Now there are 5 different basic approaches if you're doing a penetration test. External untrusted, external trusted, internal untrusted, internal trusted, and tenant to tenant. The first 4 really relate to the physical location of the tester as well as the authentication status of the tester. So let's go through the descriptions. An external untrusted, that's going to be an internet-based, so outside the network coming through the internet, non-authenticated third party. So the third party has no credentials, attempting to gain unauthorized access to the target system. An external trusted is also going to be internet-based, but the difference is the third party is going to be authenticated, meaning they were given some credentials. And using those credentials, they will attempt to gain unauthorized access over and above what their credentials allow them to do, access to the target system. So external untrusted, external trusted. Then we have internal untrusted. So that's going to be an internally located, non-authenticated third party. So they are inside your network, but they have no credentials, and they're going to attempt to gain unauthorized access to the target system. Conversely, an internal trusted is also going to be internally located, but they are going to be authenticated, meaning they're going to have some credentials, and they're going to attempt to gain additional unauthorized access to the target system by exploiting either the credentials they have or attempting to get more credentials. Our last one is tenant to tenant. That's an external attack that originates from a tenant instance in a multi-tenant environment, which is attempting to gain access or compromise a secondary tenant instance within the same target system. So we've got a multi-tenant environment. The attacker goes after tenant A because perhaps they're weaker, and then attempts to launch the attack on tenant B from tenant A's instance. So you can see from this picture of attack vectors, our external untrusted up on the top are outside of the external network boundary. Our external trusted are also outside of the network boundary, but may have credentials at the application layer, the platform layer, or the infrastructure layer. Our internal will be inside their network, and again, untrusted, no credentials, trusted, has credentials. Another component of a rules of engagement document is going to be the level of organizational knowledge. Now, testing can either be overt or covert. Again, overt or covert. In overt testing, management, technology personnel, security personnel, perhaps third-party personnel are all aware that the testing is going on, and the relationship is very cooperative. Now, that can be extremely efficient. Two issues, though. One, there's a tendency to want to fix things during the testing. As soon as something is discovered, because everybody knows what's going on, they want to fix it. The other is that the report may have less impact. When the report is delivered, the pushback might be, yeah, we knew they were there, we let them in, we made some changes, and so the report is less impactful. In a covert testing environment, there's very limited number of people who know about the testing, generally a very limited subset of management. And no one who's really involved in that particular system that's being tested knows what's going on. It's adversarial opposed to cooperative. It's really trying to break in, if you will. Some advantages is a very valid test of incident detection and incident response capabilities. So not only are we trying to find out, can they get in? Is there unauthorized access possible, or can a vulnerability be exploited? It's also measuring, does anyone even see that the tester is in the system, or that the tester is attempting to exploit the system? Some disadvantages, well, they may not get past barriers that an intruder with more time and resources would. So perhaps an intruder could keep hammering against a system and find a way around, where if it was an overt testing, perhaps the tester says, listen, can you just whitelist my address so I can get past this first layer and see what happens behind that level? So overt testing, covert testing, know the difference. We also have different levels of testing team knowledge. There are 4 levels of testing team knowledge that you want to remember: 0, partial, full, and hybrid. In a 0 level of knowledge, the testing team has not been provided any relevant information about the target environment. Partial level of knowledge, the testing team has been provided some relevant information about the target environment. Full knowledge, the testing team has intimate knowledge of the target environment. And a hybrid is usually when we set up 2 teams and we have a red team that's attacking and a blue team that's defending. Let's do a rules of engagement case study. Anytown Bank has hired Anytown Cyber LLC to conduct a web application penetration test. Now, they want them to test the application as a logged-in user, so they're going to provide credentials. And to save time, they're also going to provide IP addresses and other basic information to the testing team. Now, they're also interested in learning more about their internal incident response capabilities. So they're wondering, in the ROE, how should they describe this test? And they're asking you. So think about for a moment, how would you describe this test? Is it internal or external? Is it trusted or not? What's the level of knowledge from the testing team? And what's the relationship with Anytown Bank? So let's do our analysis of how they should describe this particular test in the Rules of Engagement document. Their description for the scenario and approach will be external trusted. The testers are coming in from outside, and they've been trusted. They've been given credentials, so their testing will be as an authenticated user. The organizational knowledge appears to be covert. Anytown Bank has not indicated that they are going to be informing any internal personnel that this test is going on. And furthermore, they've told us that they're interested in learning more about their internal incident response capabilities, which would indicate that they're not going to inform internal personnel. And lastly, the testing team knowledge is partial. They are providing the IP address and other basic information. So it's not zero knowledge, it's not full knowledge, it would be partial. So our ROE should indicate, and this is an external trusted, covert, partial team testing knowledge. So what's our required knowledge? You need to understand the rules of engagement objectives. You should be familiar with common testing scenarios and the knowledge descriptors. And that's what you need to know. So an audit examination provides assurance based on evidence and testing. Now, auditing standards require that sufficient, relevant, and reliable evidence is obtained to support audit conclusions and opinions. An audit examination report can provide three types of opinions: an unqualified opinion, a qualified opinion, or an adverse opinion. The audit examination report can also include a disclaimer that the auditor was not able to render an opinion due to named circumstances. So there are a number of widely used information security audit control standards and frameworks that are used for internal and operational auditing, including ISACA COBIT 4.1, which is the IT controls and assurance objectives, particularly the deliver and support domain, DS5, which is to ensure system security, and those are controls DS 5.1 through DS 5.11, or the AICP Statement on Standards for Attestation Engagements number 16, which is commonly known as an SSA 16. It was formerly known as a SAS 70. You need to have a little bit of familiarity with COBIT, and I want you to really understand what's in an SSA 16 report. So an SSA 16, Service Organization Control Report, that's how we get SOC, are internal control reports on the services provided by a service organization. Now, the standards are designed and maintained by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, the AICPA. Now, there are three SOC versions that you need to be aware of: SOC 1, SOC 2, and SOC 3. Now, a SOC 1 is a report on controls relevant to a user's financial statements, very similar to what the old SAS 70 was. The other interesting thing about a SOC 1 is that there's no standard as to what controls are going to be included, that the contracting organization and the audit company will agree on the scope, so they'll agree on what controls they want to include in the report. A SOC 2 report is based on the trust service principles. You'll see that as a TSP. Now, SOC 2 reports on controls intended to mitigate risk related to security, availability, processing integrity, confidentiality, and privacy. So you can see where a SOC 2 would be much more relevant to a cybersecurity type of audit. Now, interesting about the SOC 2 is that the organization can choose the categories. So they can say, I want to have security, availability, and privacy. Those are the three categories I want to be audited on. But they can't choose the controls that are associated with those categories. The control criteria is provided by the AICPA. A SOC 3, really very similar to a SOC 2, but it doesn't detail the testing performed because it's designed for public distribution. So it's not going to have all the details in it. It's really designed very much as a marketing document. There are also two types of SOC reports, a Type 1 and a Type 2. And it's important to distinguish between them. A Type 1 is a report on controls in place at a particular point of time. So it can evaluate the design and the implementation. Yes, you have the controls. Yes, they're active at the moment, but they can't evaluate the operating effectiveness because it's only being measured at a specific point in time, as of right now, perhaps. A Type 2 reports on design and implementation, but also the operating effectiveness over a period of time, and that period of time is generally 6 months or 12 months. So it includes tests of operating effectiveness and the results. For example, if one of the controls is, does the organization do background checks, and it's for a period of 12 months, it is going to do random audits throughout that entire time period. There's a lot of emphasis in the Type 2 on evidential matter. So we have 3 versions of SOC, SOC 1, SOC 2, SOC 3, and then 2 types, Type 1 and Type 2. Now the SOC 2 and 3 were based on those trust service principles, and we said the categories were security, availability, confidentiality, processing integrity, and privacy. And you can see on the screen what all the various subcategories are inside those principles. You don't need to know those. You don't have to memorize those. I just want you to be aware of what you can expect inside each one of those categories. By taking a look at a sample SSAE 16 table of contents, you cannot determine the type, but you can determine the version. If you go down to where you see section 4, the testing matrices, down towards the bottom, you'll see where it'll say criteria common to security and availability principles. That tells us that security and availability were 2 of the trust principle categories. And then if you scroll down, you'll see additional controls available for availability and then additional controls for processing integrity. This will tell us that is a Type 2 because we have security and availability and processing integrity principles. And because we have all the details, we know it's definitely a Type 2 because a Type 3, again, doesn't include detailed information. So let's look at an SSAE 16 SOC report case study. Anytown Credit Union Services Corp. Provides outsourced transactional processing services to credit unions nationwide, and they've engaged Anytown CPAs to conduct an SSAE 16 SOC 1 Type 1 audit. CU Services Corp. Objective is to provide a detailed report to their customers that will instill trust and confidence in their operating effectiveness, processes, and protection mechanisms. So what's your analysis? They've engaged Anytown CPA to do an SSAE 16 SOC 1 Type 1 audit. Is that going to meet their objectives of giving in information to their customers that will instill trust and confidence in their operating effectiveness, processes, and protection mechanisms? Well, we would probably want to tell Anytown CU Services Corp. That SOC 1 is designed for evaluating financial controls and sometimes used for SOX compliance. It's not going to be appropriate for what they're trying to do. And that a Type 1 report is a point-in-time evaluation of design and implementation, not operating effectiveness. So an SSAE 16 SOC 1 Type 1 is not what they want to do. Much more appropriate would be a SOC 2 Type 2. And the trust principles that they should include would be security, availability, confidentiality, and processing integrity. And that's what we would recommend to them. So what's your required knowledge? You need to understand what an audit opinion is and the types of audit opinions, what the 2 common audit frameworks are. In an SSAE 16, you should know the 3 SOC versions and the 2 types. And in an SSAE 16 SOC 2 and SOC 3, you should be an awareness of what the trust service principles are. And that's what you need to know. So welcome to Let's Understanding Information Security Continuous Monitoring, also known as ISCM. So NIST, which is the National Institute of Standards and Technology, SP 800, Special Publication 800, 137, defines Information Security Continuous Monitoring, or ISCM, as maintaining ongoing awareness of information security, vulnerabilities, and threats to support organizational risk management solutions. OMB issued a memo that provides instructions for annual FISMA reporting and emphasizes monitoring the security state of information systems on an ongoing basis with a frequency sufficient to make ongoing risk-based decisions. So the expectation is that federal agencies, as part of their FISMA compliance, will in fact implement ISCM, or Information Security Continuous Monitoring. Now, the ISCM process, again, is very focused on continuous monitoring. And we start up at the top of our circle here. We define, establish, implement, analyze, report, respond, and review and update. And the objective of this continuous monitoring is it should map to your risk tolerance, it should adapt to ongoing needs, and it should actively involve management. And a key part of ISCM is security automation across all of the various domains, whether it's software assurance or vulnerability management, event management, malware detection, asset management, configuration management, network management, incident management, pass management, license management, information management, and back to software assurance. That the more we can automate each of these domains, the better chance we will have continuous monitoring. A protocol I want you to be familiar with is SCAP. SCAP stands for Security Content Automation Protocol. It is a suite of specification that standardizes the format and the nomenclature by which security software products communicate security flaws and security configuration information. Now, there is a NIST draft, it's SP 800-126, which is the technical specification for Security Content Automation Protocol, SCAP. It's at this point for SCAP version 1.1. Now, the National Vulnerability Database is the U.S. government repository of standards-based vulnerability management data represented using SCAP specifications. Now, this data enables automation of vulnerability management, security measures, and compliance. The NVD also includes security checklists, security-related software flaws, misconfigurations, product names, and impact metrics. So let's do a case study on ISCM planning. We have anytime armor manufacturing is a government contractor, and they're required to adhere to our FISMA standards. And they're in the planning stages of designing an ICSM program. So they have to adhere to FISMA standards because they are a government contractor. They want to plan an ISCM program, and they're looking for guidance and references. So what are you going to recommend to them? You're probably going to recommend that they download and thoroughly read NIST 800-137, which is Information Security Continuous Monitoring, ISCM, for federal information systems and organizations. That's going to allow them to become familiar with an ISCM program. And I would suggest that you take a look at that same document. And then you're going to inform them that the NVT, the National Vulnerability Database, is the government repository of standards-based vulnerability management data represented using the SCAP specifications. So you'll want to explain to them what SCAP is, and then you want to refer them to the National Vulnerability Database. And lastly, you may want to refer them to NIST draft SP 800-126, which is the technical specifications for Security Content Automation Protocol, or SCAP. You don't need to go read that. I do want you to go look at SP 800-137. Don't worry about the draft specifications for SCAP, but if Anytime Armor Manufacturing was setting this up, this would be a really good reference for them. So what is your required knowledge? Know what the ISCM objectives are, recognize what SCAP is, know what MVD stands for, the National Vulnerability Database, and then be familiar with NIST special publications and how they can provide additional information both to you studying for the exam, but for everyone who's involved in the security sector. So next we're going to move on to lesson 8.4, which is going to be our exam practice questions. Question 1. Which of the following is generally not included in an ROE document? Remember, ROE is a Rules of Engagement document. Our four choices are reporting expectations, engagement fee, data handling requirements, and target environment. And remember, the question was, which is generally not included? So of these four, while they all could be potentially included in a Rules of Engagement document, the least likely, the one that's generally not going to be included, is going to be the engagement fee. Another way to look at it is which one is not like the others. Reporting expectations, data handling requirements, and target environment are all about the test, where the engagement fee really is sort of a separate discussion. Moving on to our next question. On question 2, we're going to do a drag and drop. We're going to drag the words and drop them to the appropriate place. Remember that whenever we get these drags and drops, they're really just a fancy multiple choice question. In this case, we have 2 sentences, so it's like having 2 multiple choice questions. So let's read this. An authorized internet-based assessor attempting to exploit a target system is known as a blank party. If the party has been provided credentials, then the approach is blank. Well, it may be easiest to answer the second part. We've told that the assessor is provided credentials, and we know that when provided credentials, that's going to authenticate us. So let's choose the word authenticated. So the party has been provided credentials, then the approach is authenticated. Going back to our first sentence, they're authorized internet-based. So they're coming from the outside. That's going to make them external. And they're authorized. So that must make them trusted. So let's see if external trusted is one of our choices. Yeah, we have external trusted. So let's move that in. But just to be sure, let's look at the other answers. Internal trusted, authorized, external trusted, unauthenticated. No, none of those actually make sense for us. Oh, wait a minute. They do make sense. This wasn't an external untrusted. We grabbed the wrong one. We're going to be internet-based assessor, and we're authorized. That must make us external trusted. That's the reason for after you've put your answers in, always go back, look at the answers you left on the table, read your sentences, and make sure that that's exactly the answer that you want to have. Let's go on to our next question. Question 3. Which type of penetration testing provides the most useful assessment of incident response capabilities? The most useful assessment of incident response capabilities. Well, in this case, we want to see how well internal personnel respond to a test. Can they detect it? A gray hat really describes a tester or an attacker. Zero knowledge, that's how much knowledge the testing company is going to have. So we've gotten rid of those two. Covert or overt. Remember, covert is when internal personnel do not know that the test is going to occur. And overt is when internal personnel do know the test is going to occur. So since we want to test incident response capabilities, covert is going to be our best choice. Question 4. This is going to be a hotspot question. In a tenant-to-tenant attack, where is the malicious actor more often than not physically located? So what are we being told? It's a tenant-to-tenant attack, that the malicious actor, more often than not, so not always, it's not a 100% qualifier, but they're saying, generally speaking, is physically located, not logically located. Where are they physically located? So we've got an external location, we've got the internet, we have a DMZ, and we have the Anytime Application Provider Network. Inside the Anytime Application Provider Network, that's where the tenant instances are probably going to be. Remember, a tenant-to-tenant attack is when the attacker goes after one tenant to get to the other. So logically, they would actually be here in the Application Provider Network. But they're saying, where are they physically located? They're going to be in an external location. They're coming in from the outside, they're getting to one tenant, which is going to allow them to hop to the other. That word physically here is going to be very important for you to have picked up on. Let's go to our next question. Which of the following categories is not included in the AI CPA trust principles? Performance, availability, security, privacy. Now, hopefully, you'll have remembered that availability, security, and privacy are part of the trust principles. But here's another place where you could choose the one that's not like the other. Availability, security, privacy, we think of those very much as security or privacy constructs. Performance, that's operational. So performance is going to be the correct answer. Question 6. Reporting and ongoing security monitoring are emphasized in this regulation that specifically applies to federal agencies. So they're telling us that the regulation applies to federal agencies. FERPA, FISMA, GLBA, and HIPAA. Hopefully that you recognize that FERPA, GLBA, and HIPAA are all sector-specific. FERPA deals with student educational records, GLBA with financial records, HIPAA with medical records. This one, FISMA, That's the regulation that applies specifically to federal agencies. Now we're asked to place the ISCM iterative process in the right order. We've got a scroll bar here, so we need to be able to scroll up and down. So let's see if we can put these in the right order. Well, the first thing we're going to do is define. So we're going to put that up at the top. And because this is an iterative process, the last thing we're going to do is repeat. So let's bring this down. So we are going to define. The next one we're going to move up. Careful what you do, is establish. So we'll define, we'll establish, we're going to implement, we are then going to analyze and report, we'll respond, we'll review and update, and then we'll repeat. So our process: define, establish, implement, analyze, report, respond, review, update, repeat. On to our next, another drag and drop. This one is asking us to drag the SSA-related term to match the description. We have our three versions, SOC 1, SOC 2, and scrolling down, SOC 3, so our three versions of a SOC report, and our two types, Type 1 and Type 2. Hopefully you remember that the SOC versions are based on scope, and the types are based on a time frame. So we have two answers here that are based on time, point-in-time report, and our measures effectiveness for a specific period. Well, our point-in-time report is going to be our Type 1, and measures effectiveness for a specific period, that's also time-based, that is our Type 2. Now we have our three versions. SOC 1, SOC 1 was the one that was relevant to our user entity's financial statements. Our Type 2 was based on our trust services principles. Oops, let's drag that to the right place. Be careful that you don't drop something in the wrong place. I just moved that around, so now I've got to get Type 1 back in there. And our SOC 3 is designed for public distribution. Moving on to question 9. Blank is a suite of technical specifications for communicating security flaws and configuration information. Well, we've got that DoD standard. This was a standard for disk wiping. We have ISCM, that's going to be our process. We have CVEs, those are our common vulnerabilities. SCAP, that was going to be our protocol for communicating security flaws and configuration information. So SCAP is going to be our answer. And lastly, question 10, the National Vulnerability Database is sponsored by DHS, NCCIC, US CERT, and maintained by who? COBIT, well, that's not a maintaining organization, right? COBIT is a standard. NIST, National Institute of Standards and Technology. The DoD, the Department of Defense, or an ISAC, and that's a very generic term. We're not talking about a specific ISAC. So we could eliminate COBIT and ISAC. It's now going to be NIST or DoD, and our correct answer is going to be the National Institute of Standards and Technology. And there we go, 100% again. We've passed. We're doing great. Hoping that all of this knowledge just keeps adding on to what you already know. And now we're going to move on to our next lesson. The Security Operations Domain, CBK, includes the daily and ongoing activities of custodians and security operations personnel, including operational tasks, resilience and disaster recovery, investigations, and incident response. The topics we're going to focus on are vulnerability, change and configuration management, resiliency and fault tolerance, digital forensics and evidence handling, and protecting people and places. Now, at the end of every sub-lesson, there'll be an Anytown mini case study, and at the end of the lesson, I'll guide you through 10 multiple choice and advanced innovative exam practice questions with a focus on test-taking strategies. So welcome to lesson evaluating vulnerability, change, and configuration management. So let's start with configuration management. Configuration management, we're going to define as a set of practices designed to ensure that systems are deployed in a consistent state and stay that way throughout their entire lifetime. Now, a baseline configuration, or a BC, is a set of specifications for a configuration item, and you'll see that abbreviated as a CI, that has been reviewed and agreed on, and which can be changed only through the change control procedures. So change control is actually going to be a subset of configuration management. But let's take a look at the configuration management process. First thing is we're going to research and plan what our configuration should be. Then we're going to have the baseline configuration approved. We will implement that baseline configuration. We'll control changes, again with change management being a subset of configuration management. We will monitor the impact of those changes, and then we'll report back. And lastly, all goes well, we're going to continue to repeat this cycle. So we're going to research and plan, get a baseline, implement that baseline, maybe make some changes, but in a controlled, methodical manner, monitor the impact of that, report back, and then continue to repeat this very iterative process. Change management practices are designed to ensure that all changes are evaluated, documented, tracked, and controlled. Now, it's very possible that you could have a change management process in an organization without really ever having a larger formalized configuration management process. So while it can stand alone, it really is a component of the configuration management process. So let's look at how it goes. The change management process, and each might be a little bit different, but we're looking at the general structure here. A request is submitted for a change. The request is evaluated. If applicable, the change is tested. We're also going to identify rollback options, meaning what if we put this change in place and it messes everything up? Can we roll back to a pre-change state? The request will generally be approved or disapproved at that point. Changes will be documented. They'll determine the change window. When is the best time to make this change? The change will be implemented. The change will be verified. Then the change management process comes to a close. And very often those changes will then get brought back into the configuration management process if this is a change to a configuration that's going to be broad-based opposed to an isolated or myopic incident. Vulnerability management is the process of identifying, mitigating, and responding to known or anticipated vulnerabilities. Now, threat intelligence is an important component of vulnerability management, and threat intelligence is evidence-based information about threats, vulnerabilities, and exploits. The value of threat intelligence is in its application. It allows us to change the security model from reactive to proactive, because if you understand your adversaries, you can develop tactics to combat current attacks and plan better for future threats. In the end, we'll drive better, more informed responses to security instances. So let's go through the vulnerability management process. It starts with having a good, complete inventory of our assets, and that includes hardware and software, so we know what we have. Based on what we know we have, we start gathering threat intelligence. We have our threat intelligence intake. We have to assess our threat intelligence and prioritize the information we have, as well as decide what should be our response or our next steps. At that point, we may either invoke change control if we have to make a configuration change, we might bypass change control if it's an emergency, or we might bypass change control if exceptions have already been made. For example, there may be a patch that has to be applied, and there's already been a policy in place that your patch management does not have to go through normal change control processes. We will then deploy whatever the fix may be, and we'll verify that it's working as expected. And lastly, we're going to want to monitor and make sure that anything we installed is still working correctly, as well as to see if there's any changes in the threat intelligence or in the threat profile. So these three pieces really integrate very tightly. They're so woven together. The configuration, change, and vulnerability practices, they work together to ensure that your systems are configured correctly and securely when deployed, and that they remain that way throughout their entire lifetime. So let's do a case study on integration. We have Anytime Hospital. Their IT department is very process-oriented, and they have baseline images for a majority of their workstations, so baseline images for a majority of their workstations and for their servers. They have a technology committee that reviews and approves all configuration modifications, and they have a documented threat intelligence workflow and patch management procedures. But they're wondering sort of how to codify these processes. Right? They have all these things that are going on they're doing, but it hasn't been formalized. And so they're saying to, well, how do I codify this? How do I formalize this process? So your analysis and what you would probably recommend back to them would be to share that establishing and implementing baselines and standards really is a hallmark of a configuration management program. That review and approval processes are components of a change management program. And that threat intelligence and patch management are key elements of a vulnerability management program. So what you're going to suggest to them is that they document these processes and that they approach them as if they were three programs: a configuration management program, a change management program, and a vulnerability management program. So what's your required knowledge? You need to know the objective and the components, including a general process flow of configuration management, change management, and vulnerability management. And that's what you need to know. So let's start with defining resiliency and fault tolerance. Resiliency is a capability to continue operating even when there has been an attack, a disruption, or abnormal operating conditions. Fault tolerance is a capability of a system to continue to operate in the event of a failure of one or more components. So we are going to look at various strategies for both resiliency and for fault tolerance. So starting with fault tolerance, let's look at the variety of fault tolerance states: failover, high availability, active-passive pair, and active-active pair, RAID, and fail secure. You need to know these various states and be able to describe them in pretty general terms. So failover is the generic term we give when we're talking about transition to a standby device. High availability is a term that's applied generally to an automatic failover. So we'll have more than one system, we'll have more than one devices, or we'll have a cluster, and we can automatically fail over without missing a beat to the remaining devices. In an active-passive pair configuration, the passive device doesn't come online until the primary device fails. In an active-active pair, we have two or more components that are operational and working as a team. And in case of failure, the remaining component will continue to operate. And we also have RAID, and we're going to be looking at RAID configuration shortly, but RAID is disk technology that combines multiple disk drive components into a logical unit for the purpose of data redundancy or performance improvement. And lastly, the term fail secure. Fail secure is the principle that a failure will result in a secure or trustworthy state. So for example, if my firewall failed, all ports should shut. That means that the failure resulted in a secure or trustworthy state. Now, I just mentioned RAID, which is redundant array of independent disks. You should be aware of what the various RAID configuration levels are, specifically levels 0, 1, 5, 6, and 10. Now, RAID level 0, the data is written or striped across multiple disks. So I have multiple disks that I'm just striping across. I don't get any redundancy with RAID level 0. I do get performance enhancements though. RAID level 1, data is mirrored on two identical drives. That means any data that is written to drive 1 is also written to drive 2. Our objective here is going to be redundancy. There's no performance enhancement. RAID level 5, the data is written, or again striped, across 3 or more drives with one parity stripe. Now from the parity stripe, the data on the other drives can be recovered. So in a RAID 5, we can auto-recover one failure or one drive. We get both redundancy and performance from RAID 5. RAID 6 is very similar to RAID 5, where the data is written or striped across 3 or more drives with 2 parity stripes, which means that we can auto-recover 2 drives. And lastly, RAID 10, which is really just RAID 1 and RAID 0 combined. Data is simultaneously mirrored and striped across several drives, with our objective being both redundancy and performance. So you should recognize 0, 1, 5, 6, and 10. Let's talk about backup and replication. Our traditional data backup and replication systems copy data to removable media, generally so it can be manually transported to another location. We've got automated solutions now are often built into an application and are faster, more reliable, and facilitate more frequent copies than our traditional backup technology. Replication is an automated process that streams copies of data to one or more locations in real time or near time. So you want to be able to distinguish between backup and replication. So let's take a look at 3 backup strategies: a full backup, a differential backup, and an incremental backup. you need to know all three and be able to distinguish between them. So on a full backup, the backup process says we are going to back up all files. And when we go to do a restore, we're restoring all files. When we're doing a differential backup, the backup process backs up all files created or modified since the last full backup, and it doesn't reset the archive bit, so it shows the file as still have been changed since the last backup. That means that if we do a full backup on Sunday, on Monday, our differential will just back up what's changed on Monday. But Tuesday's differential will include Monday's changes plus Tuesday's, and Wednesday's differential will include Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday's changes. And when we go to do a restore, we'll need to use our last full backup plus the most recent differential. An incremental backs up all changed files, whether they've been created or modified, and does reset the archive bit. So an incremental on Monday, assuming we did a full on Sunday, would only back up changes from Monday. And the incremental on Tuesday would only back up changes from Tuesday. And an incremental on Wednesday would only back up changes on Wednesday. But when we go to do a restore, we're going to need the full backup plus all subsequent incremental backups. So in this case, we would need Sunday's full backup plus Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday's incremental. Now, there are some automated backup strategies you want to be familiar with: disk shadowing, electronic vaulting, and remote journaling. In disk shadowing, disk is written to and read from two or more independent disks, with the process being totally transparent to the user. Electronic vaulting copies files as they're changed and periodically transmits to a backup location. Remote journaling copies transaction logs and periodically transmits them to a backup location. Generally, these automated backup strategies are going to be built into an application. So let's visit three replication strategies: point in time, asynchronous replication, and synchronous replication. In a point in time, we take periodic snapshots which are replicated. And if replicated and the snapshots are pointer-based, then just the changes are transmitted. Asynchronous replication, the write is considered complete as soon as local storage commits. So remote storage is updated with a slight time lag. Synchronous replication, data is written in two locations. It is written both local and remote. So both write operations, local and remote, must successfully complete before the system can proceed. We have a guaranteed zero data loss. So which are you going to use? Well, it's really a question of cost versus complexity versus availability. Our traditional recovery, we have enhanced recovery, rapid recovery, and continuous availability. Our traditional recovery, tape backup, low complexity, low cost, recovery measured in hours to days. Our enhanced recovery, that's going to be some of the automated solutions we discussed, medium complexity, still relatively low cost. Recovery is measured in hours to days, and we generally have more recoverable data. In our rapid recovery, that's going to be our asynchronous replication. Our complexity is relatively high, the cost is moderate, and our recovery becomes measured in hours. And in continuous availability is where we're going to see synchronous replication, seriously higher complexity and cost, but our recovery is measured in seconds. So let's do a resiliency and fault tolerance case study. We have 90% of Anytime Books revenue comes from online sales. So we're telling us 90% of Anytime Booksellers revenue comes from online sales. Latency, downtime, data loss, or data corruption would be devastating. If there's a failure, the systems must not expose any customer data. So they're wondering what strategies they can consider. So again, they told us that their online presence is really important, that if they have any latency, any downtime, any data loss, or any data corruption, it could put them out of business. And they're concerned about unauthorized access or confidentiality, so the system must not expose any customer data. And they're wondering what strategies they should consider. So think about what you might recommend to them. Well, in our analysis, we might suggest that they consider a high availability architecture in an active-active mode. So they'll have failover and an active-active mode. They've both got both systems working at the same time in a pair, and one can take over from the other if need be. That's certainly going to meet their goal of system uptime. We may want to suggest RAID 10 for redundancy and performance. Or RAID 10 is a combination of RAID 1 and RAID 0, so we have disk striping and we have disk mirroring. We may want to suggest remote journaling, particularly of their database transaction logs, to assist in recovery. And we would probably suggest that they invest in synchronous replication, although complex, to meet their goal of having as absolutely little downtime as possible. And lastly, because they don't ever want to expose any customer information, whatever solutions they choose must operate in a fail-secure mode. So what's your required knowledge? Know fault tolerance terminology, know the backup strategies of full, differential, and incremental, know the various replication strategies, and the implementation considerations. And that's what you need to know. So we need to talk about evidence handling and evidence handling procedures, because this will definitely be part of your exam. Now, it's not always obvious at the beginning of a case if evidence will be used in criminal or civil proceedings. So incident handlers should treat every investigation as if it will lead to a court case. The incident handlers must establish and maintain an evidentiary chain. It's referred to as a chain of custody for all physical and electronic evidence collected during the investigation. And you want to be aware that this information may become public record and that company confidential information shouldn't be included unless absolutely necessary. The result of an investigation may end up being used in a criminal case, a civil case, or an internal case. And it's important that you know the difference between these three. So in a criminal case, the basis is that a law must be broken. The intent is that intent had to be required. Now, the burden of proof, which is important for evidence handlers, is beyond a reasonable doubt. Litigation, it's always going to be litigated by the government. And when you do an investigation for a criminal case, really the objective is to assist law enforcement in obtaining evidence. Now, a civil case, the basis is going to be a contract violation or dispute. The intent can be intentional, but it could also be accidental. The burden of proof is a little bit lower. The burden of proof is a preponderance of evidence. The litigation is going to be between individuals or companies and individuals, and the investigation purpose is to provide evidence of wrongdoing or damage. Now, an internal investigation or an internal case, the basis is just investigating an incident. The intent might have been intentional or accidental. There's no particular burden of proof. The litigation, well, it's generally just administrative. There may be a policy that's been violated, and really the goal of the investigation is to prove or disprove the event and/or the impact. But as I said a few moments ago, sometimes when you start an investigation, you really don't know where it's going to end up. You want to treat every investigation as if it needs to meet the most stringent standards. So let's take a look at the digital forensic process. In the digital forensics process, the first thing that happens is evidence is collected. At that point, evidence is acquired. So, for example, in evidence collection, I might collect, if I'm the forensic investigator, a disk drive. But in the acquisition phase, this is where I'm going to make a copy or a bitstream image of the drive so that I'm not working with the original evidence, I'm working with a forensically sound copy of the evidence. Then the digital forensic investigator will go through a process of recovery and examination. They'll do their analysis, they'll report, they may testify if that's required, and then the evidence will need to be archived. So that's a big picture view of the digital forensic process. Now, very often, this process will be iterative. They'll do an analysis, and before they actually report, they may have to go right back to the evidence collection, get more evidence, more acquisition, more recovery, and more examination, and then have a new analysis. So this can be a very iterative process. Now, during their acquisition phase, there are some techniques that you want to recognize. One is memory image, and that's the acquisition of volatile data, or any data that's in RAM, that's in memory. So there's going to be a technique referred to as memory imaging to be able to extract the information that's currently in memory. Now, that's only valid as long as the machine is still turned on. As soon as the machine's turned off, that data is gone. The second technique is using a write blocker. That's a tool that intercepts any inadvertent drive writes. A fingerprint is a fixed-length one representation of the source. That's a hash. Now, before working with evidence, they may do a fingerprint of the evidence, make a copy, make a fingerprint of the copy, and compare those two fingerprints to make sure that they're the same and that the copy they're working on is forensically sound. Now, types of copies they might make of a drive. One is a bitstream image. Now, a bitstream image is a bit-by-bit copy of source material that preserves all the latent data in addition to the file and directory structure. Accessing an image does not modify its data. Or they may make a clone, which is an exact copy of the entire physical hard drive, including all active and residual data and unallocated or slack space. Now, a cloned hard drive can be installed into a computer, and the computer will reboot and will function as if the original drive were still installed. The next step is recovery, and file recovery might be part of that process. So you need to know about three things: clusters, slack space, and unallocated free space. A cluster is just a fixed-length block of disk space, and it's documented in a file allocation table or an equivalent table. Slack space is the space between the end of a file and the end of a cluster. So if the cluster was 4K, and maybe the data that's being assigned to that cluster is only 3K, that remaining 1K is going to be slack space. And the slack space can contain data from RAM, so the page file can write into slack space, or it can include segments of deleted files. Remember when we talked about deleted files, we said that the data actually doesn't get deleted when you delete a file, it just gets overwritten. Well, if we have 1K left of slack space and that part of the cluster was previously used, it may have fragments of a deleted file. And then we have unallocated or free space. Those are clusters that have not yet been allocated to a file. They can contain deleted file fragments. And the process that we use to recover those deleted files or fragments is called carving. Now, the other thing that a forensic investigator is going to look for is metadata. Know that metadata is just data about data. Some of the types of metadata that you might get a test question on: file system metadata, application metadata, and pseudo metadata. Now, file system metadata is created by the operating system, and it includes file attributes and security permissions. So, for example, a file size, location, creation date, date of last access, date of last write, whether a file is hidden or compressed or archived, would all be part of file system metadata. Application metadata is created by a specific application and includes user and file activity information. Examples would include title, author, subject, keywords, creation and modification dates, time and use, and revision history. And then we have pseudo metadata, and that's created by the user, and it can either be hidden or embedded in a document. Now, that might include comments, track changes, formulas, your speaker's notes, any embedded graphics, or any embedded audio or video files. And the last thing we want to talk about is stenography. Now, digital stenography is the practice of concealing a file within another file. So this is another type of digital examination that's going to have to occur. Watermarking is a hidden message that's used to prove or claim ownership, generally intellectual property or an artistic work. We can also have hidden binary files that can be found embedded in image and audio files. So steganalysis is a detection of stenography by a third party. So if you take a look at this picture, we're seeing picture 1, which is final1.jpg, and image 1. Now those look exactly the same, except that final 1 is really a combination of what you see in image 1 plus in text1.txt. Now imagine, if you will, that text1.txt, we combine those two using a command line command, and then what you're going to see is when you open up the JPEG, you bring it open, and we brought it in Notepad at this point, so we can easily, very easily, embed text inside an image. Let's do a case study about evidence handling. An Anytown Police Department was called in to investigate an intellectual property theft crime. The victim company, Anytown Engineering's IT department, claims that they have solid evidence that the criminal had logged into their system, downloaded files, and emailed them to a competitor. They claim they have solid evidence that this happened. But much to their dismay, the law enforcement forensic team declined to use their findings as primary evidence. They said they might be able to use it as circumstantial evidence. And they're wondering, why would this occur? They know they had an intellectual property theft crime. They've got solid evidence. They give that evidence to the law enforcement forensic team, and the forensic team says, sorry, we can't use it as our primary evidence. Maybe we can kind of talk about it as circumstantial evidence. So why would this have happened? Well, let's look at the issues. Perhaps there was no evidentiary chain or chain of custody maintained. A chain of custody is absolutely essential. We want to document everyone who has handled the evidence as well as anything that they have done to the evidence. And that should all be date and time stamped with full details, as many details as possible. Perhaps forensically sound images or copies were not created pre-analysis. They worked directly on the original evidence. Or perhaps the original evidence was destroyed and new timelines were created. Perhaps they ran a tool directly on the evidence, or they logged in and logged out as themselves. So the original evidence has been manipulated or destroyed, and new timelines of activity have occurred. So those three things, the evidentiary chain, not having forensically sound images or copies, the despoliation of original evidence. So what's your required knowledge? I want you to know the types of investigations, evidence handling strategies, basic digital forensic and file recovery techniques, what metadata is, and a basic understanding of the use of stenography. And that's what you need to know. So securing the human is a catchphrase that reminds us that we need to protect personnel and to provide safe and secure workplaces. So proper design and effective use of physical controls can mitigate risk to people and to places. Now, we may put in obstacles to frustrate trivial attackers and delay serious ones, detective controls that make it likely that attacks will be noticed, or response mechanisms to repel, catch, or frustrate attackers. A design concept that's important for you to know is CEPTED, which stands for Crime Prevention Through Environmental Design. And CEPTED says that proper design and effective use of the physical environment can lead to a reduction in the incident and fear of crime. Now, CEPTED is a psychological and sociological method of looking at security based on three constructs. That people protect territory that they feel is their own. People have a certain respect for the territory of others. Second, that intruders do not want to be seen. And third, limiting access discourages intruders or marks them as intruders. Again, this is known as CEPTED. The other concept that we have to think about when we're protecting people and places is the difference between fail-safe and fail-secure. Now, in the event of an emergency, an organization's security structure must comply with safety, fire, and building codes. And obviously, we always want to protect the safety of the human being. Fail-safe implies that in an emergency situation, ingress and egress controls will default to open. So if there was an emergency situation, all your doors would unlock. So doors would be unlocked so you could get in and go out. That's a contrast to fail-secure. Fail-secure implies that in an emergency situation, ingress and egress controls will default to locked. So often we see that in a shelter-in-place environment. So fail-safe is open. Fail-secure is the default is to lock. Now, you also need to be able to identify various locks and sensors that can be put in place to secure people and places. So some that you should have at least a passing familiarity with is a conventional lock, which is just a key-controlled cylinder, but it's susceptible to bumping. You can have a bump key that can open that lock. A pick-resistant lock. It's a conventional lock. It's a little bit more complex and it's difficult to reproduce. A cipher lock, which uses a programmable keypad. An electronic or digital lock, which is just a cipher lock, but it has some centralized control and auditing capabilities. A biometric lock, which uses biometric recognition and may also require a key code. A proximity sensor, which measures magnetic fields. A photoelectric or photometric sensor, which senses changes in light. A passive infrared sensor, which can identify changes in heat. An acoustical seismic sensor, which can identify changes in sound or vibration, or a contact sensor, which is when an electrical circuit is broken. So you want to be able to identify the different types of locks and sensors. And of course, we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about social engineering, because social engineering is an attack on the human being. So you need to understand the various components of social engineering. Most basic, social engineering exploits human vulnerabilities. And there are a variety of social engineering attacks. Pretexting, which is an impersonation or just a fabricated scenario. Baiting, which is a term we use when we are tempting or promising a good or service. Duress is when the individual is being exploited under the threat of harm. Phishing is just social engineering using email. Vishing, that's with a V, is social engineering using the voice or phone. Smishing, SMS, is social engineering using text messaging. Shoulder surfing would be covert observation. And then piggybacking or tailgating, which is when an unauthorized person enters a checkpoint close behind or in concert with unauthorized personnel. So the mitigation for all of these, of course, is going to be training to make sure that our user community understands what social engineering is and what the various tactics are. So let's do a workplace security case study. We have an intruder, so that's going to be someone who's not authorized, was able to enter the workplace through a locked loading dock door. She was wearing a security guard uniform. She left innocent-looking USB drives in various offices, and in one location appeared to be fiddling with the building's closed-circuit TV system. None of the IDS motion sensors indicated that anything was amiss. Toward the end of her visit, a suspicious employee notified security, who initiated a fail-secure shelter-in-place. So what's our analysis of this situation? Well, the intruder entered the building probably either by bumping, it was a locked door, so perhaps she had a bump key, perhaps piggybacking, going in with someone who was authorized to go in, or perhaps pretexting, coming up with a fabricated scenario and convinced someone to let her in. The security guard uniform was necessary for a pretexting operation. Again, pretexting is going to be a fabricated scenario. Leaving the USB drives around are a form of social engineering known as baiting. The CCTV system may have been modified for shoulder surfing. The IDS sensors were not in use during business hours because generally a motion sensor isn't going to be in use during business hours. So lastly, fail secure would have locked all the exit doors. So what is your required knowledge? Know the concepts of fail safe and fail secure. Know the theory of septet. Be familiar and be able to recognize the different types of locks and IDS sensors. And also be able to recognize the different types of social engineering attacks and the various techniques. Question 1. Which of the following statements best describes the relationship between change management and configuration management? Now, some key words here: best, as in best describes, and relationship. You might not necessarily agree with the statements, but what you're tasked with is deciding which one of the statements you are presented with best describe the relationship. So let's read all our 4 choices. Change management is a subset of configuration management. Both change management and configuration management rely on documented baselines. Change management and configuration management are unrelated. IT is responsible for configuration management, and audit is responsible for change management. Let's start whittling down our answers. Let's try to get rid of some so we can increase our odds of getting the right answer. We're going to discard the 4th answer, which is IT is responsible for configuration management and audit is responsible for change management. We're going to discard the 3rd answer also, that change management and configuration management are unrelated. They're asking us to describe the relationship, and we know that there is a relationship. So now we've got 2 choices. Change management is a subset of configuration management, or both change management and configuration management rely on documented baseline. But the question said, what is the relationship? So the relationship is going to be change management is a subset of configuration management. Question 2, this is another best describes. Which of the following best describes a zero-day threat? So we're going to read all 4 choices carefully. The potential exploit of a vulnerability for which a fix has not yet been released. We like that, but let's keep going. A threat that's in the wild and has potential to cause significant harm. Well, that could be true. A vulnerability that's been publicly announced, or denotes the day that a threat was identified. Well, it is a vulnerability that has been publicly announced, and it is a threat that's in the wild and has the potential to cause significant harm. But the best description of a zero-day threat is the potential exploit of a vulnerability for which a fix has not yet been released. Question 3. Threat intelligence workflow and patch management processes are a component of a blank program. Our choices are risk management, vulnerability management, change management, or configuration management. Threat intelligence workflow and patch management are going to be related to managing vulnerabilities. So we're going to choose vulnerability management. Question number 4. A graceful transition to a standby device is generally known as. Now this is one that might trip you up. High availability sounds like a good answer, but that's kind of a specific instance of how we're going to do a transition. And high availability wouldn't necessarily be a standby device. It's probably an active device. Failover, we like that. Fail secure just means that we're going to be locked down. Or an active-passive pair, which might be a description of a graceful transition over to a standby device, having an active-passive pair. But really, when we're looking for what term best describes, in general, a graceful transition to a standby device, that's going to be failover. So while other answers might work, you've really got to think about what is the intent of the question. So question 5 is going to be another hotspot. And our question is, which illustration best represents a RAID 5 configuration? We're going to point at the correct area in the image, and we can drag the hotspot marker if we want to change its position. So we want to look carefully. Looks like we have a mirrored drive here. Looks like we have 2 drives, and we're just writing different block data. Here we've got 2 sets of drives. But then we get to our last choice here, and if you look carefully, we've got a parity bit. So we can see that data is being striped, and that in each stripe there's going to be a parity bit, which works great because that's going to be our definition of RAID 5. RAID 5, we're going to have 3 or more drives, the data is going to be striped, and there's going to be a parity bit in each stripe. So we're going to click on that choice. That's the one we're going to have. Don't worry, if you had marked somewhere else, you can always just drag the hotspot marker to change its position. Question 6, this is another drag or drop, but in this one we're actually dragging and dropping in order. So the question is, order the data recovery options beginning from the slowest on the bottom to the fastest on the top. That's important that you know the slowest on the bottom, the fastest on the top. You really want to read those directions. So let's read through our choices. We can make some decisions. Full tape backup, electronic vaulting, incremental tape backup, synchronous replication, and asynchronous replication. And the question is data recovery options. Well, if we look at those, the slowest one that's going to be to recover is going to be using an incremental tape backup, because that's going to require that we do a full backup plus the incrementals. After that, let's go with a full tape backup. Next will be our electronic vaulting. And now we have to choose between asynchronous and synchronous. Asynchronous is when we are doing 2 different commit operations. Synchronous was when we are writing simultaneously to 2 locations. So this is going to be our order from our slowest for recovery to our fastest. And off to the next question. Question 7 wants to know which of the following is a true statement. An incremental restores faster. A differential resets the archive bit. A differential backs up all files created or modified since the last full backup. Or an incremental has a higher restore success rate. Well, let's see what we remember. We do remember that the differential is going to back up all files created or modified since the last full backup. Remember, the differential does not reset the archive bit. We know this is true, but we want to just make sure. So if we know it doesn't reset the archive bit, then this statement of resets the archive bit certainly wouldn't be true. An incremental restore is faster isn't true, because when we do an incremental restore, we've got to go back to the last full and then all of the incrementals. And certainly an incremental doesn't have a higher restore success rate because we have more tapes that we may have to restore. And the more media we have, the better chance that we might have a problem. So we like this answer. Differential backs up all files created or modified since the last full backup. Question 8. The objective of which type of forensic investigation is to provide a preponderance of evidence? Now that requires that you know the difference between criminal and civil. And then we've got a couple of extra that just got thrown in here, some choices that aren't even really related. Customary and compliance. So let's get rid of customary and compliance. Now you're making a decision between criminal and civil. Which one requires a preponderance of evidence? Well, criminal is going to require that we have evidence beyond a doubt. Civil is the one that says you have to have a preponderance of evidence. Question 9. Which type of metadata includes comments, track changes, formulas, and embedded? Pseudo, stenographic, application, or file system? That's going to be our pseudo. And lastly, this is going to be a point and click, another hotspot. So select the cluster that best illustrates slack space. Point to the correct area on the image. You can drag a hotspot marker to change. So it looks like we have 3 4K clusters. It looks like in the first cluster, it's fully written, all ones and zeros. So we've got the whole 4K is used up. It looks like we have nothing written in our second cluster. So that's all empty. It's all free space. And our third cluster, it looks like about 3/4 of it's been written. And then we have some empty space at the end. Might not be empty, there might be some deleted files there, but space that's not being used right here, and that's going to be our slack space. So, congratulations again, 100%. We're doing great on these practice exams, which is indicative of how good you're going to do on your real exam. So let's move on to our next lesson. The software development security domain, CBK, includes software development, acquisition, modeling, testing, and lifecycle support. The topics we're going to focus on are source code flaws and vulnerabilities, software development, software testing, and the product development lifecycle. Now, at the end of every sub-lesson, there'll be an Anytown mini case study, and at the end of the lesson, I'll guide you through 10 multiple choice and advanced innovative exam practice questions with a focus on test-taking strategies. So welcome to lesson. We're going to be evaluating source code flaws. Design flaws, inadequate code review, and poor configuration management all contribute to source code security issues. So in this lesson, we want to look at 3 primary source code flaws that really can result in unauthorized access, takeover of a system, denial of service, a whole host of very terrible things. So let's take a look at the OWASP top 3. If you're not familiar with the OWASP organization, I would encourage you to go to OWASP.org, learn about their mission, learn about their various top 10 lists, and add it to your resource list. But the 3 we're going to talk about are injection, broken authentication, and cross-site scripting. These are the OWASP top 3 web vulnerabilities. So what's injection? Well, injection is tricking an application into including unintended commands in the data that's sent to an interpreter. The interpreter is the processor. We can have this happen in an operating system, an LDAP system, in SQL. Matter of fact, when we were talking about database security, we talked about SQL injection. What's the impact? Well, it can result in database, schema, account, or even operating system access. We're going to look at the process for injection, but know that the fix is pretty simple. Input and output validation, and use of stored procedures. Broken authentication is OWASP number 2, and that's when the attacker uses either leaks or flaws in the authentication or in the session management functions. So perhaps exposed accounts, passwords, or session IDs to impersonate a user, and generally that's going to be an administrative user. Now, when successful, the attacker can do anything the victim could do, which is why privileged accounts are frequently targeted. What's our fix? Strong authentication and session management controls. Number 3 is cross-site scripting, which is injection of malicious code either into a vulnerable web application or a back-end database that will execute scripts in the victim's browser. Now, that can result in user hijacking, redirection to perhaps a malware distribution site, bypassing access controls, or even a complete takeover of the user system. The fix? Not allowing user-supplied input in the output page. So let's look a little closer at each one of these. Let's take a closer look at injection. In an injection attack, the application presents a form to an attacker to fill out, maybe asking for name and email address, or the attacker can even bypass the form and perhaps be up in the URL bar. But in either case, the attacker is going to send the attack in either the form data or up on the URL. So instead of saying, my name is Sari, putting in Sari, we're really going to put in a string of attack data. The application then would forward the attack, if this was a SQL attack, to the database in a SQL query. The database runs the query and sends the results back to the application. The application sends the results back to the attacker, and now the attacker has the information they need. Now, that might be their end game, or it might be just starting to gather information to continue on. But the key here with injection is when we allow the attacker to send a command through the processor, through an application, to whatever backend, whether it be an operating system or a database. What's the fix? Input and output validation and stored procedure. Let's look at cross-site scripting next. We're going to look at two versions, persistent and reflective. In persistent cross-site scripting, the attacker is going to identify a vulnerable web page. The attacker will inject a malicious script into the web page. And then when the unsuspecting user, the victim, visits the web page, the script will come down to the user's browser because it's trusted, and then it will run in their browser. And at that point, the victim's system is compromised. So in persistent cross-site scripting, the attacker is manipulating the web page, the victim visits that web page, the malicious script comes down, runs in their browser, and compromises their system. A little bit different in reflective cross-site scripting. In reflective cross-site scripting, the attacker also identifies a vulnerable web page, but doesn't manipulate the web page itself. Instead, the attacker manipulates the victim into sending a malicious URL string to a vulnerable web page. Perhaps they send them an email with a link, and the victim clicks on the link thinking they're going to www.goodplace.com, but in fact that URL string has a number of entries at the end of it. So then the web page includes the malicious string or script in the response sent back to the user. The malicious string, which is just instructions, now runs in the victim's browser because the browser trusts the web page, and again, the victim's system is compromised. The difference between reflective cross-site scripting and persistent is that in persistent, it's the website that's compromised. So every user that goes to the website is potentially at risk. In reflective, the attacker has to convince or manipulate the user to actually do an action in order to have the script reflected back to them. What are some other attacks that you want to memorize? Well, you should memorize what a covert channel is. A covert channel is the use of malicious script to transfer information between processes that are not supposed to be allowed to communicate. Impact could be unauthorized access. Memory or code reuse. This is when we repurpose existing code towards a malicious purpose. The impact could be elevated privileges. Erase condition. That's when an attacker can influence the state of the resource between time of check and time of use. So software will check the state of a resource before using that resource. But if the resource state changes before use, the software can be manipulated to perform unauthorized actions. And lastly is having maintenance hooks or backdoors. Those are hidden mechanisms that bypass access controls. They're often used by programmers during the development stage to gain access to the program in case the access controls malfunction. So as part of software development, or if you're going to be testing an application or code that you purchased, you want to ensure that it's not vulnerable to injection attacks, that it's not vulnerable to broken authentication, that it's not vulnerable to cross-site scripting, that it's not vulnerable to a covert channel or memory or code reuse or erase condition, and it doesn't have any maintenance hooks or backdoors still active. So let's do a case study about source code flaws related to penetration test findings. Now, Anytown Bank engaged Anytown Cyber LLC to conduct a web application penetration test. Now, the report included a diagram I'm going to show you in a sec, but it didn't include any remediation recommendations, and they're wondering what's really going on and what should they do. So let's take a look at the diagram. First thing that's happening is the perpetrator discovers a website having a vulnerability that enables script injection. The perpetrator injects the website with malicious script that steals each of the visitor's session cookies. For each visit to the website, the malicious script is activated, and then the visitor's session code is sent to the perpetrator. So what's going on? Take a look at that and tell me what kind of attack you see and what should they do about it. Well, your analysis should have said this is an illustration of a persistent cross-site scripting attack, that the website has been manipulated, that the website has been injected with a malicious script, and every time a user visits it, the malicious script comes down to the browser and it's activated locally. And at that point, it looks like in this case, it's stealing a session cookie and sending it to the perpetrator. So an illustration of a persistent cross-site scripting attack. What's our remediation? And all user input should be sanitized before it gets stored permanently on the website, which means that the attacker or the perpetrator should not have been able to inject the website with a malicious script, and that all static content should have been sanitized before it got presented back to the requester. So what's your required knowledge? Recognize and know how to remediate injection, broken authentication, and cross-site scripting flaws, and be able to identify covert channel, a memory or code reviews, a race condition, and a maintenance hook or a backdoor attack. And that's what you need to know. So there's multiple models and processes that can be used for software development, and you need to be familiar with them. Project models can be sequential, iterative, incremental, or hybrid, and we're going to look specifically at a couple of different project models. Process models can be singular or integrated, and we're going to look at two process models. So let's look at our project development models. The top table are sequential models, which means that there's a linear approach, that every step has to be completed before you move to the next. The two models that you should know are waterfall and V-model. In a waterfall, each phase has to be completed before moving on to the next phase. So we do a phase complete, do a phase complete, do a phase complete before we can move. A V-model is also linear, and it's similar to a waterfall, except that it requires verification and validation, those are our Vs, at each phase, and testing to take place throughout the project. So at each phase, in addition to completion, we're going to do verification, we'll do coding, and we'll do validation. Now in the second table, you're seeing our iterative or our incremental models. Now this is more of an evolutionary approach. We're going to have repeated cycles, that's what iteration is, related to specific functionality, and that would be the incremental component. So the three that you want to memorize are Spiral, RAD, or Rapid Application Development, and Agile. Spiral is an iterative approach that emphasizes risk analysis and user feedback per iteration. So we do some work, and then we do a risk analysis and get some user feedback. And we keep going round and round, and think about going in a circle until we finally finish our project. Rapid Application Development, or RAD, is also iterative, except that it uses prototypes. So it develops the first prototype, and then it will develop the second prototype, and the third prototype. So we've got our repeated cycles, iteration, and we may be adding additional functionality each time, and that's incremental. And Agile is really more of an approach than a model. It's an iterative and an incremental process that emphasizes team-based collaboration. So it breaks a project up into small sections and has multiple teams working on sections at the same time, and then at some point we'll pull them all together. Now there's two integrated process models that you also want to be able to recognize. One is called IPPD and the other is DevOps. Now, the objective of IPPD is to develop products and their related processes concurrently. So the goal is to enable decision makers to make the right decisions at the right time. Our description, well, it's a multidisciplinary management technique that uses design tools such as modeling and simulation, teams, and best commercial practices. And at the core of the IPPD process are integrated product teams called IPTS, integrated product teams, that composed of representatives from all appropriate functional disciplines working together. Building upon IPPD is DevOps, and the goal of DevOps is to maximize efficiency, predictability, and security, and to minimize the probability of failure, to minimize cost, and to minimize risk. So it does build upon the IPPD process, coupled with an agile process, and stresses communication, collaboration, automation, cooperation between software developers and engineers, QA departments, information technology personnel, and the business units. So you want to be able to recognize IPPD as a process and DevOps. Lastly, let's review software development testing modes. Now, you would use this testing regardless of what project model or process you're using. So let's go through them, and you're responsible for knowing all of these for your exam. We have unit testing, which is testing small discrete chunks of code. We have integration testing, which is testing multiple units of code to ensure that the proper information flows between them. We have validation testing, which is testing to verify that the product meets design specifications. We have vulnerability testing, which is testing for security vulnerabilities. We have acceptance testing, which is testing that the end user performs to verify the functionality of the software and acceptance of the product. And lastly, we have regression testing, which is testing of all major functions after an update or a patch is applied to verify that the changes didn't disrupt functionality. So let's do a software development case study. We have anytime manufacturing is becoming more and more dependent upon automated processes, and they've decided to bring programming and software development in-house. And their two objectives are going to be fast turnaround and collaboration. Now, their IT consultant has recommended that they adopt a waterfall project model. I want you to think about that. Is that the best choice for them? So what would our analysis be here? Well, our analysis would be that the waterfall is linear. It's potentially slow, and it's segregated, the opposite of what their objectives are of fast turnaround and collaboration. An agile process, however, is iterative and incremental, so they'll get their faster turnaround, and it emphasizes team-based collaboration. And they may want to even take it a step further and think about DevOps, because DevOps couples IPPD with an agile process and stresses communication, automation, and cooperation between business units. So what's your required knowledge? Well, you need to know the project development models that we looked at. You need to understand the DevOps and the IPPD process, and also be familiar with the software development testing modes. That's what you need to know. So there are two main strategies in software testing. Positive testing, which determines if the application works as expected, and negative testing to ensure that applications can gracefully handle invalid input or unexpected behavior. Negative testing is aimed at detecting what would cause an operation to crash or to fail to operate correctly. Test scenarios include populating required fields, input validation including type of data, number of characters and data ranges, and login requirements. Use case scenarios really kind of set up the environment for testing. So a use case is a description of the interaction between a system and its environment. A misuse case is a use case, but it's from the perspective of the hostile actor. So a use case says, this is a situation the way we expect it to be used. A misuse case is what if, from the perspective of a hostile actor, the system or the software was trying to be manipulated. Structural coverage refers to the percentage of the software structure that's been evaluated. Now, there are a number of these. We're going to see it on this slide and on the next, and you should memorize these. So statement coverage requires sufficient test cases for each program statement to be executed at least once. So each program statement has at least one test. Generally, the outcome is insufficient to provide confidence in the product's behavior. Decision, might also be called branch coverage, requires sufficient test case for each program decision or branch so that each possible outcome occurs at least once. Now, this is considered to be the minimum level of coverage for most software products, but decision coverage alone is really insufficient for high-integrity applications. The third coverage would be condition, and that requires sufficient test cases for each condition in a program decision to take on all the possible outcomes at least once. Now, it differs from branch coverage only when there's multiple conditions have to be evaluated to reach a decision. Multi-condition requires sufficient test case to exercise all possible combinations of conditions in a program decision. A loop coverage requires sufficient test cases for all program loops to be executed for 0, 1, 2, and many iterations covering initialization, typical running, and termination or boundary conditions. Path coverage requires sufficient test cases for each feasible path, basis path, etc., from the start to the exit of a defined program segment to be executed at least once. So really we're following the entire path. And lastly, data flow coverage requires sufficient test cases for each feasible data flow to be executed at least once, so wherever the data is flowing between components or even outside of the application. So you want to be familiar with the various structural coverage options. Let's take another look at our software development testing modes. Now, we looked at these in the last lesson, but I want to look at them again because of how closely tied they are to the structural coverage that we just discussed. The various types of tests: unit testing of small discrete chunks of code, integration testing multiple units of code, validation to test that the product meets a design specification, vulnerability testing for security vulnerabilities, acceptance, testing that the end user performs to verify functionality, and regression of testing all major functions after an update or a patch is applied to verify that the change didn't disrupt functionality. So let's do a software testing case study. Anytown Manufacturing wants to make sure that the software that their new team is developing, we met their new team in the last lesson, meets their standards for integrity, for performance, and for security. Now, they've decided to test all possible combinations of conditions, all possible combinations of conditions in a program decision. They also want to look at the application from both the perspective of the user and of a potential attacker. And lastly, they want to make sure that the program works properly from the user perspective. So now they're trying to figure out what type of testing should they be doing. So what's our analysis? Well, we should have use cases, both negative and positive. Remember, negative is looking at it from the perspective of the potential attacker. Positive is looking at it from the perspective of the user who would expect to use the program. Their structural coverage should be multi-condition. That's because they want all possible combinations of conditions in a program decision. And for testing, they should consider unit, integration, validation, vulnerability, and acceptance testing. So what's your required knowledge? Testing strategies, understanding use and misuse case, statement coverage, and testing modes. That's what you need to know. So product development lifecycle starts at the concept stage and concludes at end of life. So the very traditional development lifecycle starts with project initiation, then functional design, then system design, then a development process, deployment, use and maintenance, and then end of life. Now, the problem with this model is it doesn't really take security and privacy issues into consideration at any particular point in the life cycle. Now, Microsoft introduced a number of years back their security development life cycle, and look at the difference here. It's that traditional life cycle, but all those boxes in red are what's been added on, starting with training for developers and coders so that they understand secure coding techniques, really outlining the security and privacy requirements, defining the bug bars, which is what's going to be acceptable and what's not, doing a security and privacy risk assessment, establishing design requirements, understanding what the attack surface would be, so from an architectural standpoint, doing threat modeling, and perhaps from both an attacker and an asset and an architecture perspective, going through the actual development process, doing static and dynamic code analysis, doing fuzz testing and attack surface review, creating an incident response plan, conducting a final security review, certifying, release, and archiving, then actually releasing the product, and then knowing how to respond to any issues. All of these extra pieces really allow us to define our security and privacy requirements, ensure that our developers and coders know the pieces that they have to put in there, and then test all the way through to make sure that the security and the privacy requirements are within the boundaries that we have set. So once a product is released, throughout the product, there's a number of security updates that most probably are going to be required. So let's look at a normal path. A product is released, and vulnerabilities are identified. In the best case scenario, the vulnerabilities are identified by the good guys or the developers. But all too often when vulnerabilities are identified, exploit code is developed. The next thing that will happen is once a vendor knows about these vulnerabilities, they will rush to market to release a patch to fix those vulnerabilities. The users will deploy the update that will take care of that vulnerability and protect them from the exploit code. But then the next round of vulnerabilities is identified, and the process starts all over again. And that's really the process that we're in right now in a security update lifecycle. That process is beginning to mature, starting with the whole methodology around vulnerability disclosure. You want to recognize what a bug bounty is, what a zero-day exploit is, and understand a vulnerability disclosure policy. Bug bounties is a reward for reporting vulnerabilities either to a product vendor or a designee and not going public for a specified amount of time, which will allow the software publisher or the vendor to issue the fix before the exploit code is developed. A 0 day is the time frame between when the vulnerability is identified and exploit code developed and when the remediation is available. The objective of a bug bounty is that we never get into a 0 day situation, that the vulnerability is identified and the fix is created before the vulnerability goes public. A vulnerability disclosure policy is just a researcher policy, good faith effort to communicate with a product vendor and timeline of public disclosure. Generally, vulnerabilities are going to be reported, and if we go out to the CVE database, the common vulnerabilities and exposure, here is where you can get a master copy of all vulnerabilities that are out there or view specific vulnerabilities, but also learn about not just what the vulnerability is, but if there are any fixes and what the impact might be. So let's do a security lifecycle case study. Anytown Pharmacy has 3 Windows XP 10-year-old workstations because their primary customer application is supported only on this platform. Now, they've been comfortable with this arrangement as it doesn't appear that there are any XP-related vulnerabilities since Microsoft hasn't released any XP security updates in quite some time. However, they just learned about an Adobe 0-day exploit and they're wondering what they should do. So this should set off some real red flags for you. So let's look at the issues that you may want to discuss with them. The Windows XP operating system reached extended end of life in April of 2014. So Microsoft is no longer developing security patches. But the absence of patches doesn't mean that there isn't any vulnerabilities. The lack of patching puts the application at risk, and by extension, customer information, which could be a violation of HIPAA. 0-day exploits require compensating controls until a patch is released. However, there's a very good chance that a patch probably won't apply to an end-of-life platform. Important discussions to have with Anytown Pharmacy. So what's your required knowledge? Understand the traditional and an enhanced product development lifecycle, be able to define a bug bounty and a 0-day, recognize a CVE, and while I didn't mention it in this lesson, know that the National Vulnerability Database is where you can go to look at all of the CVEs. That's what you need to know. Next up, we're going to go to Lesson 10.5, and we're going to do our exam practice questions. So welcome, this is our exam practice questions for the software development security domain, and this will be our last group of practice questions. So we're betting on 100. Question 1 is going to be a drag and drop, but there's no bar, so everything we have is right in front of us. It's asking us to identify the type of attack from the command string. Now, you might not necessarily be familiar with the command string, but you do know what these attacks do, and so you should be able to figure out which command string relates to which type of attack. Looks like this first one, index PFP, name, guest, script, alerts, script. We know that a client-side cross-site scripting attack does generally run some type of script or malicious code, so let's try that one. Email equals X or full name like Bob. Well, that's going to be a query perhaps of a database. Looks like it's going to be a SQL injection. And HTTP example.com, sale, we've got a session ID in here. Our broken authentication deals with session IDs or passwords. So let's match up. So it's going to be our match for client-side cross-site scripting, SQL injection, and broken authentication exploit. Let's go to our next question. One of the most significant differences between a reflected cross-site scripting and persistent cross-site scripting. Well, let's read through. The number of users that can be potentially impacted, the length of the attack, the end state target, or a vulnerable website. If you're not sure, let's start eliminating. We know a vulnerable website, it would be true in both, so that's not going to be a difference. We know that the end state target is really the user, so there's no difference there. Length of attack? Well, I suppose there could be the difference in length of attack, but not even sure on which side. It's definitely the number of users that could potentially be impacted. Remember that in my reflected, the attack starts at the user side. The user sends the malicious script up to the browser. So the attacker has to manipulate one user at a time. In a persistent, the malicious code is embedded in the website and will affect every unsuspecting user that visits that website. So we're going to say the number of users that can be potentially impacted. Influence in a state of the resource between time of check and time of use is known as a covert channel, a race condition, a maintenance hook, or code reuse. Well, it would be helpful if you knew that, but also we just did our abbreviations, TOC and TOU. You'll see that whenever you see a race condition. A race condition is a TOC, TOU attack. Remember that a covert channel is when information flows in ways it wasn't expected. A maintenance hook is a backdoor that's put in by developers, and code reuse is just that, when we're reusing code. Our next question, which of the following processes prevents an injection attack? Rejection of user-supplied input, sanitation, encrypted session controls, and input and output validation. Now, these are all good practices, but an injection attack is going to be input and output validation. Remember, validation says you can't put something in a field that's not expected, and we're not going to return something to you that isn't expected. So input and output validation is going to be our correct answer. Question 5. Which of the following project models is linear? Linear means doing it one step at a time. Spiral, Rad, and Agile are all going to be iterative or incremental. If you envision this, the waterfall is one step at a time. Question 6. Software blank testing focuses on information flow. Well, regression, we're going to test at the end to make sure that a change didn't make a difference. Acceptance is from the user perspective. How does the software meet their requirements? Unit is testing small chunks of code at a time. Integration, which is the word that makes the most sense here anyway, focuses on information flow, the integration between components. Question 7. The objective of which software development process is to minimize probability of failure, cost, and risk? Well, Agile is a process, but that's a project development process. CMM stands for a common maturity model. Again, that doesn't really reduce the probability of failure, cost, or risk. DevOps, looking good. Statement coverage is just how much code we're actually going to be testing. Our answer here definitely is DevOps. Question 8, the objective of blank software testing is to determine if an application can gracefully handle invalid output or unexpected behavior. So we're saying when something goes wrong, how does the application behave? Well, when something goes wrong, it's a negative situation. Our answer is going to be negative, but let's look at the others. Multi-condition coverage, right? That's how much of the code we're going to be testing. Validation is, does it work as expected? Unit, small chunks of code. The answer here is going to be negative. Question 9, which statement best describes a bug bounty? A payment made to independent developers, an extortion payment, an incentive to publicly disclose exploits, or a reward for reporting vulnerabilities to software publishers and device manufacturers. This is a good example of where more than one answer might appear to be right, but the statement saying what best describes a bug bounty. It could be a payment made to independent developers. It's definitely not an extortion payment. It's not really an incentive to publicly disclose exploits. Matter of fact, it's a disincentive to publicly disclose exploits. The correct answer is a reward for reporting vulnerabilities to software publishers and device manufacturers. Our last question, which one of the following statements is not one of the 4 ISC² Code of Ethics canons? Now, you're going to be taking your exam. You're going to do great. You're going to then apply to be a CISSP, and part of that will be agreeing to the Code of Ethics. So I would suggest that if you haven't already, you read that Code of Ethics before taking your exam. So let's look at these. Act honorably, honestly, justly, responsibly, and legally to protect society, the common good, necessary public trust and confidence, and the infrastructure, to obey all local and global laws and regulations, and to advance and protect the profession. Now, all of these are really good. The one that's not in the Code of Ethics is to obey all local and global laws and regulations. Now, that's not because you shouldn't do that, but because it's actually included up here when we are instructed as CISSPs to act honorably, honestly, justly, responsibly, and legally. So those are our 10 questions. Congratulations, you passed. We did it again, 100%. You're going to do great on your exam. In this lesson, we're going to discuss what you should do the week leading up to your exam, what to do the day of your exam, what to expect at the test center, and what you need to attain and maintain your CISSP certification. So perhaps you scheduled your exam months ago and have been diligently sticking to your study plan. Or maybe, oh my gosh, the date just snuck up on you. Or perhaps you finally decided it was time and luckily there was an available slot at your local testing center. However you got here, the date is looming. So how should you approach your last week before the exam? The last week should be all about review, not new material. If you haven't already, make some flashcards and review them each day. And concentrate on the topics that you find the most challenging. And talk to yourself out loud, seriously. Using flashcards or taking practice exams, speak out your answers. Define and explain out loud key terms and concepts. This is a technique I have used for every single exam I have ever taken. You know, when my kids were young, I would even borrow their stuffed animals and pretend to be teaching to a room full of ambitious bears and rabbits and monkeys. And if you find yourself stumbling over an explanation, restudy the concept until you can explain it out loud flawlessly. Now, don't crowd your week. This isn't the week to be launching a new project at work, be facing a looming deadline, or taking a trip to your in-laws. Purposely make the exam week as stress-free as possible. Lastly, eat right, exercise, and maintain a positive, can-do attitude. Remember, relax, breathe deeply, and enjoy the experience. So what should you do on test day? Well, to begin with, the night before, plan to go to bed early and get a good night's sleep. You want to wake up refreshed and ready to go, and then eat an energizing meal. Be sure to prepare some light, healthy snacks to bring with you, fruits and carbohydrates, and bring drinks. This is a 6-hour exam, and being hungry or being thirsty is definitely not to your advantage. You want to wear layered clothing. The test center may be the perfect temperature, or it might be too hot, or it might be too cold for your liking, so dress for comfort. And if noise distracts you, bring earplugs. And don't forget to bring proper identification. You're required to present 2 forms of identification, a primary and a secondary. Now, your identification documents must be valid, meaning not expired, and must be an original document, not a photocopy or a fax. Now, your primary ID must contain a permanently affixed photo of you along with your signature. Your second ID just needs to have your signature. Your first and last name on your identification documents must match exactly the first and last name on your test registration record. If you don't meet the name matching requirements, you'll be asked to leave the testing center, and worse, you're going to forfeit your testing fee. Now, give yourself plenty of time to get to the testing center. If you're late, you may not be able to take your exam. So if you live far away, you may consider staying at a hotel close by. Now, arrive early, at least 30 minutes ahead of your scheduled exam time. Give yourself plenty of time to check in, get seated, calm down, breathe deeply, relax, and enjoy the experience. So you've arrived at the testing center. What should you expect? Well, let's start with the check-in process. You'll be asked for the 2 forms of identification, primary and secondary. Remember, the primary must have a permanently affixed picture and your signature, and the secondary must have your signature. The names must match exactly your test registration. You're going to be required to provide your signature on an electronic pad, and you're going to be required to submit to a palm vein scan. And then you'll have your photograph taken. Hats, scarves, and coats may not be worn in the testing room or while your photograph is being taken. Now, you'll be required to leave your personal belongings outside the testing room. Secure storage lockers will be provided, but the storage space can be really small, so you should plan accordingly. and weapons are not allowed on test center premises. Now, after you've been checked in, the test administrator is going to give you a short orientation, and then will escort you to a workstation. You must remain at your seat during the exam, except when authorized to leave by test center staff. You may not change your workstation unless the test administrator directs you to do so. Now, at the beginning of the testing session, you'll be presented with an ISC² non-disclosure agreement, an NDA, which you need to agree to in order to proceed. Failure to read or accept the agreement within the allotted 5 minutes will result in your exam ending, and you'll forfeit your exam fee. Once you've accepted the NDA, the clock starts ticking. Now remember, you have 6 hours for the exam. Total examination time does include, though, any breaks you may take. Now you're going to be proctored throughout the whole exam, so raise your hand to notify the testing administrator if you believe you have a problem with your computer, you need to change note boards, you need to take a break, anything where you need attention. Now you must leave the testing room during your break, but you may not leave the building or access any of your personal items unless absolutely necessary, for example, retrieving medication. Additionally, when you take a break, you'll be required to submit to a palm vein scan before and after your break. And when you complete your exam, you'll raise your hand to let the administrator know, and upon exit, you may be required again to submit to a palm vein scan. Now, one of the great benefits of taking an online exam is that most candidates will receive their scores immediately. The results will be handed out by the test administrator during your checkout process. Now, once in a while, unfortunately, real-time results are not available. A comprehensive statistical and psychometric analysis of the score data is conducted during every testing cycle before scores are released, and a minimum number of candidates are required to take the exam before this analysis can be completed. So depending upon the volume of test takers for a given cycle, there may be occasions when scores are delayed for approximately 6 to 8 weeks. The results will not be released over the phone. They will be sent to you via email from ISC² as soon as the scores are finalized. If this happens to you, rest assured that it has nothing to do with your score, whether you passed or failed, or how you took the exam. Just think of this as an extended test of your patience. Now, if you don't pass the exam the first time, don't give up. You'll be able to retest after 30 days. Candidates that fail a second time need to wait 90 days. And if you fail a third time, the next available time to sit for the exam will be 180 days. Candidates are eligible to sit for ISC² exams a maximum of 3 times within a calendar year. But study properly, and that won't be necessary. So congratulations, you've passed your exam. What next? Well, once you successfully pass the exam, you're required to subscribe to the ISC² Code of Ethics and have your application endorsed before the credential can be awarded. An endorsement form must be completed and signed by an ISC² certified professional who's an active member and who's able to attest to your professional experience. Now, the endorsement must be submitted within 9 months of the date of your exam. To maintain your CISSP certification, you'll need to recertify every 3 years by meeting all renewal requirements, which include earning and submitting a minimum of 40 continuing professional education, or CPE, credits each year of the 3-year certification cycle, for a total of 120 CPE credits by the end of the 3-year cycle. You'll need to pay an annual maintenance fee each year of the 3-year cycle, and you'll need to abide by the ISC² Code of Ethics. What else should you do? Well, you should frame your certification certificate. You should hang it proudly on the wall. And after a well-deserved break, start planning for your CISSP specialization certification.